Hello traders, welcome to the show. Today we're talking GameStop. We can also talk about the treasury yields, which fell significantly, biggest drop for any day this year. Hit that like button. Let me know you're here by saying hi in the chat box. Treasury yields in America fell sharply this morning. Investors rushing to buy bonds, so the yield drops as the price goes up because of the latest CPI data, which was just released. The report for May reveals inflation cooled more than economists had predicted. In response to the CPI data, 2-year Treasury yield, that's the US 10-year Treasury yield, both of them dropped significantly, 14 and 11 basis points respectively. US 2-year is now at 4.69%, which I thought you'd like. That level was last seen on April the 5th, and the 10-year is at 4.28%. It's not been that low since April the 1st. So, 10 basis points drop on the 10-year, largest of the year. And although the yields have fallen following the CPI report, they still face the biggest event of the day, which is the Federal Reserve's latest rate decision, scheduled for 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Today's Wednesday, of course. A couple of big things happens on Wednesday, not least of which is the theta decay on your options. Options traders think of Wednesday as the sweet spot because the time value left in the position drops, so the premium drops. So at the money options get way cheaper on Wednesday. Top tips here. Give you tips for every day of the week with regards to that if you like. Lots of little quirks happen on Wednesdays. So, you know, options expire on Fridays, which makes Wednesday a big day for adjusting positions due to theta decay because it's intensifying. You are able to then pin your risk using option contracts at the money for shares that you're holding. So that makes it cheaper to buy that insurance over your position. There's also increased trading liquidity on Wednesdays due to this adjustment that traders make. So theta decay, rapid time decay, and it's hitting that option premium significantly, making it much cheaper. Decision making is a big part of it. Traders need to decide whether they're going to sell or roll over their options. Usually they would make that call around Wednesday, right? Because hits Thursday, hits Friday, the rollover. It's not as efficient a time to make that decision. And then next week, although not as intense as the current week's options, there's still time decay, and it's still significant, especially when you see these adjustments happening on chain. There's implications for contracts expiring on the 21st. Traders selling options might prefer to do that closer to the Wednesday, to this Wednesday, than next, if they're trying to capture premium on those options they're selling. And then if you're selling those options, you would benefit from the accelerated time decay if you set it up right. So in summary then, to conclude the intro to take us into the charts, it's a pivotal day in the markets. It's a pivotal day for trading anyway. It's essential that you consider how risk will change based on these dynamics today. Any questions about that? I'm happy to field them. Happy to field them. Feel you. 30.38. Price action still down on the day, and here we are in the charts for GameStop. Came down, tested this trade spotting support line. Stretch that out a bit. And we've got this topside resistance. slightly more accurate. It was all drawn from guesswork yesterday, so we're allowed to adjust it to make it slightly more accurate. Seeing as it was broadly correct. Broad. It's a bit of a broadening wedge itself, isn't it? Today's Wednesday. The biggest, most interesting point about Wednesdays is that the biggest mover recently, most of this year, on a Wednesday, has been the crypto markets, and in particular Bitcoin. It has its moves on Wednesdays. Those moves tend to come around the evening time, and part of that began because of the ETF flow, the money flow towards those ETFs, and another quirk that led to Wednesday being a good and efficient day for that to happen. That pattern then accelerated, and now it's become something a lot of big accounts are aware of, so they then operate on Wednesdays, which accelerates that trend even more. So Rocky, ahead of time noticing this, had chosen Wednesdays to do a show. Just so conveniently, it worked out to be the best day of the week to be doing it. And tonight, at 7 p.m. my time, UST, and around that inflation data release, you'll have Rocky Outcrop, giving you all the tips in the crypto land, crypto world. In the meantime, Gamestop down 1.26%. Tough there, tough for Gamestop. How does it possibly cope? We're up 1.54 on Lipson, which is pretty spectacular. 15 minutes for this formation. Downward sloping resistance. That underneath is just a potential for a head and shoulders. Doesn't necessarily happen, because there's a lot of other things on the chart to look to, but this is the start of the day on GameStop, and as you can see, we're in this tightening formation itself as a downward sloping resistance and support, holding it and pinning it. The decision will be made soon. Charge point. Strong move, gap at open, pushing to the top side, 1.13 extension, up at 1.91, up 6-7% today, so that's positive for people trading that, watching along. Good news, surge at 4.14, also pushing up again, so if you're trading that, you'll be in profit probably. And back to GameStop. AMC is performing better than GameStop at the minute. It did well yesterday morning, ahead of GameStop's larger moves. So far, a little bit of congestion on the day, but still up 1.15%. Whereas GameStop, not drastically different, still pushing up in this similar trend. Right back to the 5 second as price starts to move again. Get the chat box up and say hello. Check what the questions have been and see if I can answer them. This is it. Right. Go win a win, gifted 5 TradeSpotting memberships. Boom, already, amazing. Grimfug, Buff Dan, Twala Dolly, Doherty, Victor Bardos, well, welcome Victor, and Adam Pierce. Hey, good people. We chatted yesterday and other days. Alejandro, TradeSpotting Hump Day, Wednesday Hump Day. Hello, Alejandro. Kashi, yo. Caves Never Die, Jake. Spitters, is the Spitters, Grimthug. I think this just might be his masterpiece. DFV tweet, it might be his masterpiece. Just in time for a TradeSpotting show. Excellent. CPI coming in a little cooler than was expected is a nice bonus, says Rocky, and he's right. It is a really nice bonus. Really good bonus. Really good news across the board with that sort of news. We'll have more of that, please. I love you, man. I love you, man. Thank you very much. Osama Riyadh. I appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. Breaking news. Breaking news. Bitcoin at 69,400. 3.1. 3.1. Pick your words. Choose your words carefully, Spotter. People will get confused. Trade spotter, trade pointer. They don't know what's happening. So Bitcoin, not bad there. 69,420. Well, it's not. It's 402, but it's been 6,420. There. So that's flagging at the top of a pole and probably goes on to higher numbers makes people shitloads of money. Check in with Rocky to see that. Bitcoin still sideways. It's still sideways. It's GameStop sideways. Bitcoin moving to the top side, increasing in, accelerating all the time there. It seems, as it did just go past it. Frickin' missed it too. 69,420. Going, man. We all love that number. It did get there briefly. Just went through it. Look, we're not going to look at it if you're going to be horrible. I'm not going to look at you if you're going to be horrible, Bitcoin. Anyway, 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Hey? So is the MOAS not a thing anymore? Don't forget to like. Who are you talking to? I think I'm selling all GME and going into Doge is moving well. Cuban Chick 08. Carmen, it's yourself, Carmen. It's yourself. Kitties never die. Jen! Luke Spears, lol at Carmen. Carmen's doing the flamingo, the fandango, the tango. Is it ever Tennessee Texan? Is it ever? Is it ever? Short flow interest is so much lower. It's in 20% range. Short interest low at less than 20%. All of a sudden. This is the support and resistance there. Since Citron closed and DFV calls are likely covered. Did you think that DFV's so DFV only got his calls a few weeks ago, halfway through May, and these ones, though he had others he bought and sold beforehand. And Citron's most recent short position on GameStop was opened at a recent high, so and that was all again like in the last 3 or 4 weeks. So the question about MOAS cancelled, does that mean you thought MOAS wasn't a thing before that? Do you think that is the thesis behind MOAS? Me? I'm trying to answer someone in the chat box. If you're talking to me, you say @TradeSpotting, otherwise I'm just going to think you're talking to each other now, because the questions need to make sense for me to be able to answer them. Don't forget to like. You didn't answer my question. I asked you, do you think that means, what do you think it means? I mean, you're the one that brought up MOAS and are having the conversation about MOAS. Carmen, you need to chill. Do you own money to a loan shark? Do you own money Fortnite? We in 28 to 30, not doing much, will come back in later, lol. Come back later. I'm not talking to you, bud. I'm talking to don't forget to like. Coffee and a wee puff, Collins. Hey, good morning, guitar outside, sir. You'd legend, you. Like the stream. Yes, please, Mr. Mike. Shots for everyone. Most is more about the shorting at highs. I don't know. Citron got in. I didn't know Citron only got in weeks ago. But did you think Citron were the people that was going to cause MOAS? Because if they've covered or closed their position, you're looking very zen this morning. It's a good look on you. Thank you very much, King Stickcock. Do you believe MOAS is still possible, TracePoint? I do, but not as high as I once thought. We will just dilute every run up. Do I believe that it's still possible? I suppose the way you say it there, the second half of your sentence, I do not as high as I once thought. I do, but not as high as I once thought. What you're alluding to there is the fact that everybody's idea of MOAS is different, isn't it? So your MOAS could be one thing, another person's could be another thing, and really what's the value in that question? Like, do I believe MOAS is still possible without knowing what price you're talking about? It's very difficult to decipher how I could be helpful by answering that. TradeSpawn, hypothetically, if you were to add more to a list spin position, what levels are you looking at? I said all of these levels yesterday that would be interesting, didn't I? 0 spot 55, that would be great if I could get some there. I very much doubt I'll get it at 0 spot 44, but if I could, I'd get some there. It may well be that I'm having to like go in heavier at 0 spot 57, 0 spot 6, 0 spot 62, 0 spot 64. You know, the lower it gets, the better that is for me. The higher it goes, I'll still end up buying the same amount. So all of those levels, Mr. Cone, I hope that's helpful. Talked about some of them yesterday in a little bit more detail, I think, and why. So if you can scroll through the video and find the Lipson chart showing up, that'll probably be what point I was talking about them. And I can again look at it some more today. I'm sure I will. I do love looking at it. Trace point, how can you get a short squeeze with only a 22% short interest? Alessandro. Looks exactly the same dynamic, yeah. Otherwise, it's just you need more people to be buying more of the float so that that dynamic changes to the point where they get squeezed at 22%. As price moves to the top side, people will hedge positions, that will increase, the availability of those shares will go down, the float then will lessen, the percentage of it short will go up, and that short interest will increase. Right? You understand? I have a how to short squeeze video. You should watch it. And then you'll know exactly how to do all of these things. Moas phone number prices always seemed like a pipe dream anyways, says Will. People are making money on the way to the moon with the great technicals by GME, says Mr. Pancakes. Thank you very much. Bing bong. Imalilio del Galileo. Consecutive daily green candles. Hey, 2 in a row, looking for 3. Look, price coming into this. Does anyone else have this? This genius? Do you have this genius here? Other people look at this and they'll be like, oh no, it's a Wednesday. Oh no, Wednesday. You know, hump day, as somebody points out in the chat box there. It'll be a hump day. And on hump day, what happens on hump day? Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty. You might be looking at this. You could be looking at something far worse if that happens. But you couldn't really call that from here. Down 3% on the day nearly now. Oof. Eh? Lipson, flat. AMC, flat. SPY up 1.13%. Charge point up 5.59 now. Back to the chat box. Back to the questions. Trace Bunny, get it, but let me rephrase. Cool, go for it, rephrase. Oh, you're doing it in that message. If we are playing probabilities, that's not how you play probabilities. That's called guessing, Alessandro. What kind of buying do you need to create a squeeze when the float is 20%? I think it's crazy talk. You mean when the short interest is 20%? The float isn't 20%. You mean when the short interest is 20%? What kind of buying do you need to do? Well, the kind of buying that increases that dynamic and the ratio. You haven't watched the how to short squeeze video, have you, in that amount of time? I don't think you could have watched it. If you did, you'd know the answers. 20% short interest is still very high. Yes, it is, but it depends on a variety of other factors. Trace point, yes. Great, well, you know the answer then, sir. But we suspect a lot of naked shorts that aren't reflected in the short interest, says Kitties Never Die. I know how it works. Oh, so you don't need to watch it, Alessandro. Right, well, that's a shame that I can't help you out with that video. I was sure it was one of the best in the world on the topic. And for me, one of the world's most famous traders who takes on short squeeze positions. I was sure it would be some value to you, but I'm sorry. If you've already know how it works, then I can't help you there. Short interest is half after the May offering, leaving less on the next report. The next report. So short interest NASDAQ report on Wednesdays. So the NYSE. So it's just out. Just out. I'll check it anyway. Oh, anyway, you don't have to, Alessandro. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Alessandro, you big idiot. Hey, stop doing this. I'll check it anyway. BMJ, you're allowed to say I'll check it anyway. And I'm talking to the guy in the chat box and I've got my mouse over it here and there's absolutely no need to moderate for me. You got time to now. That's pretty funny. Alessandro, I'm sorry, but that was pretty funny. BMJ, be kinder. Be kinder, BMJ. Well, he's not wrong. What are you smashing in that can right there, you legend? It's coffee. It's coffee. Ah, BMJ. Alessandro. Alessandro. Trace point, no mullet. I think it needs to make a return. Good morning. Good morning. Deviant ways. Muppet. Muppet puppet. Muppet. Mr. Muppet puppet. Deviant ways. Careful. You have to specify who you're talking to because BMJ's on the rampage. Jamie. With the new haircut. Smooth. Thanks for noticing, Jen. Trace point. Ha. No, I don't mean it to sound condescending, but I know what a short squeeze is. Ha ha ha. Alessandro, you're responding egotistically. I'm offering you educational value. You don't know everything that's in that video. That's why I'm pointing you to it, because you're asking me questions that you clearly can't work out the answer to yourself in a few seconds, which you'd be able to if you'd watched that video. It's more than like 10 minutes long, so to explain it all, and this, like, we could watch it together. Shall we watch it now? We'll watch it in the background, and then you can't avoid doing your homework. It's your homework, Alessandro. There can only be one ego here. Exactly, there can only be one ego here, and it's mine. And I've just had it out in the microwave, right? So we've got a couple minutes until it's like cold and rubbish again. Ha, Katie, you got it. Ha 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 ha, Katie. Ha ha ha. Alessandro's laughing. Good to see it. Awesome. That's a better idea, probably. Yeah, that's a way better idea. What are we talking about? Let's watch it. Yay! It is, isn't it? Let's watch it. Okay, we're going to end up watching it because Alejandro. Look, they're going to make Alejandro do his homework whether he likes it or not. Right, folks.
Congrats on registering for this very special...
We didn't register for it. This is a stupid advert.
Heavily shorted stocks can make extreme moves in price. There's also nobody better to beat in the market than a short seller. This is the Trade Spotting video on how to find, understand, and exploit short squeeze opportunities. I'm Trade Spotting, probably one of the world's most well-known short squeeze traders, and this is my guide to making the most of these extreme price moves in short squeeze plays. Welcome to the video. Hit the like button.
Whoa, Trace Point! Fucking hell, Trace Point! Yeah, go Trace Point!
Short squeeze opportunities
The bastards!
becoming an increasingly popular part of the retail trader's playbook.
You're telling me, Trace
Those
Point!
heavily shorted stocks can make these extreme moves in
Trust,
price.
yeah,
often
we
referred to
know
as
it.
The squeeze. This is when
Bang
sellers
bong.
rush to close their positions.
Ooh,
The
close,
phenomena
close.
occurs due to a combination of factors. Forced buying. Short sellers initially borrow shares that they don't own and then sell them, hoping the price will fall and they can buy them back, close the position, make a profit in a non-taxable trade.
Bastards!
When the stock price starts to rise, short sellers may face margin calls. This requires them to deposit additional funds to cover any potential losses.
Dimitri!
If they can't or don't want to meet the margin call, they have no choice but to buy back the shares, which creates additional buying pressure. Fear of unlimited losses. Short selling involves unlimited potential losses. If a stock's price rises significantly, there is no upper limit to how much that short seller could lose. To limit their losses, short sellers often have a predefined stop loss or a predetermined exit strategy. And when price reaches these levels and breaches those areas, they could be forced to buy back their shares, which further drives up the price. And with good technical analysis, we can predict these prices on the chart.
That's exciting.
Short squeeze feedback loop. As more short sellers rush to close their positions, the increasing demand for the stock drives up the price.
Whoa.
This, in turn, triggers more and more short sellers to close their positions to limit their losses, which fuels further upward momentum.
That sounds
and
fun.
That creates a feedback loop of extreme buying pressure.
It's like a vicious
lack
circle.
Of supply. If a stock has a relatively small float, that's the number of shares available for trading.
Getting
to the
interested
public,
now.
It can be easier for a short squeeze to occur. With a limited supply of shares in the market, heavy buying pressure from short sellers to cover their positions can quickly drive up the price as there aren't enough shares readily available for them all to buy. Positive catalysts. Short squeezes are often triggered or exacerbated by positive news or developments related to the stock.
What might that
This
be at the
also
minute?
could be strong earnings reports,
Don't know.
favorable legal outcomes,
A little bit of that.
partnerships, or other positive events, perhaps related to
Cats.
activity online.
Yeah,
These
cats.
catalysts can attract new buyers and cause short sellers to reassess their positions. Market sentiment and speculation. Investor sentiment can play a significant role in short squeezes. When traders and investors see a heavily shorted stock experiencing a rapid price increase, they may jump in, speculating on further price appreciation. This additional demand then pushes the stock even higher. And finally, but most importantly, technical indicators. Traders and algorithms use technical indicators and chart patterns to identify potential short squeeze candidates. If a stock's breaking through key resistance levels or forming a bullish pattern, it may trigger a buy signal for technical traders. It's important to note that short squeezes can be highly volatile and therefore very risky. While they offer the potential for large profits for those in the long side, they can also result in significant losses if you don't time your trade correctly, or indeed, if a short squeeze occurs and you're on the wrong side of the trade. Traders involved in short squeezes should have a clear exit strategy and a risk management plan, as the rapid price fluctuations can make it very challenging to time the market effectively, and sometimes life can make decisions for you if you don't plan in advance.
Always.
We've been hunting profits for over 2 decades.
Well, Bean, it's a bit of
In
a...
that
You
time,
should have found something
we've got
by
to
now,
move
guys.
inside
I mean,
out.
how long did you work, right?
We've
You know what I
learned a
mean?
lot about
2
the
decades.
habitats.
I mean, you know what I mean? I've been out hunting them for 2 decades and it hasn't
The
taken me
different
that long.
species around the world.
Right? I've found them.
The pattern.
Additionally, the timing and intensity of short squeezes can be very difficult to predict.
Ha!
And not all heavily shorted stocks will squeeze, which is why a top recommendation is to pay attention to trade spotting. One of the most important ratios when investigating
Hey, look,
the potential
Alejandro.
for a short squeeze is the short interest. This refers to the total number of shares of any security that have been sold short by investors but have not yet been covered or closed out. In other words, it represents the total number of shares that investors have borrowed and have sold in the hopes of buying them back later at a lower price. High short interest then represents that the dominant sentiment
Jen knows
in
how
the
to talk to me.
market
That's
is
amazing.
bearish, even if it doesn't refer to the number of market participants, which is very important, because if new market participants enter, then that will change the dynamic significantly. If it happens at the same time that shorts are closing, you'll find that on the charts at support and resistance, you could see huge moves. So it's not necessarily the short interest figure itself, it's the sentiment it represents and the moves that could come off the back of that dynamic, which can change. So the changing figure with regards to short interest, very important. And the detail of that change is when it's reported, where it's reported, and the difference from the last report. Those questions answered.
Katie.
Now, short interest is officially reported every 2 weeks by the stock exchanges, such as the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ, and it's often available on financial news websites, brokerage platforms, and the exchange's official websites. But I've got it here from FINRA, and I'll put the links in the description below. I've also got the most recent short interest report, which provides you with an interactive grid where you can list those tickers by their symbol, the previous short interest, their current short interest, or the percentage change from that previous report. So here you have the reporting dates, and it shows, say the settlement date was the 13th of January, then the date for reporting that would be the 18th, 1 week later, and that date's published on January the 25th, so 2 weeks later.
This is updated,
which gives
now.
us a 2-week lag on that data being reported.
Still
Many
the same lag.
others would describe a high short interest figure as indicative of a large number of investors betting against the stock. That's not necessarily true because it's referring to the shares, not the market participants, but it does speak to the dominant sentiment. And it suggests the potential for a short squeeze, especially if there are positive catalysts or the stock price starts moving rapidly. Short squeeze potential increases when the days to cover ratio, which is the short interest divided by the average daily trading volume, is high, indicating it could take a long time for those short sellers to cover their positions. The whole time that price would be rising, causes the potential for an exponential increase, that is doubling the price while halving the amount of time that takes to happen in series. The danger of using this lagging data is that short interest data that doesn't necessarily represent then the real-time market sentiment. It's also true to say that during this lag, market conditions could change significantly, making the data less reliable for predicting a short squeeze. And you say investors here might miss out on this opportunity by making decisions on outdated information. You'd be right. You have to pay attention to the charts, not just singular figures at any snapshot in time. Along with short interest, we have that days to cover ratio, and I'll explain a little bit more about that and other important ratios used by those traders investigating short squeezes now. Days to cover. This is a very interesting ratio that's used alongside short interest to give you an indication with regards to the sensitivity of any potential squeeze. Days to cover is calculated by dividing short interest by the average trading volume. So the average trading volume is the amount of shares traded on any given day. And if that figure is very, very low and the short interest is very, very high, then you're going to get a very high ratio for days to cover, a high short interest, which makes it very difficult for shorts to close their position. And that speaks to the sensitivity and the potential for a really big squeeze.
Got an appetite for dividends? Come get your slice.
Not
On
really.
eToro.
Get ready, get diggy,
Dividend
get
stocks,
diggy,
like a
buy
concept.
or buy.
Other popular ratios among traders for heavily shorted stocks include the utilization rate. This indicates
Nobody
the
talks about
percentage of available shares
Hey.
that are currently borrowed.
Have
by
you heard
short
of much
sellers.
about utilization
High
rate? Let me know in
utilization
the chat
rate
box.
suggests high demand for borrowing the stock, which suggests then that borrowed shares will later be shorted. There'll be an increasing number of participants or shares going short on the stock, leading to a potential increase in the short interest. The cost to borrow, an incredibly important metric. This represents the fee that short sellers pay to borrow those shares. High costs could indicate high demand for the stock. If a lot of people want to borrow it, there aren't very many available, the price to borrow will go up, and that'll indicate then the difference between supply and demand with regards to that particular dynamic, again used alongside short
Posture
interest.
check,
Very
TradeSpot, and what
important,
is this?
because
You've
if
got
the
an
cost to borrow
expensive
starts
chair and no
increasing
excuse. Set up
dramatically,
properly.
That might be a signal that shorts are going to start closing soon.
The beast
Also,
from the
cost
east.
to borrow is quite an intricate calculation that you as a retail trader won't ever have full oversight, because the lending desk that organize and facilitate this particular mechanism have also often got very custom bespoke plans in place where both the person borrowing and lending the shares benefit from any increase or capital appreciation from the utilization of those borrowed shares. Also important, put to call ratio. This compares the number of put options, those are trades betting that the stock will go down, to call options, those are trades betting the stock will go up. An unusually
get off the
high
screen, words.
put-to-call ratio can indicate bearish sentiment
Who's this guy's
and
editor?
potential for a short squeeze if the stock rises. A lot of people will have seen me using the put-to-call ratio to call SPY closes for 0-day or weekly options on SPX and SPY.
Ooh.
Float. The float is the total number of outstanding shares. So a low float means a low number of outstanding shares.
I got it.
Outstanding shares is all of those available for trading by you, the public, apart from restricted shares, insiders, and those held by major stakeholders. In the context of a short squeeze, the float size then plays a crucial role in determining the potential of that squeeze. Low float, low availability of shares, harder to cover or close when the time comes. So when a stock has a relatively small float, it means there are fewer shares available for trading in the open market. And if a portion of those shares is shorted, that is sold short by people who don't yet own them, then they might have to buy them back. Any positive news or catalysts could cause a rapid price surge. High short interest ratio on a limited float. So if you take the short interest ratio, which is calculated by dividing the total number of shares sold short by the stock's daily average trading volume, a high short interest ratio on a stock with a small float indicates short sellers are going to struggle to find enough shares to cover their positions promptly. And again, intensifies the buying pressure, potentially increasing that squeeze. There's also another important factor to note, which is much more murky and ambiguous about the impact of dark pool trades on float sizes. Dark pools are private, off-exchange trading platforms or alternative exchanges where institutional investors trade large blocks of shares away from public markets. Dark pool trades don't immediately impact on the public exchange because they occur in private. However, they can indirectly influence the float size and short squeeze potential in the following ways. Dark pool accumulation. Institutional investors often use dark pools to accumulate large positions in a stock without causing price spike or being seen to do so. If these investors are accumulating shares with the intention of triggering a short squeeze, then those actions wouldn't be immediately available. So this is one potential positive aspect to dark pools with regards to short squeezes. But it will have a delayed impact on the float. So when shares are bought or sold in dark pools, although that those trades may hit the ticker immediately, the active trading period and who it is that's accumulating or distributing isn't immediately available via the dark pool. So this can hide the actions from the broader market and make it more of a surprise. So the dark pool aspect does give a degree of unpredictability with regards to timing. Information lag. There's also an information lag.
Especially
Public
if you don't watch the
investors
video.
will not be aware of any accumulation or distribution happening in these off-exchange markets until such times as the trades are being recorded and start re-influencing float size. That would allow institutional investors then to accumulate discreetly. So float size, total number of outstanding shares, is relevant with regards to short interest ratio, dark pool accumulation or distribution, delayed impact on the float from that dark pools, and information lag as well. So in summary, a small float combined with a high short interest creates favorable conditions for a squeeze. Dark pool trades, by influencing the float size and giving institutional investors a discrete way to accumulate positions, can have an indirect impact on the potential for a short squeeze. So pay attention to the float size. The smaller, the better. So the benefit from my experience of doing this for all these years, you want to be targeting stock.
What? How did the advert get stuck in there? That was the best bit.
What makes the perfect
Stocks for a short squeeze which have got a high short interest. That's approaching 10%. Anything above that, or even crazy at 20%, you're in for a really big potential squeeze there.
You hear that,
Days to
Alejandro?
cover, you want this to be as high as possible.
10 to
10, very
20%.
dangerous. 20, incredibly dangerous. But even approaching that figure of 10, 8 days can be extremely risky for shorts, especially if there's a low float size. outstanding shares, low availability, high utilization rate and high borrow rate with a low float size means that shorts could be in trouble, especially if the short interest or days to cover spikes. And then put to call ratio, you want to see this above 1. You want to see more puts than calls, because the put to call ratio speaks to open
Well, we
interest or
definitely don't
derivative
have that.
positions. And the only way for a long derivative to close is to take the opposite side of the trade. And that has an impact on the available shares because of the market maker situation, the way that derivatives work. So you want to see a high put to call ratio, which means the only option for shorts then is to close rather than increase the short position. And you get all of these factors at the same time. You find support and resistance on the chart, and then boom, you're flying. You've also got a particular set of indicators which can make the execution getting in really easy. I've got a very good signal for that. And we've got the Rocky Outcrop Flash, which is a genius and game-changing way of taking profit. So definitely check those two things out. Right, back to the video. You don't want to just hodl these stocks forever. You want to actually take profit, then you'll need a target. The best way I've found is with the Rocky Outcrop Flash. You get it at www.patreon.com/Rocky Outcrop. Select the indicator tier and you get free access to the Discord where I spend all my time educating people just like you. So check it out.
Everybody's corner.
I also use that for taking
got me,
profit on all
Moonlander.
my trades. It's a really efficient way to trade. So I'd recommend that. I'll put the link in the description below. And it's probably the most important link down there. And if you want to see the reason that I've been making this video, I make this video because I hope you'll be properly prepared for an amazing short squeeze opportunity, which is coming up. That video will be on my channel shortly after this one. Thanks very much for watching. If you'd like to join the team and become a bigger part of what I do here, join me at the Discord, www.discord.gg/Rocky Outcrop. And if you'd like to support me in this job, links in the description below. Thanks for watching. Take care of each other. See you in the next one. Like button, please.
Boom! Eh? Here for you, Tradesbon and Rocky Outcrop. So that's what we were talking about, you know. It's like it's pretty nifty, right? We all liked that. We enjoyed it. It was good. It was a great video, and not good. It was great. Tradesbon. How about GameStop? Well, it's up 0.5% at $30. Spot 58 cents, and yes, the discrete actions that happen in those dark pools can have an impact on the dynamic. The upcoming short squeeze opportunity was Root, was it? Jamie found such a great stock and others pretended it was their idea. Stupid commie YouTubers, yes. I like how this outro has a woman undressing. You like that? Well, it was roasting hot that day. I prefer the term socialist. Socialist is not communist. They're completely different things. Completely different things. And socialist utopia is very different from the insidious communist sneaky plan. I mean, have you ever heard of fluoridation? Have you ever heard of fluoridation? The communists, they want to suck up the sap, those precious bodily fluids. They want to suck them out of you. And they've been coming to America and trying to do it for a while. Let me know in the chat box if you've heard of fluoridation and what you think. There's plans to put it, it's been in the water for years, there's plans to put it in cakes and sweet tea and coffee and even children's ice cream. Tradesbon, bring the blonde on, Cam Champ. Okay, sorry, back to stocks. Commies are goddamn world destroyers. You're telling me socialism leads to communism. That's the point, says Methane. No, not necessarily. Socialism isn't a gateway drug for communism. No. Communism is much worse. Much worse. It's not the same thing at all. So, for example, people would tell you that that fascism and communism are on the opposite ends of the spectrum, but they're not. They're exactly the same thing. Socialism is the means and methods of distribution are owned by the people being represented by their government, and so it's when the state, in fact, owns all property. Fascism is the means and methods of distribution and when they're controlled by the state, which, as you'll notice, is exactly the same definition that communism gets. And if you were to define socialism, you would do that's completely distinct. So don't listen to any of the people who talk shit about ideological aspects to politics. Don't listen to people who tell you about the spectrum and the left and the right. They are either stupid themselves or trying to control you, right? So that's enough about politics. Tracepon, the water in LA has so much trash in it, when you drink a glass you feel like you had a roasted chicken. So many chemicals and metals. What about the fluoridation though? You know, those nasty commies, they've got a plan. They're going to put fluoride, and they've got it in all your water, and now they're going to put it in the next thing, they're going to put it in children's ice cream. Don't you know about these things? Fluoride is a poison, and it's no business being in our bodies, including in your teeth. It calcifies your pineal gland. Fluoride is terrible. They put it, the commies have got it in your water. They've got it in your water. It's disgusting, you know? What are we going to do about this? It's very difficult. We can't convince them of anything, you know. And when we told the nasty commies, like, stop it. What do you think you're up to? You're so naughty. They started making this machine in this barren, cold, freezing part, those pesky Ruskies, freezing part of the north of the planet there, where humans hardly ever go. And you know, when it's like they made a bomb, right? A bomb that is so massive and so huge that it could never fit on a plane or be fired in a missile. But they didn't need it to be. Instead, they buried it underground where you can never get to it. It is completely defended, and it's set to explode and blow up whenever anybody attacks those pesky Ruskies. And so they have their very own doomsday machine. We can't turn it off or attack them, because if we ever did, it'll automatically trigger. And if you go in there and try to stop it from blowing up, it'll just go and blow up, because that's one of the things that does trigger it. And how is that possible? Of course it's possible. It sounds fantastic, but it's completely true. And it started with these nasty communist plan to take over the world, and if they can't do it, they'll kill all humans and animals using cobalt-83. They'll put it up into the atmosphere, it'll explode on ignition and circle the earth for hundreds of years with a half-life of 93 years and that. So you better drink that fluoride, and you better get it in that ice cream, and you better buy it in the shop too and love it. Woohoo! You better enjoy it, you better eat it and love it, alright? Mandrake, rocket crop, tree bark ice cream, tree bark tea. Have you had tree bark tea? It's some of the nicest tea I've ever tasted. Dr. Strangelove. No. No. Oats are not good for you. Oats are also a sinister plan, especially those steel cut oats. Rolled oats, not as communist, but those steel cut ones are straight up communist oats. Does the new T+1 change the affect the dark pool situation has on a short squeeze? Asking for a friend. Justin Pickerel. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. T+1, quicker settlement. It has a slightly different impact because, you know, the short reporting data, it's still reported every Wednesday, or every second Wednesday. That hasn't changed. But, yep, it does have a little bit of an impact, you know, the quicker settlement. It means that they have to close those positions out quicker, doesn't it? Settle them, close them. You know, the biggest benefit to T+1 for any one individual is the fact that when you close your trade, you get your money quicker, right? Especially in America, where that's way more important. The settlement period will mean that you get your money instead of however long it was. Now, who cares? It was the past, isn't it? Yeah, you get your money faster. Jamie, we're still looking at possibility of that measured move down. Yeah, we're still looking at it. What? You're looking at the same thing as me, Kitties. Right, Crupper, I tell you, I've been a Russian for a long time. I've been with a Russian for a long time. Have you noticed that they never drink water, Alessandro? Have you noticed? They never drink water. Never. Have you noticed? Only vodka. Incredibly similar to Americans in some things and polar opposite in others, but they are definitely not as they are shown. Yeah. Definitely not as they are shown. Right, definitely true. You know, in places other than this place, things aren't always accurate. But here, where everything's accurate all the time, they are as they're shown. You know, they are as they're shown. Yeah, it's a true story. You know how they never drink water? They only drink vodka. This is a problem. They're trying to steal your precious bodily fluids. That's why I only drink distilled water and rainwater and pure rainwater alcohol. See, they're trying to suck the sap out of you. People are people, regardless of what their governments want you to think. You can't fight here in the war room. Yes, I've never seen anything like this in a war room. Yay, the memories. Mineral-free, distilled, pure rain alcohol water. He knows that he knows. See, he's healthy, man. People often aren't as their governments believe. Yep, Luke's beer call it first. Guaranteed our pal Orangaltangle knows the references. Rocky Outcrop hat. She drunk plenty of water, but yeah, I was drunk under a table by ladies at lunch. Ladies at lunch? That sounds like breakfast at Tiffany's, ladies at lunch. I've been in places where, that's a different joke for after 9 o'clock, post-Watershed. One of my favourite movie quotes ever. No fighting in the war room! Jamie, you have to extend the bottom line or else price is just going to fall off. Work. No rest for the weary. Oh, God. I need a robot to do this for me. It's hard. And the longer it gets, the heavier it is, of course. And I'm right at this further side holding it. And then the moment gets higher and stronger. Oof. I can't carry anymore. Did you ever play Diablo? So, price action within this formation. We're still looking at it. It doesn't mean that the thing's going to happen, Mr. Kitties, sir. Mr. Kitties. We're looking at it because it's there on the screen, was the joke I was making. Say, hilarious, isn't it? You know, oh, who is this man? And he's funny as well. We're looking at it, but that's this risk management, right? You beware of it, expectations and whatnot. There's also other confluence which suggest it could get there if it does break down. The important thing is, though, that we're above this guy. So, you know, maintain that. Less worries. You know, be happy. Less worries. Be happy. And then you've got your extensions, 1.13, your 1618. That would come along this level here. We've already gone through that, so that ain't happening. The 2618's right on that guy. 96% chance of a turnaround at the 2618. My goodness gracious me. My goodness gracious me, soft butter. So if you say you're breaking to the top side instead, you've also got the confluence there with a measured move, because I know what I'm doing. Everything matches up, yeah. That's another song. Whoa, guys, you guys are getting treated to a whole album this week. Lipsyn's up 2.14%. Get in. Oh, yes, get in, Lipsyn. Little baby Lipsyn. We love you, Lipsyn. We love you in this channel. We absolutely love you. Currently trading at absolutely nothing. Trading at nothing at all. Later, trading at much higher prices. At that point, everybody's going to want some. I think. That's what I think. Not financial advice. Like, it really isn't. If it was financial advice, it'd probably be the worst financial advice in the world. This is price action on a 15-minute time frame. And I really put it there so that you guys could feel better. There, do you feel better? I hope it worked. Oof, jeez. Oof. Look at that. Oof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 30 seconds. Half a minute. I was actually talking crap for half a minute. I suppose I did have that song. Had the song. Still, I'm surprised. Are you not surprised at the intensity of that? Where have all my... where's my... There's my underneath line. There it is, my underneath line. I love you, underneath line. Why is the underneath line not underneath anymore? What's going on? Where's my head and shoulders I drew? Oh, it's all this is what it is. This is the one line. Where's my other line gone? Oh, I didn't recycle. I didn't copy it. I just recycled. Oh well, I guess we're gonna have to go with that one then. Gamestop up 1.71. Oh, that's pathetic it gave up those gains. Look at Lipsyn. This is a real strong stock. It didn't give up its gains so easily because it's not such a pushover. It's not such a pathetic weakling that it would get pushed over so easily. GameStop recovering now, thank God. Stop being such a pathetic weakling, GameStop. We haven't got time for crappy, stupid nonsense. Right? What is this? Some sort of... GameStop got a peanut oil allergy or something. Come on already. Yeah, that's better. Bullish engulfing. We're going to need more of those in an uptrend. We like a bullish engulfing candle in the middle of an uptrend, don't we? Don't we, chat? Yes, Trace Bottom. That sounds good. Just nod and say yes. 2.3% to the top side. Right, see, this is the way it is. The algorithms like me berating. Look, another bullish engulfing. Well, the algorithms love me berating GameStop. Look, come on, GameStop, you pathetic loser. What is this? Sitting there picking your nose all day. Get up! Get up them stairs. Alright? GameStop, get up them stairs. Pathetic little baby. Sitting out here crying. I'm going to look at this is me. It's the new Andrew Tate. GameStop, you're such a little baby. You know, this is what's wrong with the world today, is that men are like you, GameStop. They need to be like less about their feelings, you know, because men famous for their feelings and stuff, you know. Men, eh? Come on, GameStop, you're such a baby. What is this? Price for ants? What is this? Ugh. Anyway, I have to get back to the chat box before I run out of chat. I'm going to steal yours. Top G, price. Stop, no, don't say that. You're nothing good about you. You're never going to be top G, price. You're never going to be good enough. Right? Your girlfriend's going to leave you, price. She's going to leave you for another man. And she's going to tell him that you're a loser. And that's what they're going to talk about when they're on the pillows, looking at each other. You know, on your pillows. Yeah, because you're getting kicked out, price, because GameStop, because you're such a little baby, little weakling. I just want to say your targets and TR are on point, and you're also very entertaining. Thanks for that. You're welcome, Mr. Ralph. You're welcome. Floors and ceilings are shelters, not stocks. Yay! Bomb shelters, which is where GameStop needs to be, because it's such a little baby. Baby GameStop. We can't do anything. You're so useless. You're stupid. Nobody likes you. Nobody wants to be your friend anymore. You better not let them in. You see, when you come into school tomorrow, GameStop, we're going to laugh at you with your stupid little lunchbox. You know, and your crappy, cheese strings, you know what I mean, GameStop. Oh, God, GameStop, you're so awful. Oh, my God, what are you doing? Oh, my God, seriously, GameStop, why are you being such a big girl? You're a girl, that's what it is. You're just a girl. L. Baker, got your stuff, girl. What happened? I set a buy order. For the Rocky Outcrop Flash yesterday, it filled. I'm solidly in profit on those shares today. The Flash is fire, not financial advice. Get the Flash. Damn tootin', man. I mean, Latoya. Get that Flash. This is the worst video game I ever played. Exactly, GameStop, this is crap. What level is this? You know, do you even work on this game, GameStop? This is absolutely shit, GameStop. It's full of bugs. Nothing does what it's supposed to. Characters can't carry the things around. Right? Moving produce around just takes forever. It's awful, GameStop. You know what I mean? What are we supposed to be? We're all out here being sheep farmers because of you, GameStop. Or some of us are like, can't afford sheep. They're goat farmers. Yeah, that's better. You can turn us all into stupid goat farmers. Not on my watch, GameStop. You're such a legend, GME. Love your energy. Thanks very much. Buckle up, Bill. Appreciate it. Ask a GME if he even... Yes, do you even lift, bro? Do you even lift? Do you even lift, bro? Thanks, Charles. Come on, GameStop, you little girl. You're a little girl. Do you even lift? Eh? GameStop? You know,
I need a volunteer.
You get a volunteer, all right.
Come at me with an imaginary knife. That's how it's done.
That's how it's done. Not quite in sync with the audio, but it's still how it's done. Alrighty, we loved that. We really did. We loved that. That's how it's done. Yeah, it actually goes on and it does some other stuff too. Right, GameStop, get back up there already. What is this? You know what I mean? Eh? There's these waits for girls or something. Alright, GameStop, you stupid little girl, something like that. That's what it is. I mean, I'm getting carried away with this. Did you get your floor up last night? Yeah. I was up till 1 a.m. and then I was back up at 6 a.m. And I woke up at 6 a.m. and I was like, oh my God, maybe I just leave. Maybe I don't want a house. Maybe I don't want a house. Maybe I can just live outside in the wild and eat nuts and, you know, tree bark tea and, you know, fluoride ice cream and just, you know, just be a real man. We got to be a real man. What do I even need a house for anyway? I mean, do I even lift? Who needs a house? What is this? You know, who needs a job and a house and a relationship and that and peace of mind? Get out of here. You know, God, I was such, hated myself. I was such a weakling. Like, why do I even need shelter over my head? What's wrong with me? Am I a baby? What am I, some sort of a weird baby 90s man? Some sort of a 90s man who holds doors open for women or something? What is this? You know? Like you, GameStop, what do? You hold doors open for women or something? What do you do, GameStop? You awful, awful stock. Charles, I appreciate that very much, Charles. This is why this is the best channel on YouTube. Exactly. Do you hear that, GameStop? It's the best channel on YouTube because we're good at berating you, you stupid GameStop. Jamie's in the kitchen. Yeah, Jamie's in the kitchen. GameStop, you're out there holding doors open for girls. Ugh. I did, I got it up. Got the floor up. You need to lift the house. I know. Do you even lift houses, Tracepawn? What is this? Eat a protein bar, GameStop. Exactly, Rocky Crop. Eat some peanut butter, eh, GameStop? What is this? You have jam on your sandwiches? Why aren't you having peanut butter on your sandwiches, you big girl? And now, why do you even eat carbs? All you do is eat carbs all day. It's all about carbs for you, isn't it, GameStop? You idiot out there holding doors open for girls eating carbs all day. You little girl, you. I call it here first. Jamie, remember me Friday. Above $62. Ramses! I can't say I will remember that, right? Because I've got this little space in my head where I remember people calling out price action and it's like filled with Rocky Outcrop's amazing calls on Bitcoin that are coming up later today. But if I can possibly fit anything in, it'll be for yourself, Ramses. Don't you worry. Got it chalked up there and there's a provisional. Keep with the buying, she gonna run. No, we keep slagging it off. Like, buying it doesn't make any difference nowadays. We have to shout at it. That's why I'm going to be living on a boat, fella. Yo, GTA, good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Oh shit, look, I took a minute off slagging GameStop. It's awful. Can't even hold its own support levels. It's disgusting. Jamie's in the kitchen, GameStop. What do you think you're doing? Jamie's in the kitchen. Exactly. Yeah, I'm in the kitchen. I saw a video of GameStop in Italy and it was a fancy. Yeah. Well, Alejandro will know all about that. Bullying, not buying. Exactly. We need to bully it. Sorry, shit. Did I read buying? Nobody even buys. Do you even buy GameStop? Nobody buys GameStop. It's for little girls. It's for little girls. Yeah, it's for little girls. It's for. Come on, GameStop. You're so stupid. God, you're so stupid. Crap, GameStop. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you, GameStop. You're pathetic and useless and worthless, and you'll never be amount to nothing. You know. How old are you, GameStop? Ancient, right? GameStop. If you haven't done it by the time you're 30, you're never going to do it, GameStop. You're so useless. The way I'm looking at it is there's two types of increases. Short squeezes and incremental increases over time, depending on the company potential. How do you think the squeeze is going to go? With this piece of crap, man, it'll be burying through the center of the earth soon. You're so useless, GameStop. Pull a finger out already. You know, other people are out here working 18 jobs. You know what I mean? Bringing up thousands of kids that aren't even theirs. You know, yeah, because you're too weak to do it, GameStop. You know what I mean? Oh, God, you're disgusting. Just me upon my pony on my boat in my kitchen. Yes, it's Jamie on my boat, on my pony in my boat in my kitchen. And Tennessee Texan, she's on her pony in her boat. And we're all going to be buying ponies on boats. And you, GameStop, you're going to be out here crying because you can't even tie your own shoelaces because your nose is runny. And you're like, GameStop's constantly like, I want my mom. Oh, my mom. Help me, my mom. That's what GameStop's like. Can't even have a conversation. Awful. Plus it's got no riz, that word, that disgusting word, that itself has got no charisma within it. Ugh, riz. Like your GameStop. Ugh. Come on, Bish, get over 3230. It can't, it's useless. Stonkowski is absolutely useless and stupid, and it can't even do that. It can't even do that tiny little thing. Can you scream at Lipson? I can, when the time is right. You got it, Ricardo Montiero. GameStop just wants to watch videos of puppies and sell. Yeah, I love puppies. Man, I love puppies. They're so cute, they're so cute. Puppies. That's what GameStop's about all day. All day, it's just on YouTube watching veterinary, charity vet videos all day, you know. But little cute animals being saved from evil owners. GameStop, you're so stupid. Caring about stupid ass shit like that. Tracepawn, is there a chance that Lipson and GME run at the exact same time? Would GME run affect Lipson or AMC? AMC hasn't got a patch on Lipson. Hasn't got a patch on it. Lipson's absolutely stonk glorious. There's nothing like Lipson in the entire universe. Whereas AMC, it just doesn't have that same kind of je ne sais quoi. And, you know, eat pan à chocolat, and you know what I mean, you've seen the memes. So whereas it just doesn't have that. Whereas GameStop, you know, would they run at the same time? Only if I decide like I want that to happen, right? By getting into Lipson and just like buying the shit out of the thing and pushing it up at the same rate as GameStop, which GameStop doesn't even think it can do because it's a little girl out here. Look at this, there it goes to hold the door for some girl somewhere, probably. You know, that's GameStop probably. Ugh. Ralph, we were Ralph, but now, you know, GameStop letting us all down because it's such a baby. I never knew how effective this strategy could be. You've got to try it, Charles. It works on every stock, apart from Lipson, in which you got to go in there and Lipson is a different kind of animal, right? You have to cook it up a nice French meal, right? You have to prepare for it coming home from work and give it a little foot massage. You know, you have to pull the chair out for it and then put it back in again, right? Do you know what I'm saying? You pour the wine properly, right? You know how it works. The right knives and forks, okay? The right type of roses. That's how Lipson works. You got to wine and dine a Lipson. You better hold the door for the girls. Jamie, never change. You're incredible. Thanks very much, Mr. Ryan. Look at that, eh? GameStop trying to tell. Look, as if we believe you, GameStop. You stupid idiot, GameStop. We don't believe you for a second. You know what I mean? GameStop's useless. It's probably like, you know, GameStop's such a baby. Can't do anything for itself. Probably wet its pants. Haha, look at you, GameStop, out here wetting your pants. GameStop's that one in class that's always like, can I go to the toilet, please? Please, can I go to the toilet? Please, can I go to the toilet again? And ugh. Keep going, Tradesbone, it's working. Thank you very much. I'll huddle for your tribe. Try my best, but GameStop constantly lets us down because it's such a baby. Low-key trustworthy. I hear the volume coming. Did GME reach $100? Not yet, because it's so stupid it can't even get off. It can't even tie its own shoes. You know, it can't get dressed in the morning properly, right? It doesn't know how to do anything. It's stupid. It's awful and stupid. Tradesbone, spectacular how we can speak the same language but so differently. Exactly, right? Alejandro caught that little Italian flair there in the Scottish language. That was rough, Diana. I'm staying on your good side. What happened, Diana? I'm staying on her good side too. That sounds scary. Let's get 33, GameStop. Come on, you lightweight. Exactly, it's a lightweight. Has like a couple of beers and it's drunk on the side of the road, being sick on itself, crying about how I'm never going to drink again. Stuff like that. I'm never going to drink again. You know, it has a smoke of something like, you know, what people are like, censored for the children and whatnot, but you know, it has that, right? And then starts phoning 911 or whatever the number is where you are, and it's like, help me, I don't think I'm losing my mind, I can't handle anything. It's GameStop for you. Jimmy, I have a t-shirt that reads Titanic, built by an Irishman, sunk by an Englishman. That's evidence. You should hand that into the cops. That's evidence. You know what I mean? Right? Who made the t-shirt too? You should be following up these leads. Tracepotting. What is the difference between children's ice cream and adult variety? Well, the children's ice cream's communist, isn't it? It's full of fluoride. It's disgusting. They're trying to get your kids early. It's disgusting. It's full of fluoride. Is that a cup with handle on the hourly? It might be. Where's this hourly at? Here. This is doth hourly that doth speak about. This is the hourly that thou dost speaketh of. We talked about this. This is not actually a 50%. This is a golden pocket retracement here, even a little bit further. So if you were looking at it for like this trough to be correct, it's a little bit deep, right? It's a little bit deep. Also, it's on the hourly, not the weekly, and that clearly isn't 7 weeks. So, you know. There's two types of cup and handle, right? There's the real, actual cup and handle that William O'Neill defined and used for trading stocks that are at all-time highs and then put in this chart formation and then they explode to the top side. And it means that there's 7 weeks minimum in the trough and the retracement is no more than 50%. And then there's the modern cup with handle that people trade because they need a reason to trade. They decided that they're going to use a chart formation to justify their gambling, and they like to chart, instead of using a cup with handle, they use the cup and handle, right? And now this is a different pattern altogether, right? It's a cup and handle. And if you ever notice anyone say cup and handle instead of cup with handle, then they're the more modern type of trader who don't like rules and who don't subscribe to, you know, probabilities, and they don't believe in doing things properly. You know, they think that, you know, just fuck around, right? Let's just pretend that we're like, you know, and they often find them on the internet talking as if they know what's going on. It's kind of embarrassing and hugely cringe, but it's super cool right now, right? The public love it. They can't get enough of these cup and handles. And the way they work is like any way you fucking want, right? It turns out, just any way you want, Stokowski. You're like, fucking whatever, right? Pardon me, I keep saying that word. It's an accident. So maybe, you know, maybe like then in this land, right? This retracement here, right? With this being your cup. Right, there's your cup. And here's your handle. There's a number of problems with this, right? So you can imagine, right? You fill up your cup, right? You fill up your cup here. and it's going to overfill, and it's going to burn your hand. It's going to burn your hand, right? But these modern traders, they cup and handles. They don't care, right? They don't care if this actually meets, over here, like a normal cup would. Nah, it doesn't have to, right? It doesn't have to. Fuck it, who cares, right? Who cares? No one cares, right? Because they're not actually being serious anyway. They're having a laugh, and like, it's like cosplay as a trader or something. And each to their own, eh? I'm not going to criticize them. I mean, I think they're fantastic people. I think they're brilliant people. I think what they're doing is magnificent. I think it's great. I love it so much. Big time, big fan. And another problem with the modern cup with handle is that, the classic cup handle, it goes no more than 50%. So this would be your maximum retracement if this was your cup. But clearly that's not working. But, whatever. So that they'll take it, man. 786, no man's land on the fit. All this stuff, it just adds to the fun, right? They love a little bit of ambiguity. Like the whole nebula, the whole maybe, who knows sort of idea. Let's attach it to it, right? And it's brilliant too, because when it's like that, they can use lots of double talk and word salad around it when they're explaining it to you. They can even do it with a degree of confidence, so you feel like they know what they're talking about. They could do it in a curt, tiny way without too much tautology, and it'll make you think like they're really concise and it must be true and they're confident, so you're going to really believe them. And then when you trade off the back of it and it doesn't work out, you can go on their shows and they'll say things like, "Oh, I told you it was going down anyway, you idiot. Oh, you should have just listened to me telling you this." And stuff like that. Which again, I love that. I mean, it's brilliant. All of us do, right? It's the internet, right? So each to their own. You know what I mean? Brilliant, right? That's basically why we invented the internet, is to give these people a place to talk about their cup and handles, which they absolutely love doing. I mean, it's such a great invention. It's the whole purpose of the internet, YouTube, and it's why we watch these shows, so that we can see them say these things, and we can say, yay, amazing, and then eat more fluoride ice cream. Yum, 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 out of our cups with and handles, right? It's a cup and handle, and the reason it has this like higher lip here than on this side is because this is the side they stick in their big stupid mouths and they eat it like this. That's how they eat too, and that's why they call these things a cup and handle, because the cups in their houses are actually also really stupid and wonky. And so, who's us? What are we? I can't criticize them. It was their granny's cup. You tell them, hey, look, that's not how you do it, and they're like, shut up, it was my granny's cup. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Like GameStop, like I was talking earlier on, and it was saying to me, I don't know if I had the volume up, but it was like, stop his bar. Stop it, I don't like it. Stop his bar. It's hurting me. It's hurting me. You have to stop. And all that, it was kept doing that and saying that, so I had to turn the volume down. It was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. Here, look at this. Citron have exited their short position. So, as people in the chat box have noticed, that means that, it's the end of the world, right? Because the only thing that was ever going to do us was Citron. Why are they called Citron anyway? Citron Research, like, that's a car company. Everyone knows Citron car. Citron is a car. It's a crap car, too. Citron is a crap car. Why would you call your hedge fund Citron? It's a crap name. It's just a totally crap name. Get Citron Research. We should do it like the news in America, shouldn't we? Citron Research said on Wednesday that it no longer holds a short position in GameStop. Citron is no longer short GME. Holy shit! I was gonna do it. I can never get through a whole paragraph. Like that's worse than a children's book, isn't it? Like you can't start it with that sentence. And then do that. You can't. The short seller said in an X post, "It's not because we believe in a turnaround for the company fundamentals. No. We don't ever believe that'll happen. But with $4 billion in the bank, they have enough runway to appease their cult-like shareholders." Right. So it's not like we're acting in line with our beliefs. We're instead behaving irrationally. We're going to, we know they've got $4 billion in the bank, but we're going to say that $4 billion is only runway, right? Runway. The fact that they've got more money than some small countries, it's just a runway, right? Hey, that's how you cry in a paragraph. That's what that's called. That's called crying like a baby in a paragraph. This is the sort of shit I would criticize GameStop. The ticker that we were looking at on the chart in a minute. You know, whoosh, GameStop. That's what I'd say to it to hurry it up. You got enough runway though to appease their cult-like shareholders. Only I'm not going to disagree. You know, I'm not going to disagree with them. Everybody loves Citroen. They're amazing. GameStop didn't immediately respond to a request for comment by MT Newswires. No, I bet they didn't. No, I mean, don't hold your breath, MT Newswires. GameStop, which has seen its shares supported by... Supported by the return of meme stock influencer Keith Gill. That's Roaring Kitty, otherwise known as Deep Effing Value. Surprised that they didn't put that in brackets afterwards. I mean, they previously said that it completed an at-the-market offering of 75 million shares for a gross proceeds of $2.14 billion. GameStop shares were up 4.2% in Wednesday's trading. Where did you get the 4.2% at? Is that now? Is that this exact second in time? Is that what we're looking at? It's up 5.54% now. Oh my goodness gracious me. Why are we on the 1 hour time frame? Oh, it was the cup with handle. Yes, so Stankowski, yes, this is a perfect cup and handle. This is exactly what we like to see when we're looking for a cup and handle. It's not, unfortunately, it's not a cup with handle. But, you know, who cares, right? No, like, you'd have to be like some sort of old-fashioned weirdo. The only place you even get real cups with handles nowadays are in antique shops. Or sometimes on a rare occasion you'll find one at an auction in Sotheby's. But apart from that, you know, it's mostly kings and like maybe a sheik here and there or an oil baron. You know, you have to be like wealth beyond means, wealth beyond comprehension to ever actually get your hands on a cup with handle. In today's day and age, you wish. It's not happening. But back down to the 5 second time frame. Alrighty, this is that. It's like 5 second time frame. Up 5.61%. Ooh, suits you, sir. Suits you. Oh my goodness gracious me. So what's the chat box saying? That was a great question, Stuntkowski. I got a good couple of minutes content out of that, I think. GameStop, you're such a little girl. Again out there holding the door open for girls, you know, doing other pathetic things. Like lifting, like taking, you know, I bet you GameStop carries the shopping in from the car. You know, that's obviously the woman's job. But I bet GameStop's just like, yeah, I'll take some. Ugh, how pathetic, you know what I mean? Ugh, I bet it even lets like the women drive it home from the shop sometimes. Man, why is GameStop even at the shops? It's such a girl trade spotting. Doesn't know what it's doing. You know, it's so pathetic. You're pathetic, GameStop. You're out shopping again for groceries. Ugh. It's like, GameStop's really just a babysitter. That's all it's good for. Anyway, it's now up at 32.40, which is pretty good. That was the target we had, so congratulations. It also tapped it once. It's there again. 32.50 was the target, really. So that's fantastic news. It's fantastic. What's that drawing mean? I'm not sure. This would be the measured move from the inverted head and shoulder, or the head and shoulders if it does break the other way. I mean, there's lots of different ways of looking at that. You've also got a less than beautiful formation here, which could actually also go on and touch the top side of. But as I explained yesterday, upward sloping trend, you'd be looking at the support line, right? Because it really just goes through that really quickly. You know, especially when I mentioned about how I'm in the kitchen. And as soon as I let everybody figure this out, especially the algorithms, as soon as I tell them I'm in the kitchen, the price will go boom, explode. So, but we'll keep that one for later. Don't let anyone know. Shit, did I say it too loud? And maybe I did. These algorithms, they're really good hearing. Really, really good hearing. Not like GameStop, which can't hear anything because it's a stupid idiot. You know, do you even hear GameStop? Do you even hear anything? GameStop tape. Clip it, please. Is James still talking about cup and handles? Yeah, they're awful, aren't they? Those new cup and handles. Ugh, disgusting. Cheap plastic, premium plastic crap. GME might be setting up a Head and Shoulders on the 4 hour and also on the RSI. Oh, shit. Shit. That sounds like one of these real Head and Shoulders that they used to have back on Real Men, back in the 70s, back before the fluoridation of the water, right? Real Men. You know, shit, they found out, GameStop's found out I'm in the kitchen, hasn't it? So, that's what it is, right? Back in the 70s, when real men had real head and shoulders on their upper bodies, they had real head and shoulders because they were real men on those real upper bodies. But now, the post-fluoridization and the spread of communism, we've just not got that anymore. All we've got is this weak-ass GameStop. It doesn't even lift. The strings in its legs are gone, right? It's got a gammy leg, his old GameStop. The string in its leg is gone. It can't even get up. It could try, but it'd fall over straight away because the string in its legs are gone. Isn't it, right? Isn't that? Your string and your legs are gone, you're not even a real man anymore. Right? Real men go live person. You're not even a real man anymore, GameStop. I have a collection of cups with handles in my palace in Barcelona. That sounds fantastic. You see, that's why this is such a big, heavy hitting show, because Lepton's watching along. I draw a line, and Lepton's seen it, so that's where the buy orders are. That's where the support is. That's what happens, isn't it? You ain't going past there. It's Mr. Lepton's order blocks, or other people call them like buy and sell walls. Well, leptons are like, they block out the sun. That's how big they are, and they come at trade spotting lines. And he builds them from his palace in Barcelona, which is brilliant. There's not a single pothole there. It's got 8 beaches. They don't even need to see. It's got beaches. It's got Old Town, New Town, Middle Town. It's brilliant. It's nothing like GameStop, which is completely weak-ass crap. Big out here holding up doors, right? Like offering up its seat on the bus to grannies and stuff because it's so pathetic. It thinks it doesn't deserve a seat. It's so stupid. GameStop's such a big baby. Like, oh, no, you can have my seat. Some old granny gets on who's disabled on the way back from the hospital. GameStop's like a pathetic idiot and gets up and gives it its seat. Even if it says, no, dear, don't worry, GameStop, no, I insist, and all this sort of crap, because it's just such a big, stupid girl. GameStop puts sugar in the lemonade. Ugh, that's what it does, yeah. It can't even handle some sour lemonade. It's so awful. I bet you GameStop tends to fire while the man is out hunting. A man out hunting. GameStop. No, it would cry. It would like huddle in the corner and cry. It doesn't know what to do because like when the man's left, it's totally defenseless, and vulnerable and like just all pathetic and feeble and stuff. And the strings in its legs have gone. There you go, you dirty bitch. Get up there, GameStop. And it can't. It's rubbish, mate. It'll never do it. I hope you're all printing right now. Alejandro, if you were explaining stop loss to noobs and not planning MOAS, do you ever set the stop loss at the previous level of support or below, trying to understand where? Yeah, previous level of support or the current level of support. I mean, I would usually put my stop as close to my entry as I possibly could do. So if I explain a stop loss to noobs, man, noobs don't need stop losses. Stop losses are for girls. Stop losses are absolutely girly and holding open doors for people and like, stop losses are for rich people and good traders. Right, stop losses are for people who are going to make money and don't want to throw it away. Stop losses are for serious people who like actually know how to trade. Stop losses are real things. Stop losses, you out here using stop losses, you big girl. So no, yeah, stop losses. If I was explaining them to noobs, I would say, a stop loss is where you'll put that when you know you're wrong. When you know you're wrong, when price gets to a level and you know at that stage that your initial thesis is wrong, that's where you put your stop loss. And then you think to yourself, fuck it, that's where I'll put my entry, right? And then you move your stop a tiny wee bit further. You would use another factor to determine that. And then if you don't get the trade, who cares? If you do get the trade, brilliant. And then that's the way I'd look at it. Subsequent to that, I use stop losses for profit protection. Nah, I'm like GameStop. I like going grocery shopping using my stop losses. Ugh, that's disgusting. You're such a big girl. You're probably going to be a really good trader. Haha, when you know you are wrong, excellent. Exactly. If you're explaining them to noobs, just say get a job. Yeah, exactly. Hello, job seekers. So you're a new trader. Okay, you're probably going to fail. 9 out of 10 people do. If you don't take my course, there's even higher degree of failure. If you do make it and you're here 2 years later, you'll have my full attention and you'll be a strong member of the team. But the chances are you won't make it. I mean, you're arriving at what is the most competitive environment in the world. You're up against the world's smartest people. There's plenty of people who have survived out of that 90%, the tiny 10% who survived. They're the kings. They rule the market. And they're going to crush you in seconds. And it's impossible and you'll never succeed. Unless you watch and read TradeSpot and Rocky Outcrop, then you've got a chance. If you take the course, an even higher degree of success is likely coming your way. And, maybe you could be one of those 10%. But truth is, you're a noob, then, you need to get yourself a job. Probably, like, if it was here, I'd suggest you get a job at your local RS McCall's. If you're in America, there's like What was that shop that Luke was talking about yesterday? Shake something. Shake and leave. Shake and leave fast food joint. Them sort of people. That's what GameStop should do. It's going to have to get a job there in the future and wear a little hat and stuff and ask people if they want to go large and the whole time be crushed inside because it will never go large because GameStop's like pathetic and puny and the only thing it ever really does is crawl back inside its shell. Luke, $20. Cheers to the legend, King GME. Thanks for live charting. All day, every day, you mad lad. Hey! I mean, I'm saying L, but is that, Luke? It's an L. We know it's an L. If I make this bigger, does that make the name show up? I bet you it doesn't. It does, Luke Spears. I have no fears. Can we not get some more of that? L. We'll get a L there. Luke Spears. Sunjo Kojak, a member for 36 months. 3 years, baby. There he is, right? He lives in Scotland, but he's actually American. I've known him for like 20 something years. Rocky's known him for more years than that. 25 maybe, 26 maybe. And Sunjo Kojak, one of the best people I know, one of my best friends. Total legend. Love that guy. Thanks for, and that's in real life. He's also really, really cool around town, you know. We like him here, so we do. Great to see you, Sunjo Kojak. Hey. This is one of the few streamers you'll see where your friends jump on, your family jumps on, people are all part of the gang. Everybody is, you know what I mean? And GameStop though is such a little baby and it's total gimp. Like nobody likes GameStop. Even its friends abandoned it in primary school, and they weren't real friends. They were just the people it followed around, and it didn't really follow them around. It just didn't want to be on its own.
I need a volunteer.
Who's a volunteer? Me?
Come at me with an imaginary knife.
An imaginary knife.
That's how it's done.
That's how it's done.
Who's next?
And then you sit on its face. Yeah, I know that guy too, Rocky. So much value for such a little cost. Unbelievable. Lisa knows the check. Knows the check. Don't forget to like, have a couple for next week. And that's why I don't hold to. But this gives me the chance to enter a whole trip. Colin, what the hell does that message mean? Ah, you're talking to someone else. Cool. Good, that's good. I don't need to understand. How old are you, GME? 12. I'm 12 years old. What a guy. I know, bless you. GME loves a man like a little girl. What is this? How old are you, Jamie? Money Miles. It's a job interview or something. Is this suddenly turned into a job interview? Are you trying to date me? Is this a dating app? You know, if this is a dating app, we're going to have to start talking to each other slightly differently. You know, we have to act all cool and shit on dating apps when you're chatting. Everything's funny. Everything's easygoing. Yeah, I don't ask boring, menial questions. I'm so funny and cool. You know, I only say things that are incredibly charismatic and amazingly interesting. And they're very, very short and sweet because, you know, girls can't read or something, right? So that's they're like GameStop, they can't read. So, you know, we'll have to talk that way because, you know, dating apps. Please cover big. 40% short next to join AMC and GME. Garnet's O'Neill, $1.99. $1.99. Cover the big. The big, whoa! Big, shoppy, big bog, biggity bug bow. The reason that there's a high short interest on big is because it's less of a dynamic with the deep value, more of a dynamic with it being so crap, and the company itself just being so crap. It's so crap, so awful and so crap. Next to join AMC and GME. That also, you mean on the podiums? On the podiums. I don't know. Garrett's, I'll definitely have a wee look at big.
I need a volunteer. Come at me with an imaginary knife. That's how it's done.
That's how it's done.
Who's next?
By the end I know for sure by the end of the show you'll know how it's done. So we're over here looking at big. We did this yesterday, right? So there'll be drawings. The drawings suggest that, has it moved yet? It is, it's up 8.85%. Holy shit, mate. Garrett, you must be absolutely flying at the minute. You must be loving it. It's opened, it's got a gap, it's moved to the top side. It's very good and all. It's done an 886 from that breakdown and no more. And at that point it got a rejection wick, which was more than 50% of that candle body. This guy's opened, pushed higher, and then not managed to do it, right? The problem is this. This is the problem. That is a failed one of those. So the reason we think that that might be a failed one of those is because this candle, which we can also measure with the fib and the 50% because that's all we're looking for. There's the fib there. And that candle closed below that. Right, as you can see, being as it is there. So that's like not the best, not the greatest, not the most wonderful thing in the world. Thinking about price moving up long term and definitely winning the game, right? GameStop's up 7.5%, falling down now because it's miserable. It's miserable. It doesn't even, I say it can't tie its shoes, but like as if it would ever get a pair of tight shoelaced shoes. It's got Velcro crossovers on it, and it's little, if that all, they're like slip-on things, you know, for people who do jobs where they're standing up all day. Like that's what it is. It's not got like actual shoelaces, because if it was to try and choose shoelaces, like probably have an aneurysm. GameStop, like I'll go back to big in a second, but look at this. Like it's such a baby. Look at GameStop, and it is a Head and Shoulders there, and you know, it's like because it's such a baby. And that's not Head and Shoulders. That's bullishly divergent back here, but that's 5 seconds. You're going way back in time to find that. So that's very far away. Oh God, what's happened, eh? God, what is wrong with you, GameStop? You're so awful. It's disgusting. Why are you so awful? Anyway, yeah, back to big. Maybe you can do something big. Are you just a big girl? Or are you top G? Top big lots. Top big lots. You know, the fact that it opened with a gap and you got a bit of enthusiasm is really good. Garrett, that's good. And this would be where a lot of people would have their stop losses because of the nature of price today. Opening higher, that being like the point at which the markets opened. Open markets here. 238 or something. About those prices. And so despite the fact that like the percentage increase at 8.85 is measured from the bottom of the gap, the traders who are pushing price to the top side in this opening range, which is finishing in an hour ago. What the feck? Hour ago? I've been on for an hour and a half. This happened. This is an hour and a half. I've been talking for an hour and a half. I suppose when you put it in context, yeah, that's quite. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Right, so yeah, sure, it'll break back below an 886. That'd be very, very bad. Could be very bad, sir. That'd be very, very bad, sir. So you could get up there certainly. Test the top side of this gap. Could do that at some point today. If it holds here, great, right? Great. Then you'll be looking for targets, perhaps. You know, perhaps try this level again. But like this way that I'm not sure if you're aware of it or not, but the way that it's moved here from a low. Look at the 30-minute and show you that. You know, like there was a resistance back here. This low. Put that in context on even like 4 hours or even more, like it's very, very low. Right, and it's not new. That going down thing is not new. It's recently has gone lower. And what you've got is that short interest, and it's created a little bit of buying pressure in the morning, and it's pushed price up. But an awful lot of people haven't seen price move 14+% on a stock which they themselves think might break, might die, might not be that great, have taken profit. So really you're just looking at this price action evolving from a couple of different perspectives. It needs to get back above that 886, which on these itsy bitsy tiny weeny time frames means something in a, wow, what an amazing guess. What an amazing guess. How does this guy know these things? So you want to get back above there. At which case you could say that maybe you've defeated the short-term potential bearishness. And then on 15 minutes, right, you've got this downward sloping resistance, which has managed to go through. Very good price action. It's useless anyway, really, that. There's nothing on there. Nothing on there. There's no peaks. Not really using any peaks. Oh, what a lot of fibs. What a mess. What a mess. Ugh, clean your fibs up, Spot. I was going to, but then I got high. So, like, other people would look at this and say, it's flagging, it's great, it's beautiful, it's a flag, it's great. And so if it does break that, maybe you're looking at a crazy huge move all the way up to $3 and change, which would be whatever, 247. You know, another 20% on price, potentially a bit more. And so some people would be interested in that, right? But other people would say like you're looking at more like something like that, a breakout taking you back to your previous high. And due to the nature of this and how risky it is, there will be shitloads of taking profit at 250 to 260, loads of it. Whether or not price keeps going, if it did break that area, you don't have any diagonals really to look to there. As GameStop back at 5.71%, because I am not looking at it and not talking about it, so nobody likes it anymore. If it did break up from there, I don't think it's gone its route to testing that downward sloping long-term downward sloping resistance, which could get you a trade of approximately 70%, 80% if it got there. But I don't think it's going to do that. I think instead it'll get rejected at this red line here, which is the bottom side of that gap, and then it'll continue lower, and it'll keep going lower until it reaches this 1.35, at which point it might be an opportunity, but we'd have to assess it at the time and then see it react to that area, because that's what I think's happening, and then it might just get worse, because it really has been a bit of crap, a piece of crap recently, Garrett. Here, GameStop, what you like? Hey, what you like, GameStop? Thanks very much for that, Garrett. I appreciate the donation. I'll appreciate you, Garrett. I appreciate you. Anybody else wants me to look at something? I will not do it for $1.99. I'll send you a post. Oh no, I won't. Fuck that. I will say thanks. I'll appreciate it. You have to bear in mind YouTube takes 30% of it, and I'll be paying tax off the top. So for $1, I can't do it. I just can't, because there's so many other people watching along that are interested in other things that it wouldn't be right to do it. You know, it would take their mind off things, distract them, interrupt the flow. And they wanted to hear about the cup and handles. You know, Garrett, they really desperately need to hear about these things and learn more about them. It's the top educational content, you know. So thank you very much, Garrett. I hope it did you a favour. Solid there. I didn't recognise you having donated huge amounts in the past or anything, or that you'd be like incredibly prolific viewer. That's not to critique you, it's to say, so I did decide to look at it and give it a proper little assessment there, you know. Proper little assessment. I don't know if I gave it a good, big, long-term, deep one, but people who hate it will have thought that I spent far too long on it, and yourself maybe thinks I could have done a bit more. And you know me, I'm quite happy with how it all went, to be honest. Right, so you're looking at this. This is a trend line. It's a recovery. It's W. It's great. It's also meeting this downward sloping resistance. Get through there. It's great, right? Great. Look at that. Doing it. Oh, love you. Suit you. Great, great. Can we make that up a bit? I suppose. Can we take that down a bit? Not really. I don't like that. So keep it there. We're keeping it there. Keeping it there. Right. What did we miss? What did we miss in the chat box? Let's badmouth Seagull like he got soft, like he lost his GME Ojo and he's not that good anymore to turn them tables. So big mad Seagull coming in hot. Oh, where are you, Steven Seagull? Steven Seagull's not here yet. And what time is it? 20 to 5. What time does Steven the Seagull turn up at? I really can. Yo, Derek, isn't it my favourite Scotsman? Fancy meeting you here, Derek. How's it going, fella? All flooring project complete? The flooring project complete? No, not quite. I suppose if that section of the project is complete, yeah, that section of it, lifting it up.
Bring on the prices roll.
Like that one. That was pretty good, wasn't it? That's what happens when you do a donation without using the super chat function, using the links in the description. Vis-a-vis, you tip $25. I hope today's business goes in your favour, Jamie. Thank you for this week. Thank you very much, Lisa. I already had that business. If you're talking about the same thing that was attached to the floor thing. Oh my god! Oh my god, I had it. I'll tell you about it all, right? Like at some point, but there was a lot of stress. Fuck. A lot of stress. So much fucking stress. And I would say that the guys on my side, which was, you know, very much touch and go, until he saw the goddamn fucking obvious evidence. Like, what the flying fuck is happening out here? Like, I swear to God, once I get back to telling you about this, if you'll be like, did that happen? Yeah, and I'll say, yeah, it happened. You'll be like, well, I fucking, what the fuck? And you know, I got, like, Don't forget to drop a like for Traceball chat. Yeah, don't forget to drop a like for Traceball chat. What would I do without it? I'd turn into a big crybaby like GameStop. Like, nah, good for nothing but babysitting and useless at that anyway. Because I have to be home for 8 p.m. Nah, my mummy says and stuff. What? I can't possibly have drunk all that already. That's just not right. This is not possible. Get out of town already with that fact. And then... Traceball, so much stress. I know, it was so much stress. It was lots of stress. I say I woke up this morning and I felt like... I did. Like, who needs a house? GME wears Crocs? Oh my god. Pretty fashionable in the old normcore sector there. Crocs, but only really for people who stand up all day. But those Nike Pegasus, those new Nike Pegasus, they look pretty bouncy. I like them for the idea of standing up. Traceball, GameStop eats candy bars with a fork and knife. Ugh. It's so stupid, isn't it? It's out here like pinching the windows too. GameStop's so stupid. Like, ugh, disgusting. And the minute it's like, ugh, what are you doing, GameStop? Here, I've got just stupid lines on the chart now. They're mostly just stupid lines. Do you like them? That's mostly just stupid. They don't do anything, right? They're all mostly just stupid. For stupid people. So I hope you hate them. I hope you hate them. Lipson up 1.44%. So despite that incredible assault it just faced, it's still maintaining those strong levels because it's really, really got, you know, it's got a backbone. It's the old Lipson legend that it is. Amazing. When I'm talking about it now, you might think like it isn't going down when it could quite possibly crater down. You know, because like maybe it sort of like feels empathetic with GameStop for a second or something else disgusting like that. Something disgusting in that, right, GameStop-y? Eh? Don't delete that because it's stupid. This I'm going to put back in its box. It broke, so let's be serious. I mean, it could obviously retest that zone, but I'd say give or take, you've already done that. You know, kind of already done that. And this guy, well, I mean, it worked while it was measuring this, but now it's crap, so we're also going to use it here. Hey. And now you know why it's a good idea. Well, I mean, you don't maybe, but you should be following Rocky, and you'd know what I should actually be drawing there. But I'm not going to do it. You'll have to watch his show tonight, and maybe you'll see it there. Maybe you'll watch a few of them before you see it. So GameStop 32 spot 69. What, you think it's okay to just get to 32 and that's it? It's so awful, GameStop, not Traceball, you're alright, mate. You're alright, Traceball. But GameStop, ugh, don't bring him anymore. Eh? He's so pathetic. Do we have to bring him with us? You know. It works. It literally works. Look, we're not taking you with us next time. Right? You're the designated driver now, GameStop. You're not going to have fun. Every week you're the designated driver. And when we play football, you're going to be on the bench forever. You know, forever on the bench. And, you know, stuff like that. We're going to hate you, GameStop. All of us. We're going to talk about you and laugh and make jokes about you. We're all laughing at you and making jokes about you, GameStop, you stupid idiot. Also, Jamie's in the kitchen, so what are you going to do about that, GameStop, big idiot? See how you... I don't like that one, so I'm going with this. And like, that's great and all, but did we not decide not to do that? I think we decided not to do that, and like, you could then use that there if you wanted, and it's just it gets in the way of this here, which we're going to use, so that can go away. We're using this. It's amazing, it's amazing, it's amazing. Pardon me. So shut it, Trace Butter. Hey, what do you like anyway? It's only up 8% today. That's crap. That means that it's going to take 10 days if it was to continue at the same pace. It's going to take 10 days to go up 80%. Who's got time for that, right? I microwave my food. You know what I mean? GameStop.
I need a volunteer. Come at me with
Direct, seen a lot of big insider buys.
That's how it's done.
Yeah, that's how it's done.
Who's next?
Who's next? Who's next? Direct, $10. Thank you very much, sir. Seeing a lot of big insider buy trades on Zwillow. And in my opinion, the chart looks interesting. Any chance I can get a tiny TV view of yours, Jimbo? Zwillow! Zillow! Aye. Aye. Yeah. It's at 48.20. You know, you've got this gap below on the daily. If it does drop back below here, I'd be cautious about it going all the way to here. So that means if it drops below 46.50, then it could come all the way back to 43.72. Whereas if it breaks back above where it is at the minute, more or less 48.30, then it'll go on and it'll it'll test $30. And if it can manage to break above 50, 51.2, and then you got 54.60, and like that probably happens. It probably gets to 54.60. You know, nearly definitely does get there. You know, go back to the weekly and draw this line here. The reason it went at that point was this inverted head and shoulders and this bullish divergence. Like, you've got the lower low there, you know, as you probably noticed that, right? So did you, Didic? That's that lower low. And the reason it popped up was because you had your Class B bullish divergence. Like, that's like same level, right? We'll call it that color. If anything, it's apparently it's still around the same level. And then, so Class B bullish divergence, and it caused price to move to the top side. That came in the right area because you also had your little mini inverted head and shoulders. Oh, little mini. See, these lines with the arrows on them are better than the others, but in terms of the head and shoulders, they're not necessarily. So like, this is your stupid head and shoulders, stupid formation. So stupid, it's dead annoying. Anywho, you got your head and shoulders, which also, like, comes with these huge, massive words all over the place. Like, no thanks. I don't want big, stupid words everywhere. Who needs words anyway? What is this? America's in charge nowadays. We don't need words. We don't need books. We don't need that, right? We just need, like, loads of people conditioned to work in cheese sandwich factories. This is the American dream, right? So, you've got this line across the top. Price action, that's a broadening wedge. If price action does recover at this stage, it probably does test higher there. You can see it, like right now, you're maybe even in a channel to the top side. And so, despite the fact that like that's probably where it's going, those higher areas, and getting it back in around 43 bucks would be ideal. It might not happen, and the target on it would be back up at around 76 or 80. And the best trade on this thing might be that, unless you're absolutely desperate to jump into that move now at the minute and get that $34 target. You break that trend line here, you could come and test all the way down to 30 bucks and so on. It probably doesn't, right? But it could do, in which case you don't want to find out while it's costing you money, so you wouldn't be in the trade anymore. You'd leave it at 40 bucks, and you'd want to then keep your entry as close to that as possible, and 10% is too fucking much. Pardon me, pardon my language. In which case you'd have to hope that it happened in a while's time so that you could have your stop like slightly higher there, right? And you get like couple of percent on it. That's much better. And then you would try and target up at around 80, top side of that. Now that's a little bit taking the piss, actually, pardon my language, because you've got this and you've got this. This is like Class B bearish divergence. This is important resistance level, and that's your trade there. It's like risk reward 17 to 1. That's pretty good, and you know, in terms of a percentage return, not bad at all. So we like it. 2.9% stop loss, 50% trade, right? And you'd also want to get confirmation of the bullish divergence at that stage. You won't get it because it won't push lower. You'd want it to hold that trend line, and you want it to touch it right on it where the diagonal intersects with the horizontal and whatnot. And if you aren't getting that and you're looking for a 1.1 free, or you're looking for an 886 on this guy maybe, worst comes to the worst, you don't want it back below here. Like, you really don't want price going there, and it could easily do so. So you don't want to be in a trade watching it get there, because that's not a really great area to get into. And then should it break lower, the 1.1 free comes in line with this guy, so we'll give that an option. It may well come all the way down to there, in which case you get this test of the significant long-term trend line, which is all done on the weekly. So when someone's a genius, who's this genius? And that's what you'd be looking at, right? Something like that, sir. Something like that. Oh, Direct, take the course, Direct. Take the course. There's a lot more to it than what I just did. Gamestop! Back to the 5 seconds. Oh, that was helpful. If you've got any other questions about it, I will get to it. I'll get to. Oh God, I fell out of that channel. Gamestop, you're such a. Like I say, hey, can't tie your own shoes. You have a crap packed lunch with like apples and cheese strings. AMC 3% still. What did we get to? 545. Spy. Holy shit, I'm giving away like the keys to the kingdom here. Spy. Amazing trade on Spy there. You just take that. Probably people would. You're getting a touch of what could be concerning weakness there. Maybe it turns around here. It would be better if it got down here, and then you could just like have your stop right next to it, because like all of this back here, right? All of this, just come down again, 3 touches. That'd be better, right? At the minute, it looks to be heading to 5, 4, 3, 6. If you're trading futures contracts, then you'd just be going for that. Imagine your loss right at the, getting right close to price and managing your risk right there. Should it actually come down, you want a better trade, maybe here. But like, is it going there? Oh, maybe it is. Gone then. I drew it. Look at that, eh? Right, so, and then you'd be targeting that, and then ultimately you'd be looking for it to make there, and that'd be a huge move. And if you're trading futures and trading that, that's I don't mean, it depends obviously on the stake, your stake in a game, but you know, I'd be making thousands of pounds on that. Right, so GameStopy, putting in a head and shoulders because it's stupid. It's really stupid. Putting in the shoulders, and it's the right shoulder because it's stupid. 4 hours, says Kitties. This is a head and shoulder on price and RSI, according to Mr. Kitties. Do 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 do. Kitties, are you saying head and shoulders like that's a shoulder? This is the head. Delete that guy. Like this is what you're saying here, and you're saying that that's the right shoulder somewhere, in which case, sure, you're right. You don't want the right shoulder to break the head, so it could go all the way up to 46 bucks, 47 bucks before you completely defeat that idea and the potential. You would anticipate getting similar levels to the previous shoulder, so 40 bucks, which is 8 up from where it is, which is like 25% or something. So, you know, again, that's a bridge that we can set on fire when we get to it, Mr. Kitties. And then there's a lot of 5 seconds to go before that arrives. In which case, there's probably lots of jokes, real bants, you know, proper relationship building in between times. Then the head and shoulders, if it happens at all, can strike, and we'll have that friendship, you know, like that'll be whoa, some compensation, something, yeah, wow. At least we've got each other. Yeah, but GameStop's up 6.26% because it can't do anything significant because it's a big blouse, big girl's blouse. It's a big girl's blouse, and it wears, just, you know, blouses. But with it being a blouse, that's a little bit tautological, but that's what it's like. So what's the chat box saying? What have you guys been up to? What have you guys been up to? Just one, I know, that's the neckline, and it might not, it might not. World-class food in every country and shite restaurants as well. No one has a monopoly, they just have to know how to work with what they have. You've clearly not been to Scotland. We've only got fantastic food. Only. There's not a single thing about Scotland that isn't amazing, incredible, and including the restaurants. It's shocking, really. Oh, GameStop, still about like less of a baby, are you? You wish, GameStop. Oh, there it was, filled pretty quick. I mean, if you'd seen that and you knew it was on this 5 second time frame, you knew price was like flagging, then you probably could have even like gone, fuck it, I'll take it along there. Hey. Bing bong. Good. GameStop does love it when I talk about Scotland, because Scotland's amazing. Oh, right. I just got a recommendation from my padre. Can someone tell me why... Also, this is a different thing I've just noticed. Can someone tell me why the Brazilian stock market is collapsing? Besides the currency devaluation, compelling contrarian value play, or a value trap? Something like that for sure. It's fair, CC. What did CC say? I imagine it probably is. You've never tried haggis? It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You know, like when people make something that's like, sounds like it would be absolutely disgusting. Like, ugh, why would you miss like stomach and, what's in haggis anyway? Like stomach and kidney and all sorts of stuff in there. You might think to yourself, like, why would anyone eat that? That sounds ridiculous. Well, I mean, once you've eaten it yourself, you'll understand. And it didn't get to be like popular because people heard about it and thought, that sounds nice. No, they tasted it and they were like, that is nice. That's so, it's food, isn't it? It's not like, you hear other things and you think, ew, they're disgusting, like, say, a pig's face or a pig's trotters and that. But they're not the national dish of anywhere because they are a bit silly. Whereas haggis is incredible. It's really, truly, absolutely incredible. Liver, kidneys, haggis. Lungs. Got lungs, kidney, liver. It's just incredible. It's the best thing going. Yeah, kitties. Before then, there was no food in Italy. It's a true story. They had to discover South America. Before then, there was no food in Italy. You're talking out of your ass. Haggis is bang on the spot. Exactly. Who said anything bad about haggis? Dodgy. Haggis is nice. I like it most with fried breakfast or out of a chip shop. Yes. One of our fantastic 5-star chip shops. There was no Italy even. Exactly. Before he discovered South America, there was no Italy. I know the fact that Christopher Columbus, a lot of people think like he came from Italy and it was all like, it's like, no, Italy didn't exist. They had to first discover South America and then the tomatoes. And then only after they discovered the tomatoes and they were able to make a real salsa, did they think, oh, it's about time we got round to that Italy thing. GME likes haggis. It pure loves the old haggis. I love chirtillas, which is like Spanish haggis. Don't be silly. There's no such thing as Spanish haggis. That's like me saying Scottish paella, isn't it, Diana? It's like, I love the Scottish paella. It's got like buckwheat and buckwheat and squirrel in it, and the odd. I don't know, it's got other stuff in it too. It's awful though. We all hate it. Spanish paella. Spanish haggis. Yeah, get out of town with that nonsense. Haggis has got a bad rep. It's pretty good. They prefer black pudding. Straight up blood and goats. The black pudding's good, but you said you prefer it. That's sacrilegious. You can't prefer it. I mean, you can't. It's not possible to prefer it. You can also like it also. Like, not as much though. That's allowed. Okay, NVIDIA. What else, bub? Bub, yo, bub. Spaggis. Yeah. Spanish haggis, spaggis. That's properly what they should be calling it. Like, I just got blocked by Marantz because I said we need wife-changing money and we all could need a second wife, son of a whore. That got you blocked. CryptoLink. My commiserations that got... He must be having a bad day or something. Though I can imagine he has those rather frequently. Salmon in the Scottish paella. No, because that'd be quite nice. Yeah, that'd be nice. We can't have that. It's buckwheat and squirrel toenails. GME community loves you. Daniel S. Spagus. Daniel S. I love the GME community. Together, right? Together. We're fucking awesome. GME community is awesome. GME is vegan and does CrossFit. Oh god, look what you just did, CC. GME's vegan and does CrossFit. Look, GME, are you vegan? Are you a silly vegan? Yeah, it is. Look. Oh my goodness gracious me. Let's not forget we invented showers, personal hygiene, etc. Telling people invented showers. Telling people GameStop's having a shower at the minute. Boy, that's a bounce. And probably a buy, right? Probably a buy and probably goes to 32, 38. It was just like, fine, 1% or something. Probably does. Oh look, there it's doing it. I'm turning this cheat code off. You're not allowed that cheat code unless you get it for yourself. Go and get it for yourself at Rocky Outcropp's Patreon. Go get your cheat code. Go get your own cheat codes at Rocky Outcropp's Patreon. Yay, Scottish paella. Spagus. Haggis is amazing. Richard White knows the crack. Rocky Outcrop risotto. Come on, Rocky. Never had risotto while fungi. Rocky has had risotto. Nice pea risotto. I don't think he'd like yawn mushrooms. Eh. Trishbond meant Romans, not Italians. Ah, what did the Romans ever do for us, eh? The Romans. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the Romans, you know, the Romans. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with that, right? The Romans, they did do lots of good things. Hot showers, brick roads, right? The Roman mile, 1.6 normal miles. We like those Roman roads. We like those Roman showers. The hot baths. I think it was the hot baths. And, you know, I have heard stories that actually that was invented by the Persians, those hot baths. But hey, fuck knows, right? Maybe the Italians did it. Stop it! Stop it, Sparrow. Well, the only country Romans couldn't conquer was Scotland. Exactly, Direk. They got here, and then we smashed them. Proper good smashed them. And sent them home again to think again, like a bunch of little babies. And they did. They went home. They said to their boss dude, "Yo, Caesar, those Scottish people, they kicked our ass and we're a bunch of babies when it comes to the Scottish people, so can we not do that again?" And they were like, "No, but beyond Scotland lies this mythical land where all of the amazing stuff in the world happens." We got that entry, that target. Did we? But is that this long-term trend line, folks? Guys. Love a bit of long-term trend line. This is definitely a good idea. This is definitely a good idea to go here, isn't it, GameStop? You love that, don't you? 1, 2, right, okay. Buckle my shoe. There's a touch of bullish divergence here, is there? It wants to go into the deepest of the... It's unfathomably deep. Unfathomably. Like, it's so deep we can't measure it. 1 minute. Is it bullishly divergent? No, not there. But I suppose, like, in context, this is where it turns around. And then there's a trend line, so it probably turns around. That's a really good entry. You're looking for that to meet this downward sloping resistance? Probably here, comes in there. That'll be what happens. Probably, right? It's like a lower high, and this is a lower low. You know? Draw it out here. Lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. And so, right, I've already drawn the lines through there, so, you know, lower high, probably, if it goes push up. If it does push up, which we would only really start getting excited about back above 3180 or so, which it isn't yet, because it's a stupid girl out there holding open doors for girls. Now, wait a minute, girls can't do that. Girls walk through doors. Boys hold doors open. No, not boys. People, not top G's. Not top G's. Jokes. Top G's. Of course they don't. Why would they hold open doors? We don't need doors. Where we're going, we don't need doors. No one knows what goes on behind closed doors. Poor GameStop, eh? It's only up 3.5%. That's a bit pathetic. What are you? Flip-floppy. GameStop's such a dork right now. GameStop, you dorky dweeb. Go to the top side, you big dork. Lipton, what about Aborigines? I'm sure I butchered that spelling. Aborigines. The originals. The original Aborigines. We invented tattoos too. The Romans called us pigs because we had a lot of tattoos on us. Yeah, no, we invented them and we exported them to the Aborigines. It was one of the biggest industries. We've got tattoo factories. Alessandro Scalora. Dang barbarians. Yes, that's what they called us. Barbarians. Because, you know, that's what it's like. I mean, if you're going to run home to mummy and daddy and be like, I couldn't invade Scotland because... and that, you'd have to describe them as barbarians. But we were very gentlemanly and like, genteel. Even the women were in it, you know. Men, big babies like GameStop nowadays. No, that's the problem with men nowadays. They're like babies like GameStop. I don't do mushrooms because when I was a kid I was sick and I went out to eat and I ate everyone else's mushrooms and then passed out face down on my dinner plate. Yes, they had to call a doctor. Doctor came quick, quick, quick. And after he'd fixed up Rocky, he gave us a bill. GameStop, what you like? Oh my god, it's turning into even more of a gentleman here. It's like so polite and gentlemanly at this stage. It's such a dork. GameStop, why are you such a dork? It's time for you to pick it up a little lad. I'm in the kitchen right now. Jamie's in the kitchen. GameStop, you're such a big baby, and I'm in the kitchen. Jamie's in the kitchen, and GameStop is a baby. And I'm in the kitchen. Ugh, GameStop, I get fed up with you nonsense, silly big baby. Come on already. What is this? Excuse for you to pedal around like a little dum-dum. What else has been happening in the chat box? Anything cool and amazing and interesting? There are reasons to believe the Romans, 13th Legion, yeah, that one is now Scandinavia. Oh, Scandinavia. Look, GameStop absolutely hates talking about the Romans. Spread the word. Andrew Tate brothers are back and they put 6 million in AMC and GME. Spread the word. That's me doing my bit to spread the word for Top G there, Nicholas Evans. That's me doing it. You can't say I didn't put my effort in there. We invented tattoos. Exactly. I'm catching up now. I only get bad tattoos. Cool, Cece's Ghost. That's pretty cool. That's a good idea. You know, that's really contrarian in that. I like it. How many of them? Scotland is over. Your whole government is being conquered by Pakistanis. We did have a Pakistani First Minister recently, Hamza Yusuf, and while he wasn't always the most effective politician, what I agreed and appreciated most about him was the fact that he did have a different background, that he was from a different place, and that he added to the richness of our culture. And that was one of the best things about him. It was fucking brilliant to get somebody in charge who looked a little bit different, talked a little bit different, and thought a little bit different from all the fucking wankers we've had before. And I loved that we had Hamza Yusuf in there. And if we could get the government run by Pakistanis, it'd probably be 1,000 times better than being run by dumbass Scottish people who've never fucking left the country, too inward looking, have got no appreciation of other cultures, and are stupid fucking idiots. You know, which is probably who we're going to get next, because you can't get two good things in a row. So, you know, that's the way it is, Frank. Maybe you're joking, in which case, that's a good joke. Let's all have a laugh together. You know, I appreciate a lot what Pakistanis have added to the Scottish culture over the last 50 years. Like, huge benefits that they've brought to Britain, and Scotland in particular. And I'm a huge, huge fan of them, right? So, that's my clear, strong opinion, Frank. It really is. Like, really is. And I really appreciate Hamza Yusuf. Can you check GME on Solana? Thanks. But it isn't GME. It's the other one, Niku. Alessandro, Tracepoint, haha, a low-key commodity, comedic. That's like a medic with like, it's a medic that travel in the medic, but instead of their ambulances going nee-naw, they go hee-haw. I stand too, big stan, huge stan. GME on Solana is a bullshit, says a rock star. I mean, you can trade anything with a trend, and if you've not got an ideological approach to GameStop, you might love GME on Solana. It does have a lot of volatility, it does move a lot, but as I was saying yesterday, somebody who asked the same thing, Niku, there is a strong, virulent reaction, negative reaction to that, because people assume that it takes away buying power would otherwise go GameStop. Now, whether or not that's true is an argument that's below me in this channel, but also so is looking at that thing right now for other reasons. GME drives a Cybertruck. Oh no. Well, I better park it inside in the evening. What do you think about Fifi stock? Hey friendos, hey crack rock. Is it still moving? No. I mean, it's pretty crappy, right? Ugh. I'd say if it does move up and it gets to 120, and that allows you to get out of your position, it would be worth considering the risk management that you've got on your trade and whether or not you could raise that stop up a little bit. That's what I'd say about it. Here's GameStop. It's back at 4.17%, right? Which will keep being good as long as it doesn't turn into a big baby again, which is what it's doing right now, being a baby again. Are you a big baby again yet? Nearly. It's nearly a huge baby again. You've got loads of bullish divergence in those most recent lows. It's 5-second time frame, right? So, you know. But if it does manage to recover here, yeah, you're looking at test this downward sloping resistance line in it around this circle here, probably. Probably, sir. Probably, nearly. You could borrow this, and I'm not borrowing it, I'm using it. Why is my screen going dark? 786. Okay, well you need to get pushed back above that 30% then. Then we can get excited about that. Lipson, 2.44%. Oh my god, you're amazing, Lipson. Really are incredible. GameStop. Do. You know, other people would look at this and say, TradeSpot is absolutely screwed. Nobody likes it. It's a big girl and it opens the door for girls and everybody hates it and blah 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 and something else and probably some offensive commentary and stuff and blah blah blah. And they'd be saying that GameStop's just going sideways and down. And they'd be saying even if you do get up to 32.40 and change, which is going to, then it'll come back down again because it's crap and stuff like that. You know, stuff like that. So it would be, that's what they'd be saying, yeah. You could do. Why is that just showed up over there when I clicked over here? Are you crazy? See, it actually did. That's super weird. So this fib is crap. You could use it for what I did, but it's generally speaking crap. This was golden pocket retracement, turnaround, and after that turnaround, it went to 1.14. Well, where's the horizontal levels? Here. And then here. So it just went in a little liquidity grab. It just went a wee little quick liquidity grab, got some of them we ordered and then moved. But like now that dot's showing up over there. What you like? Felt like I went swimming there. Has the pressure changed? Has the pressure changed? So that's not terrible. It's also not amazing, but it's not terrible. You know, you could draw this. You could be all like, whoa, and you could drop that on. So, you could do that. But it's out here being a gentleman again. What's the chat box saying? Trade button. When does GME shareholder meeting announce results? Results? What results do you mean, sir? What results do you mean? If I was to check that, Frank, I'd have to look into the fundamentals and see the gearing and look at the leadership team and making a judgment based on their ability to execute a plan and how that plan would stack up against current conditions. So I can't comment. I don't really know. I mean, I could take the time to look, but I don't know at the moment. TraceBond, the results of the meeting, not the numbers of any kind. The results of the meeting. Results. What kind of meeting is this that has results? Hey, what kind of meeting is this that it's got results? No meetings have results nowadays, Alessandro. They're all a massive fucking waste of time. They're all a waste of time. All meetings. You're talking about like any meeting, which I would refer to as two or more people having any sort of a conversation, no matter their own proximity. They're a waste of time. Why would anyone even bother doing that? The results, I don't know what they would announce, what results-wise, about the outcome of their chats or something. They've got the shareholder meeting on Thursday, and whatever announcements that they may or may not make will be made immediately afterwards, I would expect. Like, immediately afterwards. And with regards to timing, that'll be like, I don't know, an hour after the meeting starts. I mean, who's going to sit in a meeting for more than an hour, eh? I don't know. Are we thinking about getting forward guidance at this part of the meeting? Is this one of those meetings? Oh, look, GameStop's trying to be crap again. Let's try to be crap again. Eh? Is that a line I drew? No, it's actual price. Okay, well, you don't want it breaking below that too much. You don't want to break them below that at all. Hey, so we've used that. We don't need it anymore. We've used the other one. We don't need it anymore. Is this a golden pocket? Because that would fit with what we were previously looking at. No, it's still the 786. Well, I mean, I suppose it's in there somewhere. It's in there or thereabouts. Okay. But it says the surgery of the most popular fried foods. A Mars bar is currently the most valuable. Talking about fried foods, Jumper Jabberwocky. My God, I could do with a chicken burger from a place that I don't want to talk about because then it'll reveal your location. I could do with a chicken burger though. God damn it. Let's go. Tennessee Jackson. Yo. He's talking about inflation numbers for the US, but they are manipulated, as he said. Great. Well, thanks, DK. 10K in the chat box with the answer. I appreciate it. Just move the line. That is how it works, right? He's Tal. He's Tal. He's Tal and he's talking. Oh, look, it's moving down again. Oh, don't we love that? That's brilliant. A super chip. Fuck yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. I love Mars bars. No problem. Cheers, 10K. I appreciate that. Everybody, he was talking about inflation data. The numbers. The goddamn numbers. It's a number station out here nowadays. Price action. You're awful. You're awful. Try to have fun out here. You're being awful and stupid and stuff, are you? You're going to keep doing that, are you? Are you? Sustainable finance newsletter. Fuck off. It's not sustainable finance. What's that mean? Nothing sustainable about it, right? Hell, we're on road to hell in a handbasket. Okay, there's nothing sustainable about it. It's awful. It's terrible. We might escape because we're traders, but there ain't nothing sustainable about the rest of the finance world. That's a silly article. Does it even say sustainable? What you mean is ethical, right? Ethical. Like, I'd read the ethical thing. You need to fix your headlines, you dum-dums. So, yeah, has this broken that line? It has. That's not great. Jamie, do you want to stop being so crap already? Get up there and stop being such a big baby. This better be a liquidity grab. If it keeps happening and I can't get away with saying that, I'll have to point out it's a downtrend since these highs, since this peak. And you're breaking important trend lines. I'll have to start commenting on that, GameStop. So, do you want me to embarrass you? Looks like you do. You got some sort of fetish for this, GameStop. It's disgusting. You're a prevert, and you're probably out here spreading your prevert lies, aren't you, GameStop? You big prevert. Ugh, disgusting. Goddamn. Despicable GameStop. Despicable. Lisbon's up 1.58%. GameStop, on the other hand, can only manage one spot something there, flicking around, but you know, not consistent. But like, GameStop's at this low, this previous low. That's a chance for it to bounce. I mean, it's a chance. I'll drop that in to show you that when it goes down, it's stupid, pathetic loser, stilly baby GameStop. It's brilliantly divergent, but like, it's not been doing too well, and this is a bearish profile on the RSI. So if it does get stuck back in the bearish control zone, then price will break down to $30.50. Ugh, it's so stupid. Like, gives you a better trade to the top side there. That's true. True story. 10% plus. 10% plus. I could deal with that. I could make that work. Okay. I could make that work. It has to happen now though. Have we got this move? Yeah, we got this move. We got all of that now. But it was a topside move, which it didn't do. It just came back to test the bottom of it. See, this is the danger with me leaving a line on the charts. Price action thinks it should go there, when really it shouldn't go there, right? So now you've got a potential bounce that's actually maybe going to make it work, because 1, 2, 3. Don't hold your breath, though. It's not looking like it loves it. Yeah, it's alright. It probably does take a little oscillation here. It probably oscillates here. Why not, right? Shorts people don't want to push it from there. You'd be bonkers. Wait a minute, see if the bulls are interested. Nope, they're not. Ugh. 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 Back to the chat box. You guys are way better than stupid, bloody Where is the chat box? Why does that keep happening? There. French alone. Gosh, goddamn French alone. Maybe they just covered their shorts. Maybe, and we're all out here longing this thing, buying it because we believe in it, and not because we're trying to short squeeze a thing. Oh my god, what are we like? Degenerates. Crypto Link. Let's run. Let's go for a wee run. Eat my shorts. Diana Stevens. Eat my shorts. Don't have a... It's like a Bart reference. Don't have a cow, man. Yeah, don't have a cow, man. Citron Research out of shorting GME. They haven't closed. Well, I mean, you know... They just embarrass themselves, Citron, don't they? I mean, that's all they seem to do recently. We can just print more money, so why are we in debt? Yeah. Don't leave me with these strangers. Don't do it, fries. I am ordering a burger and a pulled pork sandwich. A burger and a sandwich together? What sort of a plate is that? A burger and a sandwich. You mean chips? Yeah, that's what you mean, innit? Chips. Yeah, that makes sense. A burger and chips. Yeah, Katie's eating a burger and chips. Upside targets? Fucking damn right, CryptoLink. Glazer edits? I have a cow, but it's in the freezer. It'll be nice and fresh. Simple, really. Someone needs better entries than average. Yes, so simple. Wolfie J knows. It's very simple, really. If we would secretly print money, that way we could pay all the debts. Yeah, don't tell anyone. Yeah, don't tell anyone. Secretly printing money. The Russians are really good at that. You know, over the years, they've proved, the Ruskies, that if you just don't count the amount of money you're printing, right, and you just come up with a number later, like they used to do with their accounts back in the day, back in the good old times, right, Soviet accountancy practices, then you just print what you like, right, don't tell anyone, they will never know, and then, right, who cares? You can also print it and then you can also not print it, you can just like issue shitloads of loans, and then your accountancy will show like this person owes money and this person has money, and then like just double it, and then you get twice as much money. They do the same with votes. Yeah, they do, don't they? It's great at it, and you get a lot of experience. You can do it with loads of things. But then I would have 2 empty additional pieces of bread. Oh, you're right, kitties. Oh God, you're right, kitties. That's a disgrace. You can't have 2 empty pieces of bread. What would you do then? I mean, you'd have, you know, just put them on your head or something, and then you'd be the sandwich. You know, and who want, like, you know, ugh. Do you want to be a sandwich? I don't know. It just jumped up the 50% mark of the retracement of today's peak. Looking good. Funny life, that sounds good. What does your sentence mean? It just jumped up to the 50%. Which is looking good. So you would be saying that this is what you think. This is a 50% retracement. If you got a log chart on, and if you got log fibs, because that's a 236, this is approaching a 382. 50% is 31.38, and it's going to go to the golden pocket up here at 32.34 or so. So it'll do that, at which point it's at resistance. And none of that context can be judged as good or bad, because it's just like this little leg of the trend. Really, you're looking at today's opening price action, which has been like this. And yeah, it looks great, right? That looks good. Unless you're saying maybe your fib is from today's lows, right? That's possible. And you're talking about this retracement being a 50% of that. Is that what you're saying? Let me get it on a 1 minute. That might work. And let's go to Wednesday. Start of Wednesday. And around here, right? Yeah. So there's the gap, and this is the fib you're perhaps talking about. Like, this is the low of today. This is the high of today. Go across there. 50% is here. It went down. It went to the golden pocket. Have you got what? What did I just delete? Oh, that line. We'll keep it on. So, Fun Life. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Lol, Ruskies. Damn, Ruskies. Damn it. Help Jimmy. Help Jimmy. Where's Jimmy at? Starroom Studios. Good to see you, Starroom Studios. Appreciate you. Right, that's what I mean by outpace. Yeah, go faster than them. Yes, from today's low. Sorry for my English. No worries, Funny Life. Appreciate it. No worries. You never need to apologise for that. I suppose it is a nice, kind, and soft way of letting us know that it's not your first language, which a lot of people share that, and I appreciate you trying and putting it in English and making it easier for me to understand what's going on. I think, you know, if I can help, I will. If your first language isn't English and you're still tuning in to me with a heavy Scottish accent, and I don't always go out of my way to make things... I don't enunciate in a fantastically clear fashion. So if you can understand me, then not only am I hopefully improving your trading, but also your English comprehension. You'll be flying. You know, you can understand a Scottish person speaking at speed, then you can understand any English-speaking person anywhere in the world. Anywhere. Fun Life. I think it was a Golden Pocket retracement, but because it's been doing Golden Pockets like 618, 61's bought 8%. Then these are where price commonly turns around. You've got bullish divergence between these lows. It's the golden pocket. It's the turnaround zone. It's within this downward sloping channel. It's had 3 touches on the bottom and 3 touches on the top. Uno, dos, tres, right? Like, I can borrow this guy to make you see there's 3 touches there. So this fourth one, having found like support at the bottom side here, bullish divergence, you know, break back above the center line here, you'll be back above 31.50 about that at that point, and then 32.30, 32.40 probably next. Probably, but we can't talk about that yet. We have to shout at GameStop like it's an idiot. GameStop, you stupid idiot. You're so stupid. You're so stupid. You're such an idiot, GameStop. You see, it works. I'm in the kitchen too. Jamie's in the kitchen, you stupid idiot, GameStop, and you're useless, and you look like a dork, and you don't know what you're doing, and when you run it looks silly, and when you talk it sounds daft, and you've got no skill or talent, and blah 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 blah, and I'm in the kitchen. Okay, now you can go up. Or else all of the tricks have broken. GME likes to be sweet talked. No. It hates it, Kitty. It hates it, you silly butthead. Stop loss at around a 10% gain and enter again later if we continue this downtrend, maybe even on our way to closing that other gap at 19-20 bucks. Hope it doesn't go there, so no. Whacking ya! Yo, how's it going, whacking ya? Stop loss at around 10% gain. Dark profit protection with stop loss. I like it. Enter again if we continue the downtrend. Enter again if we continue the downtrend. Enter again if we continue the downtrend. So you would enter again if it gets lower. But where though? Where though? Hope it doesn't go there soon though. Where do you think though? Fun fact, worst thing on the planet is having to deal with a Scottish in a crane. Worse, more insane than trying to translate that it's toying with life. A Scottish person in a crane. In a big crane for construction work. A Scottish person in it. I know a Scottish person who is a crane operator. And yeah, talking to him is a fucking nightmare. Guy's a pure fanny. Can't stand the guy. So I would agree with that. Totally agree with that. Treat it mean, turn it green. Yay, orange tangled. Fucking yes, love it. Love it. Treat it sweet, profits neat. Kitty, butthead. No. Kitty, have you got a huge bum for a head or what? Oil rig big. Yes, oil rig big. Ants small. Oil rig big, ants small. Jimmy, $10 on Monday. Dude, wow, bargain. Hey, folks. Hey. Arapa to my calls. Arapa calls. Arapa calls. Rip to the calls. That sounds... I wish I did. I could make the big bucks on OnlyFans. Maybe. Maybe you could, right? Maybe you could. But you do... You would have to walk around with a butt for a head all day. You'd have to go and buy your shopping with a big butt for a head. You'd have to sit at meetings with the bank with a big butt for your head. It'd be awful. AMC forming a cup and handle on the 1 hour. Manu. Hey, Manu having the jokes. Everyone should be on OnlyFans. Yeah, why not? $29, $30 looks like decent support, all jokes aside. What do you mean, jokes aside? What is this? Well, you can't put the jokes to the side. That's not allowed, Brandon. Brandon, I appreciate what you're trying to do there, but you can't put the jokes to the side. That's awful. We need the jokes. It's very important. It's very, very important. Very important. This doesn't look like the support yet. Though I would love it to be, it doesn't look like it yet. Made 200% on a trade, but it ran further than that after I closed. Should I be mad or glad? It ran 200% afterwards, after you close. Well, I mean, regretty spaghetti and that. Mr. Regretty spaghetti out here. Is this going to break down again? Bounce. Dummy, dumb. I can't remember who said things there. Who said that thing? And then I can remember what the thing was. It's doing that again. Stop it. Sounds good, Jen. What happened, Jen? Hear me. OnlyFans, but for homesteading and gardening. Yeah. Yeah. See, like a pay-per-view platform is a good idea. Do you remember that thing Periscope that they had for a while? Like, I thought that it would evolve into like all sorts of potential little ideas like he just came up with, but then it turned into a piece of crap. It got banned places and was used for like circumventing other licensing laws, and people just, I think that the world turned against it. But yeah, that would be good if there was things like that, right? I imagine that that would pick on a lot. I think people, you know, YouTube ostensibly could be that, but like they keep changing the purpose of the platform. It used to be the playlists, and you know, if you were a fan of a channel, then you would get all sorts of different ways of watching the content, and it would be presented to you because that would be the way it worked. And now it's just like all this change to like the short platform, which is like an attention grab because they're afraid of losing their advertising base. So they just compete for that, like the advertising bucks, rather than creating a platform like that really helps you build communities, which is to their own detriment, because then we all go to Discord and do it better there. But seriously, anyone could have day traded a MACD for the last 3 years for profits. Why don't you DTC distribution? Boom! Homely fans. Nice names, good work, guys. I used to watch fireworks a lot. I used it to watch fireworks. What? Oh, Periscope. Diana gets it. I don't mind the homely tag. Homely fans. Aye, that's right. This is fucked up, innit? Because like, it's like nearly political. That word. It is. Holy shit. I can't even say homely anymore. Pertman! I recognize that face. Obey. That's great. Like, that's great. It's the Obey face mixed with the Ken. I used to watch fireworks. I used to, but I'm sure you also used to. Don't ask how I know. That exists actually. What does? Homely fans. Mike Hunt with a request to Rocky Outcrop to be unbanned, please. The Ghost of Pharaoh, formerly known as Mike Hunt, wants to be unbanned on Rocky Outcrop's channel. He's a very nice chap, and so it probably was banning from the name thing. Hear me out. I heard Jen. I liked it. I'm proud of being homely. You work super hard, Jen. I'm somewhat of a homely person myself. Pertman, yo. Price action, can you stop being so absolutely daft and just go to where you're supposed to go to already? This way it breaks out the top side of the channel, and maybe, you know, maybe you're actually looking at 32.60 or 33 bucks. Either way, high or low, golden pocket, turnaround time, bullish divergence. Sure, you've got a touch of continuation divergence, but this is all you need to break back above the center line, as we were saying. Come on, center line. I'm going to go down the time frames if you don't start being more interested in price action. I'm going to. No joke. Get to be the right size there. That's the right size. 49. Yo, Lipton. Jen, no, you're beautiful. Beautiful? Butterful. Butterful. Jen, apparently you're butterful. I'm giving these emojis a test run. Give them a good test run. Bro, this freaking consolidation for the past 2 hours is so annoying. Like, I want to enter, but I can't. Soul Sniper, consolidation at resistance is a great time to enter. Just look for the golden pocket, look for the bullish divergence, manage your risk at that low, enter somewhere around here, target up around there, and you'll be in a trade which you can follow with a stop loss and it'll all be alright. Consolidating at resistance is great. Everything's good. You can get close to price, manage your risk, and take that trade. Probably works out great. If it doesn't, ha! We could all laugh at GameStop and blame it on GameStop. Stupid GameStop. Trapesong, can you talk about GME with Ride of the Valkyrie playing in the background? The room will lose it. Does that not mean that I get in trouble with the YouTube overlords and the people with Nekatire turn up and all? Plus, what if it been a Wednesday? That'd be early in the week. Then they'd have it infamy. They'll all have it infamy by Friday. We could do it on Friday. Ha! Yes, we could. That's a great idea. It's a great idea, so it is. So where have you been sending price action? Can't say I'm a little suspicious. Which one of yous was it? I know it was one of yous. Hello from Spain, all the best for the whole channel. CCL, muchísimas gracias, hombre. Oh, muchísimas gracias, amigo. Someone just put Jamie in a trance. I know, it was disgusting. How did he do that? I got out of it. I somehow snapped out of it. It was magic. I enjoy your cruises, CCL. Look at you, butthead, out here on the cruises. The smell of victory. Bring back the fanny emoji. Death of a banana frige. Yes, it's long overdue. We should try and get that up for Friday. Hey, muy bien, amigo. Thanks. Hey, been loving your videos. It's extra piffy. Learned a lot. How do you think GameStop stock will move in the next few days, weeks? Towards 46 and then towards 66. It means he's thinking. Let him cook. I was thinking. You're right. I was thinking about how I gave great trade advice, which I shouldn't have done. It's not financial advice. To your boy there who's looking at consolidating at resistance and getting annoyed for the past 2 hours. And I gave him a great trade, which is doing alright. This is like well protected. He's probably laughing his way to the bank right now. The lucky guy. You know, we're all happy for him too, aren't we? Yes. Extremely happy for him. Price, don't you love it yourself, you big silly price? What's your problem? You're so stupid and insecure, price. Hurry up and stop being a big baby. Boom, 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 ba-da-da-dum, bump, bump, bump. Price is a baby. It's still being a baby. You can find support now. What with the oscillation? You can find some support at the midpoint of that channel. Haven't gone through it. Find support at it and then bounce up a little bit higher. We wouldn't argue with you if you did that, price. We still think you're a damn idiot though. So Bitcoin holding 69,390 at the minute. Ethereum 3,600. SPY 5431. Dusty bin. Nvidia's at 116 on this exchange. Getting it cheap on that exchange. You lucky things, you. Come on, GameStop. This is it. You got a chance. You got a chance to stop being a total dum-dum. Ow, oh, eek. Ow, oh, eek. Ah, I need some more omega-3 in my diet. That's what that is. Ow, or else I need to rid of this shit chair. I think that's what it is. I think I need rid of this absolutely shit chair. Sorry. 2 seconds. Okay. Okay. Pardon me. I'll try and mute this. Pardon me. Anyone know why I'm able to sell a call on GameStop for 128 strike price, but the highest I can buy it is a $40 strike? Well, if you can sell a call, right, you're receiving money. If you're buying a call, you're getting money. You're giving money, and maybe you don't have the money to give. Ghost of Curry Bing Bong, hello. Maybe Ghost of Curry Bing Bong, hello. Maybe loves a fetching headband there, sir. Maybe you just didn't have the money in your account or the margin. Maybe but you don't have a margin, you know, and that's one of the ways that people get money to take option contracts to the long side where they're paying premium, you know, is that first you'll sell the short side to get that premium in, and then that premium allows you to buy the long contract calls. So if you were doing like a spread, then you would first sell and then you get given premium and then later use that premium to buy. So it might be that, but I don't know. Yeah, Brandon says so that you don't get rich. There's also that. Finicky things. Finicky. Finicky. It's an Irish word, that, isn't it? Looks like someone just found out they could have saved a bunch of money on car insurance by switching to Geku. There are other insurance firms, but yeah, This is not a sponsored message. I'll message you, CC's Ghost. Moved in with my new lady. Ghost of Bury Bing Bong. Congratulations! Happy days. Bing Bong. What do you think about Big Lot stock? I did a little chat on it earlier. If you scroll back through today's video, you'll see it. You'll see it there if you scroll back through today's video. Yesterday's video, I also looked at it. If you're on my Patreon, a lot of people don't know this, but on my Patreon, there's a link. And if you save that link down as a template on TradingView, you'll have access to every single chart I've ever worked on at all times. And you'll be able to go and check exactly what my targets are. And Big Lot includes them, except it's my Patreon. So it's not like £2 a month or something stupid like that. It's in fact far too cheap still. It's stupidly cheap anyway, but it's not £2 a month, so don't be turning up expecting that. But that'll be your answer, sir. EXOS ARC. Okay. If you find it there, it's handy. You don't have to worry about the Patreon yet. Go back, check that video. You'll see the targets. You'll see what I said about it, which isn't particularly desperately positive, and then you might hate me. So take your time. Might do it again. Moving in with a new lady. You've only just moved into this one. Or are you talking about selling the contracts so that you can get more money so that you can buy the other ones? That might be it. I sold a $128 call last week and closed it to lock in the premiums. Locking them in there. That's a good idea, because you know what premiums are like. Antsy. And they try to break out. I do need a throne instead of this awful thing. I have a great chair. It's the only thing, you know. Like, there was a terrible flood, right? And there was a number of things in the room where the flood happened. And one of them is a Bechstein piano that's worth thousands and thousands and thousands. And you know, it's made out of rosewood and it's beautiful and it's expensive as fuck, and I didn't want any damage happen to it. So my priority was to remove it. It's also way above the max value that any one item is insured for in my house. So my priority was to remove the piano, which I did, right? But in doing that, and it meant that all the other devices that were electronic in the room got soaking wet. And so this is where the insurance company shot themselves in the foot, that they wouldn't insure items over a certain value, so that means the piano isn't insured. So when the water and the leak starts, I have to start rescuing items to mitigate the potential damage, and that mitigation comes as mitigating the total cost of the damage to me, right? Not to the insurance provider, who will later have to accept liability, but then, you know what, they fucking don't, because they're a big massive bunch of bums. So I managed to like the chair, it's not electronic. It's fine. It can get wet, and it did, and I could take it in the kitchen, I suppose, and actually have a decent chair. And why don't I do that actually? Well, it doesn't fit through the door here to get in here, so I just use these ones and picnic chairs, and it's all a nice, nasty, horrible, terrible awfulness. But that's the funny thing, isn't it? That insurance companies will only provide coverage for items up to a certain value, right? So you're going to rescue those items first if there's ever a disaster, which means the other ones are vulnerable. So had they not done that, had that not been their decision, maybe they would have saved money. Mind you, they try to save money other ways by being crap. Anyway, more fool everybody. Save the piano, tech can be replaced. Yeah, right, it's the original Bechstein. It's like worth loads and loads, and they didn't make them anymore. Also, this particular one is like incredibly rare because that model tends to get cracks in the soundboard, but my one doesn't, because they in the factory at this time realized that they'd been making these issues, so they fixed it. So it's like people look for it. In particular, they look for that exact one. Anyway, I was only going to rescue that. It was obvious as soon as the thing happened. Just subscribe to your channel. Thanks for being with us. It's less scarier to hold seeing other people doing the same thing. Ramzadin Artikov. Ramzadin Artikov. What an interesting name. Where are you from, sir? That's a nice name. Yes, it's like, that's the thing with GameStop. There's such a strong community around it that people feel like it's less scary because there's other people doing it too, there's other people doing it too. It's not necessarily something that attracts me to a stock in particular. It definitely makes me enjoy the experience loads more, but it doesn't necessarily signify value. Like, that consensus there doesn't represent, that unity, that we share doesn't represent a consensus with regards to GameStop. There's a lot of people out there who are against it, and the more people who like it, the more people who would align themselves against you, just because they think like a lot of principles in trading, like the most people are most commonly wrong, right? Which it has to be that way because money has to earn. It's a zero-sum game. So, first one, make sure you get an insurance adjuster. They get the max off it. Mantequilla. Well, unfortunately, that's not quite how fate is unfolding. But that's good advice in any normal scenario. I appreciate it, yeah. You're right there. Good advice. I'm a huddler, forever and always. Low-key trustworthy. Uzbekistan? Cool, man. Awesome. Frickin' hell. Frickin' Ramazan Artikov from Uzbekistan. That's amazing. That must be like one of the most unusual. From here, obviously it's perfectly normal to yourself, Ramazan. But from here, in sunny Scotland, it's quite an exotic location. It's pretty darn cool. And I think it's amazing to be speaking to people. The way you said there that you feel a degree of affinity with the people who are trading GameStop, and to see other people in the same path as yourself gives you a degree of confidence that you wouldn't necessarily have in another stock. That's something that's quite, it's shared similarly in things like Bitcoin or this famous stock based on amazing events yet to happen called Lipson, and other things like, some people claim that they've got that feeling in Tesla and so on, but I think that was disturbed because a lot of that community was based on like sustainable investments and positive environmental technology, which for some reason, right, Ramazan, you might not know this, right, Ramzadin, you don't know this, but in America, they've got messed up politics, which nobody on this channel is allowed to talk about apart from me, and for some reason, environmental sustainability is associated with the left rather than the right. I don't understand. It's completely neutral to me. It seems like it would be agnostic. I don't understand. But anyway, it takes on these weird tones, and I don't mean from the angle of inflection that every atom's got a color. I mean literally takes on these weird tones, and so, right, it's messed up, and so you have got a split there in the shareholder base, which is like fine. I don't really care. It's not really the point. It's make loads of money too in Tesla. Who cares? But the whole thing is that there's like affinity in GameStop is like very different, especially with this idea of like the DRS, directly registering your shares, taking them off DTCC. As to whether or not that's effective is a different conversation. Like, you're expressing your own belief in stock and doing these sort of things, and you don't get that anywhere else, really. You don't. So, lots of positive things about that. and then, you know, very few communities share that same affinity. Like, people who invest in GameStop do, you know, and you feel as though you're aligning yourself with good people investing in GameStop, I think. But like, as a trader, that stuff doesn't really fucking mean anything. Like, and if price is going down, right, it's like shit, because especially from where I'm sitting, you see hundreds or thousands of people losing money sometimes, and I hate seeing that, and there's nothing comforting in the fact that there's a multitude of them at all. Typically though, people who watch this channel do better than average, right, putting it lightly. So from a trading perspective, the good thing about being involved with lots of different people is it's slightly easier to read sentiment, and there's a readily available source of information and perspective on the technicals, right? Or other stupid ass shitty little stories which all float around all the time. And so there's that's good to it. There's like the soap opera version, which is like very like entertaining and so on. And then there's the fact that, like, with so many people being interested in it, you do get the odd expert who has like a particular field of expertise where they apply their specialty and they distribute knowledge the way we do here, Rocky Outcrop and I. You get other people who copy us or pretend to be in the same position as us or have had somehow equivalent experience, but they haven't. They've just watched us for a while. And then you get others who are stupid idiots who lead people up the garden path all the time. So there's frustrating aspects to it, there's huge bonuses to it, and there are similar things that share like the same sense of community. The only meme stock that's actually really meme, and the investors who trade it love memes, and the whole bullish thesis on it is memes, memes, and more memes, is LPSN, live person. It's more of a, like, in terms of like cool, it's cooler, and in terms of like wow, the wow factor, it's really got this cool wow factor. Also, LPSN represents deep value. It's very much a deep value opportunity, whereas GameStop, this is a market dynamics play, and so there's groups of people lined against you who will describe our actions as cynical, which is a fair comment, right? It is fair comment if they were to describe us as cynical, because like that's a debate you could have about the nature of cynicism and if our approach is actually to do anything effective, or if it would simply damage the systems that are there to help people. And they could have that conversation. If the other side would be able to articulate that argument properly, we could debate them on it, but they can't. They just say stuff like, you're so stupid, you get rug pulled, and then use other terminology that doesn't really apply. Or, yeah, Ryan Cohen's diluting so that you can exit the stock, realising that the inside ownership threshold levels can't be affected by outside market or offerings. And Ryan Cohen fighting against the roaring kitty, and stupid comments, right? Stupid comments that are there really to make themselves feel better. They say to make themselves feel better, because that sort of conversation isn't going to win any rational argument. It's not a coherent logic to it. It's just like lots of people patting them on the back, feeling good. You know, this sense of community is shared by people on the other side of the trade, and so that isn't unique entirely in that the general concept is also found elsewhere, even on the short side of this stock. But that being said, it is unique in that there's a degree of longevity and loyalty to the ticker that you don't find anywhere else, apart from on Live Person. Oh, I'm still waiting for Wolf to go to 80. Trace button, gotta let him know about Wednesdays and what to do with your pants. Oh yeah, pants. Yeah, Wednesdays, your pants. You put them on your head. Wednesdays. Remind me of the Wednesdays and the Dr. Utker's Y-front diet and the what you would do with your pants. Remind me, Weezer. I appreciate being reminded of these things because they're probably hilarious. John Jim, the environmental politics problem is that it's a grift when most politicians handle it, get rich, spend billions of tax money, and then accomplish nothing. That's the problem with all politics, John Jim. Politicians say shit, get elected, get money, fuck off, do nothing. That's pretty much the problem with all of them. Traceborn, gotta let him know about Wednesdays. I know, do you help me out, Weezer? What was it? What does the expiring of the calls do to the stock? Yo, CryptoLink, that's a great question. I'll get to that in a second. Any suggestion on stop loss for today on GameStop? Yeah. I mean, it depends obviously on your entry and your target, because the distance between your entry and your stop will define how much money you could lose, and that is your risk, which you measure as a ratio for your potential reward. So you need to define an entry point and a target and a stop loss, rather than just picking a stop loss. But then if you did just want to pick a stop loss and it was like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and you've got no phone a friend, you've got no Ask the Audience, you've got no 50-50, and you haven't got the other one, whatever it was, like why did they have 4 anyway? Did they have 4? You would say like below this prior low here, it should be a golden pocket. Anything lower than that you might end up taking into the next horizontal, which would be 29.43, and so you could have it at $30, 60 cents. Wow! Also it depends what sort of instrument you're trading and so on. It's a difficult question to answer in and of itself. Sorry, Ramadiz, but if you tell me your entry, your target, I'll give you a potential way of working out where you might put a stop loss. But of course, not financial advice, and it's all up to yourself. CryptoLink asks, what impact does the expiry of options have on the price? Options expiring means that open interest disappears, which has an impact on the put-call ratio. And so an expiry of an option, if that is exclusively what you're looking at, those options expiring, doesn't necessarily have any impact on price itself. It's how that contract is actioned. So if you're long and you exercise that contract, which means that you buy the underlying, you take every contract in options is 100 shares. So if you exercise, that means that you exercise the right in the contract you bought, and that right was to purchase those shares at the strike price. And the strike price is not how much you pay for the thing, but where it needs to finish above so that you're in the money. In the money means that when you later exercise and acquire those shares for the strike price, which would be, say for example, $20 and 100 of them, so you're $2,000, like the 200 grand, oh my god, 2 million, thousand, billion dollars. If you exercise that contract and pay the money to get those shares, which you have the right to because you own the contract, then that will force the other side of the trade to get those shares and give them to you. If it means that they do it at a price above the current price, so for example, when you buy those contracts, you create that risk for the other side of the trade. And if they manage that by buying them in the money, or buying them now subsequently to you exercising the trade but having bought the contract earlier, then you can be causing them to lose on the gamma side, which would lead to an increase in price. Keep doing that, keep doing it, and you could create a little bit of a squeeze. So there's like lots of different dynamics that people talk about. The complicated aspect of a gamma nature is not really, gamma squeeze isn't really what you're asking. You're talking about what does the impact does the options expiry have, and if the options expire out of the money, then it delivers all that premium that was you paid for to get those option contracts, if it was that you paid premium and didn't sell them. I mean, because you could be long or short, right? You could be buying or selling these option contracts. So if your side of the trade is ending in the money and you exercise, not only will you get given the shares and they'll have to go and get them, but in them going and getting them, they'll have to buy them, and that could potentially push the price up. And that's simple. Like, simple answer to your question is exercising your options could lead to the other side of the trade buying those shares to deliver to you if you're long. And presumably you're talking about this based on Roaring Kitty's position. If alternatively those option contracts finish out of the money, then it doesn't have any impact on price. It just provides liquidity to the short side of the trade, who you bought the option contracts off, so gave them premium, and that premium would later be used against you. So depending on where price is, and depending on how the option holder behaves, there will be different ramifications and implications for option contracts expiring. But the expiry of the contracts themselves only really impacts the put to call ratio and the open interest, which has another inflection and it provides you with another vector on price and understanding another dimension of the strengths behind price. So it'll have implications for other dynamics, but it doesn't explicitly impact price. So it's mostly about how you interact with these contracts. I don't know if I actually answered the question there. Probably did very well. What do you think? by the way, you can call me Ramses. I entered at 30. We've got another Ramses here. I entered at 30 for a long position and target 36 in short term. I see stop loss at 28. Okay, it's quite a big $2 on something that costs 30. It's quite a big stop distance. Was it CryptoLink or yourself who asked that question? That's nice to meet you, Ramses. I entered at 30 for a long position. 30 for a long position. You're targeting 36. That's just 20% rise, and you've got a stop at 28, which is a considerable distance, you know. So this was your long at $30, somewhere around here, and you're targeting 36. Makes sense, you know. Makes sense, this trade setup so far. Where's that long? There? Yeah. Up around here, you want it about there. And your stop loss is at 28. So the problem there, like the long position and the entry are good, but the problem with the stop loss is it's massive. Risk reward ratio is 3-to-1. So that's acceptable to most traders. And I wouldn't critique it. It's okay. But you need to have an edge that works out often enough. Like, this is 3-to-1. So for every time you take that trade and it works out, you're getting 3 times what you invested in the trade, which means that for every 3 times you take the trade, you want it to work out at least as much as you initially envisaged, so that you break even. You would still lose money through attrition. That is the fees involved in trading and the fact that you're spending time doing it without yet getting a capital return. So ideally it would work out more often than 3 out of, like 1 out of every 3, or more often than 3 out of every 10. Preferably it would work out 4 out of every 10 times or better. So you would be making a trade based on an edge, and your edge, you'd be able to define how commonly that worked out, and you would apply it in the same circumstances every time, and you'd use a risk reward ratio that was within tolerance for the amount of times that that worked out, so that you made money over time, right? And this is a strategic approach to trading. This is a tight risk reward ratio that's not significantly they're going to really be like hugely significant to you as a trader over time. You kind of want to be a little bit better than that. This would be like minimum 3-to-1, I would suggest. Ideally, if it was me, right, I would be looking at the idea of, because would trade frequently, and would have certain permissions and be able to stop out. Maybe you wouldn't, right? Wash trading rules and so on would impact you slightly differently. But you're looking at this and you're saying that risk reward is quite high. And does it tell you when you're wrong, right? You'll be wrong if this got back to $30, wouldn't you? Because you've come in, you've put in these highs across the top of price action, and now you're back towards your entry, which has already gone into profit, right? So you could actually take your stop loss right to your entry now, and then you don't lose any money, and you can wait and see how price behaves should it get back there, because your original thesis that price would react from this area and go on to the top side and you'd be safe, that's not yet proved to be true. And if price comes back to your entry, then some people, very smart people, would say, so far you've been wrong. And so you would maybe want to not have that stop there. Maybe you would want to have it so that actually you moved your stop up, so it was in profit, maybe even to the top side of the golden pocket that you just came from. Or see how price recently made that low down and touched 30 spot 50, just there. Maybe you'd want your stop there. Now, what would that be in the previous pullback? And I say we're on the 5-second or 1 minute time frame, so all of this is like, apply it to higher time frames with you'll get a higher degree of reliability. But having a stop that doesn't ever move into profit, that's not great. Having price moved away from your entry gives the opportunity to think about that. Having subsequently had a pullback which put in a higher high gives you the opportunity to find a new place for your stop, and that would mean that your risk now wasn't 3-to-1 as it was when you originally opened the trade, but is instead 138-to-1, which much better, right? Much better. You don't lose money. You actually make a tiny little bit of money, even if you are wrong. And if it goes well, then you still get the same topside potential. So that's how you would work that stop in that scenario based on this chart, this time in your trade. And it's not financial advice, but holy shit, if it was, it would be pretty darn good. So, holy shit, am I doing work again? How did this happen? How did this happen? You're all going to get in trouble. Making me work like that, you big cheeky. Hello, Tangy. All right, Tangy. Jamie is in the kitchen. Jamie's in the kitchen. Risk management, name of the game. Yes, I saw something about Scotland. You forgot to clock out, Spotter. Oh, god damn it. That's my own fault then. My name is Kellen. Hello, Kellen. I'm also part Scottish, but from Canada. New to the channel, loving the content, keep up the work. New Kellen from New Scotia, which is also partly Scottish as well as him himself. The best part of you, Scottish Tangy Ocean. Good to see you. Thanks very much for watching. I appreciate you. Cheers, buddy. The more Scottish people, the merrier. Gamestop. If it was any lower, it would need sleigh bells. Will E-Trade ban Roaring Kitty? If they're fucking idiots, they will. They're already exposing themselves to be completely ridiculous. I mean, what's the worst marketing you can get in the world? Something like that. Like, you'd have to go out of your way to find a worse idea for a company, commercially. But they might. I'm not actually E-Trade, so I don't know. And people do stupid ass shit all the time, so it could happen. But my own impression would be they probably won't. They started releasing data about his trades, which is not fair. It's private information. They shouldn't have released it. And they said that he started buying option contracts before he started his tweets. So if you now look at the option chain and you're not aware of the knowledge that E-Trade gave us, you can literally see where he probably traded it before. And you can see the entries that he probably made in at around $10 when I called it out. Sales coming in at around $21 and so on, and then again at 28, and again up higher at 60, and again some others. And you could say like that all adds up to approximately $200 million. And then you could probably then put that together with that behavior with the more recent trades, which match up with his current position, and say that all looks like the same person. And you can do that because E-Trade released their own snooping on his account, like, which is strikes me as a little odd. And I would say that the distraction is the idea that they're telling you he did something illegal so that you'll be defensive on his behalf. You'll fill your head with an emotional argument and you'll ignore the fact that what they're really doing... You'd ignore the fact that what they're really doing is signalling to the other side of the trade and to other market participants how to go about countering Roaring Kitty's position, to help them out of a sicky spot with regards to how they facilitated his trading. So you might look at their behaviour and think that it's both sneaky, insidious, obvious, potentially illegal, and certainly a breach of his privacy. And you might think then the reason they're doing it isn't the immediately obvious one, but that which it obfuscates, that narrative which is sort of hidden behind the emotional reaction you would have. And you might think E-Trade are a bunch of total fannies. You might think that, and you might then think like they can go ahead and ban them or they can not ban them, but either way everyone's now going to hate them. And if they were to ban them, it would create an extremely visceral reaction in the stock market, and a lot of people would invest in GameStop simply because of that behavior, and it would lead to later moves in stock price. So I mean, how E-Trade cope with their own actions, the reaction the market has to their behavior, and other things would mean that they couldn't be doing it for the singular purpose that they state, and instead they're doing it to manipulate market participants. And this is very much common in a short and distort campaign, that you'll see these sort of things happen. Much worse things happen, right? Much more criminal things have happened. But yeah, I think that it's a fucking ridiculous behavior. So whether they do or not is different. Like, there's this other conversation about whether what he's doing is illegal or legal or illegal. And it's legal, you know, and people who saying it's not legal, like, clearly don't understand the law. And I don't know where they get their shit from, or why they think they'd be an authority on it, to, you know, where are they quoting this illegal behaviour at? Like, I mean, I know what the illegal behaviour is with regards to manipulating price. It's 2 or more people acting in coordination with their funds to drive price in a particular direction. That's literally not what he's doing. He's one person, and he's not coordinating his actions with anyone else at all. You know, it's everybody else going out and exposing his trading behaviour and telling everybody where and when he traded. E-Trade are the ones doing that, not him. So everyone else is like, oh, it's illegal, da 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 da. It's like, no, it fucking isn't illegal. That's not what the law is, you total dumbass. I mean, we could actually look at the law and talk about what is illegal and this is the legal and illegal. We could talk about the grey areas. We can discuss people's opinions and have a proper debate. But this conviction and this rush to judgment is both really unattractive behaviour in a human being and also smacks of having your own agenda. And like, anyone who doesn't see that how that commentary would be perceived is either delusional or psychopathic or really, really in trouble. Really in trouble. So much so that their own concerns dominate their thinking and they're not able to watch and see and be aware of the reaction the market will have to their actions, because it's stupid. It's stupid. And it's stupid to talk about Rowan Critics behaving illegally. It's also from jealous people. Just jealous people. Jealous people who think, blah, blah, he did better than me, or he's got more money than me, or something else, some variation on that. And it's embarrassing. It's super fucking embarrassing. I can't stand people that just like, we'll just give people a hard time because we're all losers. Like, those fucking idiots. Holy cow, Gree is killing it today. Gree. Any's up that much. Where's Gree at? Here, Gree. Nobody even knew what Gree was until TradeSpot talked about it. Oh, there's a trade setup. Oh, did it get it? Where is this trade setup? What is that part of? Oh, suits you, sir. Oh. Here, look, TradeSpotting's got a Gree trade, and it's here, and it's doing interesting things. What is it up today? 10%. Pulling its way back to that entry zone. Oh my god, so everybody who took that trade is now in profit in Gree. Very marginally, but they are. And what's the target on this thing? Currently trading at $3, and my target is 142. You think to yourself, TradeSpotting, that's bonkers. Why are you saying these things? Why do you be this way? Why does stuff be this way, Spotter? You big... I mean, it just came down so it could get in here, like a little slide, whoomp, up there. You know, what's the risk reward to that? 96 to 1. Eh. Fucking GameStop's down again. What's been happening? Have I not been looking at the chart? How did any of this happen? Oh, it's back inside this goddamn stupid channel. Still doing it. Oh god, come back over here. Oh god, gracious me. I didn't draw it as a channel. I suppose it could do, because then you get the center line. Pardon me, I'm going to redraw this as a channel. Bear with me. Come back, brightness. Yeah, so now you've got the basis line, that's the center line, and you've got the 2 parallel lines, which is resistance on the top side, support underneath. And that's the way it is. You can talk about it as supply and demand, in which case it'll depend on the trend. Supply will always be coming from the direction which is dominant in the trend, because you're supplying price and supplying liquidity, to the spread, and supplying liquidity to the spread in the direction of the trend means that you're providing supply, and if that's on top side, then it's pushing price down. So people often get confused when I describe supply and demand. But when it comes to support and resistance, some people find it easier to understand. So support is this line underneath, resistance this top side, and then you've got the basis line, which is the center of the channel. And when price breaks out of this, it may well be that you're looking at a liquidity measured by the size of the channel itself. So you take it like that, you either put it on the top or the bottom. I don't suppose it matters, like it's a downward sloping channel, so very marginally they break to the top side, more often they break down. and I can recycle this guy, I think, like that. Yes. And you get this, and then, you know, you drop it on, in it around there, you're horizontal, and then you don't need the line anymore. And you do the same here, and it's already got a line, so you don't need that anymore. So this is the two areas GameStop might go back to. $28 more or less, give or take a couple of centimos, or to the top side, $32 and change. So that's what we're thinking about. Currently, prices just slipped below $30, which is why Ramses would have been good to have moved the stop into profit, because now it's come back to that $30 area. You could take that same trade you had again. Now, I'm not critiquing you or your trading, Ramses. I'm saying nor am I trying to rub it in. I'm saying if you followed that strategic approach to your stop losses that we talked about, then now you'd have another opportunity to enter at their same price, and you would have got a tiny little bit of profit. It would possibly be that you're now subject to wash trading rules, but I don't know what the tax laws and trading regulations are in Uzbekistan, though I would like to. So I mean, have you got a rule there whereby, you know, there's like implications for exiting something and then buying it again within a certain amount of time? It's got bullish divergence now. It's also like at an oscillation where it could turn around, but it did find a rejection at the basis line, having found support at it previously, so it wouldn't be desperately positive until I see it turning around. Now it's down 2.49%. This is awful. Whereas like amazing things like Lipson are up. Whoa, whoa, my god, it's amazing. Big fan of that. Anyway, I'm back. How's everybody? I hope you're not upset. Oh, chat box is over the freaking price again. I hate it when it does that. I always... Is it this here? Move this here back out a bit. Check with your chat box. That'll work. I can make it even bigger. Hey. Trace point. Yes, Kitty is one guy and not manipulating, but is he really one guy and maybe manipulating? Mainstream media using those questions marks creatively. Yeah, they are, Adil. They are using those question marks creatively. He is just one guy, and he's clearly acting alone. I did describe there just a few minutes ago how he managed to acquire the capital to get the position which he has now using option trades on GameStop very recently. So anyone who's like wondering, how did he get that money though? Someone must be backing him. They've just got no experience of looking at the option chain, or they don't understand what they're doing, or the way of doing it's wrong, or they're a fucking fanny and they've got an agenda. Because he could have easily got that money himself from trading. I would be able to show you where I think he got it from, literally exactly the trades I think he got it from, in opening and in closing, and I'd be able to show you that it works out to be exactly what he's got in terms of his current position. And so nobody's backing him. Even if somebody was backing him and they were giving him the money to trade for them, he has all of the compliance and the regulatory qualifications to do that, right? So there's no critiquing him there, and nor is it acting in coordination with anyone else. It's just him. So again, it's not illegal, but yeah, like you say, the question marks are fucking used very creatively. Oh, look at this channel working out. I could maybe even make it more accurate, because so they'll touch, to touch, and to touch. I know this one went outside of it, but like, so what? Like, extremely bullishly divergent. Extremely? Oh, it is a little bit. The point is, it's still within this channel, and it got 3 touches there. And I don't care about the fact that it went out that one. It's a golden pocket and then a retracement. This is 786, and we spoke about the potential if it breaks here, this horizontal again, then it probably comes down to test that level, 29.50 or so on, which is where price is now. And we did that using the horizontals. It just so happened to make it there within this linear downtrend as defined by the channel, but then we're on logarithmic chart, so that's like exponential declines. You got bullish divergence here. It probably bounces back up again now, but that could just be another oscillation rather than an important low. Now you have to go up the time frames to find like any sort of a, I mean, you're not getting anything, right? It's still an uptrend. Like, all of the important lows are different places. Some people will be looking at this as head and shoulders. It's like, it isn't really, but like, some people will be looking at it as one. say. It isn't really. Ugh. Something like that. Ugh. And then if you'd managed to do that, like, then you'd be like this, and you'd be saying it potentially these, if it breaks like from, I'm not sure where the neckline is on that guy here. Is that it? Some people would say it was there, some people would say it's like there. It all depends how you draw your head and shoulders, and I fucking hate that tool. Anyway, that's there. I mean, I don't want to influence people too much, just leave the measured rule. It's still within this channel, you know, that's what you're really talking about. Why did I start talking about that head and shoulders? Somebody say something. What happened? Oh my god, I got the spinning circle crap again. Head and Shoulders playing out. Star Room Studios. Depends what you're drawing, really. All I see is a bull flag. All I see is dead people. Live person. All I see is live person. Trace button. Did Trace button miss Bartley Wolf's donation for $69.99? What the flying shitting. Holy shitting. Oh my god, amazing. Everybody else shut up. I've got a Bartley Wolf. Is that your name? Holy shitting. Holy shit bags. Holy shit bags. Bartley Wonder Stuff. Bartleby Wonder Stuff. 13 minutes ago. Holy shit, I am so sorry. That's a massive donation. I've been going through a rough time recently. Ah, buddy. Sorry to hear that. And you really cheered me up. That's fucking awesome to hear. That's awesome to hear. I'm sorry you've been going through a hard time recently, mate. Stuff gets tough sometimes. Thank you. You are welcome. I appreciate you taking the time to create a great community and sharing your expertise. Man, I appreciate that feedback so much. I'm sorry to hear you've been going through a hard time. Life is tough sometimes. It really is. In this community, we recognize the value of resilience. It's not easy, but when you get knocked down, you stand back up again. And everybody here cheers you on. So congratulations and thanks so much for that kind message. 6969, that's incredibly generous, mate. I appreciate that a lot. I'm sorry I didn't get to the message sooner. That's a healthy generosity there. Absolutely massive. I appreciate that. Thanks so very much, mate. Bartleby Wonder Stuff. Going through a hard time recently. You really cheered me up. What a nice message. Thanks. That cheers me up too. Thanks. This community is fantastic, you know, and people like yourself, Bartleby Wonder Stuff, you make it so fantastic with positive, kind comments like that, even though things get tough. And when they get tough, you've always got us here, mate. So never ever go anywhere, right? You need a hand, you got something to say, I'll try and help you. Great. Great that you recognize that your mates are here. Really appreciate that you said that there. And everybody else who saw it, they'll like it too. And if you ever need help with charts or anything that anyone can help you with regards to that side of trading, you got a big and massive family of people who are happy to help you. A lot. Can you move your video screen down? Yeah, I'll put it here if that's better. Like, I can move this message which is on the RSI, move it to there, slightly easier. And price it at that bottom channel there. Thank you so much, Bartley. I really appreciate that, mate. Welcome to all of India. Wow, there's a lot of India here. Welcome you. Hey bro, I am from India. Awesome, Mayanak. How you doing? Please guide me if I go for this one. GME, or is it not good enough for me? Well, it's all about how and where you manage your risk based on your entry and your targets. I think that GameStop's probably a good bet for testing 60 plus bucks, 66 bucks, that area. And if that's your goal, like, I mean, there's other targets, but like if that's your goal, then you could maybe craft an entry in and around these sort of prices, maybe, right? The way you would look to that is Batu cannot pull out. Oh my god, what happens? Oh my god, what happens is right. Yo, Batu. There's a lot of Indians here, or am I imagining things? Trace button. Yes, Kitty is one guy, not many players. I've got to speed up the chat box there. Wonderful stuff, Bartley, wonderful stuff. Yeah, wonderful stuff, Bartley, wonderful stuff. India is now the #1 YouTube audience by size in the world. It's also the biggest, most populated country in the world, and it's probably the best bet for investing in a new jurisdiction. 99.99. Your rant the other day pumped me up. Your spirit is strong. Diamond Spirit. Absolutely fucking love you. Diamond Bartley. No, that's Breakthrough. Oh my god, I'm getting confused. I actually nearly hit the fucking... Get me my chat box back before I click the wrong button. I can't even read the names I've covered up. Breakthrough. Hey, it's Breakthrough. I think I remember you've got more of Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Thank you so much. 99's bought 99. Your rant the other day pumped me up. Your spirit is strong. Diamond Spirit. What a lovely message. Bang. Fucking awesome. Odell Beckham Jr. Odell Beckham Jr. I remember you said GME for breakfast and GME for dinner daily because of you. Yes, I definitely did. Turkish actually. But bloody hell, what a brilliant diaspora of Gamestop there is across the world and in this community more specifically. Thanks for being here and choosing to watch this channel and persisting through my Scottish accent. Thank you so much. Can I expect a target of 40 plus in 2 to 3 days? Well, this is the difficulty, Mayanak. What we do here is we try to focus on horizontal levels on the chart, which are measured here on the y-axis, and less on the vertical points on the chart here, measured on the bottom scale, which is the x-axis. So we do incorporate that into price action, but measuring price by a certain time is a very difficult tactic, a difficult goal to achieve. And
I need a volunteer. Come at me with an imaginary knife. Ouch! Ouch! That's how it's done.
That's how it's done. Price action back at that basis line. Yo, CryptoLink. So what I'm thinking there, Breakthrough, your rant the other day pumped me up. Thanks so much. Whoever asked the question, was it Mayanak? 2 to 3 days. We can't necessarily say that, right? So what instead we say is, here's a good entry if this is your stop and this is your target and this is your thesis, right, which is supported by real world events. And underneath here we've got a strategic approach to entering a trade, and that means that your entry will depend on where you're trying to take price and where you're managing your risk and getting a healthy ratio. So that's the concept that we teach in our course, which is linked in the description. And the tiny takeaway from it is that you need to work with price to find that area so that you know that the potential for price to go to that place is realistic, that the percentage move you're talking about is possible previously based on other percentage moves or a measure of the volatility of that stock, which is again something we teach in the course. Or, thank you very much, very, very much, Nichiro. Or you're looking at support and resistance, and there are clear areas demarked by previous price history, and you're able to say that in the context of the trend that price is currently in, it's achievable to make those targets. So really you're talking about the parameters of your trade with regards to where you're entering and where you're going to exit, but you're not really trying to work on, will this happen before a certain day or not, which is difficult when it comes to trading things like option contracts, which of course inherently include time value, which is also described as theta, and that decays or that value decreases as that option contract approaches expiry. So using technical analysis to define your entries and exits and managing your risk and taking a risk to the heart of your strategy means that it's very, very dangerous to trade option contracts which are expiring this week or today. And so in order to mitigate that risk, option contracts themselves typically wouldn't be used for capital appreciation. That is, that you're not trying to make a profit with the option trade specifically, but you're actually buying shares, and then you use those shares as a way of mitigating risk on the option contracts, and the option contracts as a way of mitigating risk on the shares. And so the option contracts would be insurance. And then the way that that would work is that the small cost you're paying for those option contracts, if you even indeed do pay a cost, which you would do if you were buying them, is in comparison to what you could lose if price goes down, actually quite little. And the value you'd get from those option contracts, should price go down, would cover any loss you'd take in the stocks themselves. And so this is how we use option contracts as insurance over a well-managed position, which is based on price and horizontal levels and the potential from price and its previous expressions and its moves and oscillations. So we're not actually looking to see if price could achieve something within a couple of days or 3 days. Ever. That's not really the way anyone trades. Anyone in the world that's a good trader, they don't trade that way. Breakthrough with 99.99. Your rant the other day pumped me up. Your spirit is strong, diamond spirit. Thanks so much, Breakthrough. That's a huge donation. Right? That's a freaking amazing, really generous, and I appreciate you so much for that, Breakthrough. Thank you so much, mate. I appreciate that loads. And then just before it, we had... Did you say anything else in and around that message? I wanted to just to check. Oh shit, it's fucking gone off of that. Get into this one. Is this got it? Maybe this will have it because you can scroll back on this, right? Thank you, Breakthrough. Wonderful to find wonderful. Mr. Wonderful. Surely it's... Oh, come off it. It won't let me scroll up any further. Cheers, Breakthrough. Legend. See that there. Thanks, mate. Good one. Yes. And before you, Bartleby. Wonder stuff. Thank you so much. Pair of you guys, total legends. Eh? Frickin' hell. Frickin' hell. This is brilliant. Eh? You know, I get very privileged position here, and I really appreciate that, and I respect it too. Thanks very much. You know, and it's also true to say you're doing it when GameStop's not pushing desperately high at this second in time based on the open price today, and so that's even more appreciated that you would be so generous in these times. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks, both of you. Markets might drop in about 3.5 hours because J. Powell speaks. That's right, 10K. He's coming out with his rate decision to FOMO at a meeting. They had the CPI data earlier, and it was inflation cooled more than expected, which means that, you know, how do we put it? Over the piece, the CPI data already had an impact on the markets because we were anticipating what will happen in Powell's speech. The 2-year Treasury bond dropped 14 basis points and the 10-year Treasury bond dropped 11 basis points. Now, 11 basis point drop on the 10-year Treasury bond is the biggest drop in yields on that contract in the entire year, which would be like a signal to you as a trader that J. Powell's speech will be positive, again, positive for the markets, because the American government has been trying to fight inflation because it's obviously desperately important to keep inflation low, right? And at the minute it's well exceeding their 2% target. But at the same time, it's an election year and there's an awful lot of considerations, and in particular for that side of the aisle, there's a strong focus on high employment, right? And this degree of like equality in society, which includes access and right to work, and that was expressed in high levels of employment. And having high levels of employment creates this potential overheating in the labour market, which means that wages need to increase, which means that the money supply increased velocity, which can devalue the currency, especially alongside printing extra money, which means that you've got extremely high inflation, and it's what happened previously, and it's persisted through this administration's entire period in charge. And so he's had a really hard job in that respect from an economic take on things. Now again, this is not a political commentary, so if you think that, then it's your prejudice, your problem, and you should just keep an open mind and listen to me. It's that because he's found himself between a rock and a hard place, is that the high inflation and high employment in the labour market makes it very difficult for him to manoeuvre. So it's extremely positive news to get this cooling of inflation without having problems in the job market, which you saw a report come out last week was very, very strong. So to also keep high employment and to get a cooling of inflation is very positive. And because it's the first time we've seen that dynamic expressed with a data release so close to each other, and that news being on the bright side, means that we've already seen the biggest reaction in the 10-year bond for the entire year. So we can anticipate that, well, it's very, very unlikely that J. Powell now immediately cuts rates. We can say that his guidance that comes along with his rate decision will probably be more positive with regards to the potential for rate cuts in future, and does leave the door open for one or two before the next election. So the markets are responding positively to that news, and SPY is more likely than not to receive the speech positively later today too. So that's the answer to the question. Which wasn't a question. It was just me trying to add value to what was an interesting point that 10K made in the chat. Did I miss anything? Conor Milligan, upgrade to premium access via Rocket Patreon, which provides a Discord, RO toolkit, and weather flash indicator. Boom. Darn tootin' to Conor Milligan. Breakthrough. Thanks, mate. See that again. Cheers. Hi. In what priority do you rank what you're looking for on the chart? Support, resistance, patterns, indicators. Hanzo, take my course. I've got a unique approach to the priorities in which I do technical analysis. Andrew, $100. Andrew, $100? What just happened? What did I miss? Tracepoint, risk management is at the heart. TA is the brain. Risk management is what TA is for, and they're both the brain, Adil. They're both the brain. I bought 25 shares yesterday at $23 a share. I'm new to this. At what price should I pull it out? Andrew, that's why you're saying $100. Yeah, it's very close to financial advice. Did you not have a target when you initially bought? That would be an important question to ask Andrew. Any entry price are you waiting for? No, I waited for an entry price at $10 for 3.5 years, and I got it. I got that entry, and I haven't been waiting for an entry price since then. No. Hello, Jamie. Great show again. Just got back from the hockey rink. But this has the show on the whole time, Paul. Yay, at the hockey rink. The rinky dink. This is amazing content. 999. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, mate. Oh, tell them about the dot plot. Tell them, Carmen. This is an alternative streaming setup, so the volume is at its best. Yeah, sorry. The only uptick I've seen in the labour market is the increased activity behind my local Wendy's dumpster. Is that real? I mean, if it wasn't, it is now probably. That whole meme's probably a real thing. Dropped like a rock today, USD against the Norwegian kroner. Yeah, there's a currency dynamic going on too. So if a person owned 100 shares of Gamestop, what kind of option contracts would they buy and for when? The best moor. Well, it would depend on what price was doing. I mean, we live in a dynamic universe, the best moor. So, like, I know that it would be great if we could just ask the question slightly differently, and then somehow it made it like so that I could answer it better. It does change the liability with regards to me giving financial advice to people, and obviously the ethical considerations when you keep asking me means that like it's your problem if it goes wrong at that stage. But you know, I don't want to just leave you like that with like, well, it's your problem or whatever. And the question is, if a person owned 100 shares, congratulations if you own 100 shares, nice one, well done. Minor rate, no, that's a different message. What kind of option contracts would they buy and for when? Well, if you were trying to hedge your risk and you were using those option contracts as insurance, then you would probably look for a delta calculator, to manage your risk using that strategy. Is called delta hedging. You'd look for a delta hedging calculator on the internet, you can Google it, and you can talk about the price of your shares, the current price of them now, and that calculator will give you the right answer on the number of contracts you need depending on the strike and the expiry you choose. The strike and the expiry you choose will be on how you see your position evolving and where you see price support and resistance at. So currently you would look for support and resistance maybe on, say, a 4-hour time frame, and you would look at these 47, you'd look at 65, and you'd look at 38 and 32, and you'd be looking in around these numbers, trying to find an affordable contract that the delta hedging calculator said that you could get enough of based on your budget that would also cover your downside risk. That's the answer. And if you find that difficult or complicated, you can pause it and rewind it and Google the terms, and or you can join the Discord and ask me more often, or not more often, but I suppose it would be again, and I'll try and help you the best I can there. So that's what the top level answer is to the question, which is like quite valuable information if you didn't know that in the first instance, and will guide you to the right place. Carmen, could you put your mic louder? I don't think I can. I think I've got it as high as I've got it. Yeah, I've got it as high as I can get it. But you can put your speakers higher, I think. The problem there is then that the alerts noise is higher. But I turned that down a big chunk. Did you notice? I turned it down a big chunk. I turned off the subscriber notifications, and now it doesn't come through as often or as loud, I think. So hopefully that's better. Jamie, thank you. What are your thoughts on DJT? That I've already called it fantastically well, and I've already done it very well. What is TA? Technical analysis. A risk management. Can you extend your channel formation? Yes. Oh no, I don't need to do this. I can just do this. Hey, double click it and then go extend right. Yay, boom, there you go. I can extend it forever. And there's another top tip if you use TradingView. And I've got to a 15-second time frame where you can see it like in that channel, conforming to that channel still currently. The risk on this potential head and shoulders gives you a bigger drop. And if you are to test back to the top side, you've got clear levels of previous support, which are now potentially resistance. So here'd be one of them. And the other lines, we don't necessarily need all of these anymore. They were twice on the downside. This Fibonacci here, 50% back up again. That's okay, because it'll also match up with the other fib if you were to draw it the other way. A speculated fib from this high down to this low. You're also getting a 2382 there. Why come back, brightness? Where's the brightness button? I don't want these stupid environmental controls taking over my brightness. Whoa, chill out, beer. $29.99. 164. I don't think that's a significant move yet. I don't know if I answered the question. Was I in the middle of an answer or something? I don't know. Maybe I was. I've definitely not got chat. There must be some bit. Ronke will and can execute. He can even swap his position to another party that will. A wild guess who has diluted his ownership. Yeah, see, yes. I would have thought about that. Ideally, it would be, you know, if you're long, what you want is for Roaring Kitty to exercise his contracts and for Ryan Cohen to increase his ownership stake, because now he's below 10%. You would want to see him push it back up there. Now you're still the ownership threshold, which is significant with regards to exchange rules, dilutions, and so on, is 5%. 10% though, that's where you would like to see it pushing up at around 10%. Partly because it's psychologically, it's seen as important for owners of the company to hold that much of the company. And that has been one of Ryan Cohen's philosophies. So people would like to see an alignment between his previous expressions of, you know, it takes money to buy whiskey, and also this idea of it's my company. Like combining that together is usually seen around 10%. People think along those lines, like that's just like the Gestalt figure that people look to. It's also like an important ownership threshold with regards to exchange rules. So aiming for that would be really positive, and if he was to make that move, it would be a further sign of confidence in the stock. It's definitely possible for him because he got his initial stake at 75 million and it's now worth 1.5 billion or something, 2 billion, whatever it is worth there. It's a significant increase himself. He's done really well. True, Ryan Cohen's done very well from Gamestop, so maybe it is that. If he's got no obligation to do so though. But if he did do it, and I'm trying to speak positively because I really feel positive about this situation, ideally it wouldn't be to in accepting Rowan Kitty's position as then who taking those shares, which obviously is possible. It's more along the lines of to see that additional commitment at the same time that both Ryan Cohen and Roaring Kitty were in this together and still going forward. So the narrative that I like to talk about, rather than this idea of Ryan Cohen accepting Roaring Kitty shares and that being him that's able to exercise, or him that's backing Roaring Kitty, what I would prefer to see would be both of them long, exercising, increasing position sizes, and next month on, say, June 21st. Well, not really. I mean, ideally I would like it to see it so that in August expiries, in the third week of August, you would like to see new option contracts. Roaring Kitty have new option contracts for expiry in the third week of August, and you'd ideally like to see that in a couple of weeks' time, or sooner, right? And for him to have exercised a significant portion of his contracts. It doesn't have to be all of them at all. Don't care about that. Like, I think people like to talk about that, but I don't care if he exercises all of them. We don't give a shit, right? If he does 10% plus, I'd say that's fucking awesome, right? And then the rest of the money he puts into more option contracts for August, the third week in August, that expiry. That's what I would do, right? I wouldn't exercise all of them, right? I wouldn't. I'm not going to say that he shouldn't. That's because, you know, he can do whatever the flying shit in hell he likes. He's an absolutely excellent trader. What I would do though would be exercise between 25%, 10 and 25% of those, and I'd take the rest of the money and I'd put it all into option contracts for the end of August, and not to pump price, but because if I genuinely believed in the bullish thesis and the capital being raised, and you've got these shareholder meeting coming up on Thursday, and you've got quadruple witching next Friday, and you've got positive news on the stock market coming out today, and then you've got the election in November, then I think August and the third week of August, you know, without saying too much, right, I think that would be the ideal place to have the next little. So I think that's what you should do. TA School link nail loading. Did you type in www? That will work if you type in the www. That one. That should work. Dang, 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 dang. Ba-da-ba-ba-bam. About the course. Like a pilot getting flight hours, you'll gain experience learning through introductions to topics, definitions of the terms, explanations of the concepts, and a schema for understanding their applications. It includes the psychology of trading, how to start and continue the journey of always learning, soft and hard skills involved in TA, getting comfortable with charting, understanding risk and reward, and quantifying the distribution of risk in order to develop a profitable trading strategy. It suits your lifestyle, your goals as a trader, and your personality as a person. Anality. For example, you learn about some indicators, identifying and using technical entities to determine your strategies, and the rules that help people trade, while also avoiding the common expensive mistakes. Content dispersed throughout the week in the form of revision, assessments, and so on. There's also drills and assignments. As the course progresses, you'll practice techniques to become more reflexive, and the aim being your skills will improve faster than the incline of the learning if you follow the structure correctly. This means that the assignments or homework will take more time until you're spending a few hours of your week each week becoming a better trader. And the pace at which you progress is not forced, rather the lessons and information is delivered at a maximum pace. You can't skip ahead. You will have to complete the assessment to be able to take the next lesson, and it's delivered a time after the preceding one for the lessons to be learned, revised, and any assignments completed within that period. At the halfway point, there's a recap, and at the end, there is another assessment. There's also an assessment at the start. So those are the little bits of a brief explanation. You can take it as slow as you choose, and you cannot go faster than the scheduling. You can join anytime you like. It doesn't have to be in the first class with the first cohort, but there are a lot of people taking it recently because they've done very well on Gamestop. I say a lot of people. There's never really been a lot of people because I've not got a huge audience. But of the people who do take it, it's significant, compared to your average GME group. That are serious traders within it. It's much higher distillation of serious traders here. So of those people in the chat box, there'll be a lot of people who tell you they've taken the course, and I'm eager for you guys to tell everybody what the course is like there in the chat box. In a similar vein, at the end there's $100 discount code for the Patreon members. There certainly was. I don't know if you get that anymore. I don't think you should get rid of that, eh? You also have access to the Discord group to interact with your fellow students. That's an incredibly valuable aspect to the course. Charting platform we're using, that's the link. It's a free trial from an affiliate, and it's a very, very, very good course. Boom, technical analysis 101. 91 lessons, right? So people can complain all they like. I don't care. It's a very, very good course. 91 lessons is a lot of lessons, and it's a lot of time, a lot of hours. And if you join it now, you'll be taking it with some other good people who did well in GameStop and are investing in themselves that way so that they can do well on other stocks at all times and never lose all those gains they've made. And after 3.5 years of trying to make those gains, a lot of people are quite precious about their capital now, and they're taking extreme care of it and being very responsible as traders. And that course will help you do that. So I would urge everybody to do it. You will certainly get to be a better trader if you follow that schedule and spend your time doing that work on that course. And the link works there. It's www you need to put in. Hansel. What's going on shitstop.com? I don't know. What is shitstop.com? What is it, RG? What is it? And then I'll tell you. Hello, would love to join. Unfortunately, the fee is out of my reach. Someday, maybe. Might have a discount on my birthday, but that's not until September, at which point Ronan Critty will have got his next option contracts. We'll all be laughing our face off all the way to the bank. The course is great. I learned so much. It's a great value, and the knowledge you gained far outweighs the cost. L. Baker Matthews. True story. There's Hans Dampf. Take the course. Speaking of experience, having taken it myself, it changed my life. Hans is an absolute legend. He's a total weapon as a trader. He's a serious serious trader. Really going to be already to demonstrate some of the skills that you would attribute to the best traders in the world, and shortly he's going to do absolutely amazing. He's already started to outperform vast majority of traders, and I expect that to continue. Really, really, really positive. And I'm excited to see where Hans ends up. Really excited. So to get that review recommendation from Hans, that means a lot. Sorry, just got home from football. Feeding the boys while holding 80% profit. Thanks to you brothers. Go Bitcoin. Nice work, BMJ. Good to hear it. Always taking care of the kids. Doing a good job. Lovely, lovely. Asa, a date. Roaring Kitty could roll his contracts too. You could roll them to their eyes. Good way. I'm not saying anything. I don't know. Third week of August. I just jumped on that mid explanation. What was the context? Yes, nice. A water heater. Yeah, it's a boiler. Yeah, you got a water heater. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a new boiler. It came with new radiators and new pipe work. All of it brilliant, and all of it everywhere, and really, really good and awesome. And I got new insulation on every wall, and I got everything replaced. I got all the floors redone. I got everything fixed. I got everything decorated. I even had the windows renovated. I had everything done. I even got a new front door. I got everything done. And then there was a squeaky floorboard. And I don't want to talk about it anymore. Good luck, guys. I'll be back after J Powell. Back or after him. Is the Rocky show today? It is. It's in 4 minutes. Is Rocky still here? Best investment I made. You can gain essential skills. You need to stay profitable in the markets by taking a course. You can. Stay profitable, protect your capital, even protecting your profit, how to manage risk, how to let your winners run, how to pick entries, how to execute. We call that a water heater in California, yay. California, yay, is gas. Gas. Do you have them running on gas? How high can GME run? Well, the technical analysis says that you could look for the trend to continue and target 46, 66, 85 if it breaks those levels, which is hard to call from here. But if you'd entered here, then you wouldn't be worried about that at that point, because you'd be able to manage your capital and profit up there. If it does break above 85, then you're looking at 100. If it gets to 100 and breaks it, you just go to 114. Maybe 117, and if that level breaks, it'll go 126 or 4, I can't remember what it is, and then if that breaks 132 or 36, again, I can't remember exactly, and then it'll go, I could look now because I've got the chart in front of me, but you know, it's already pretty good, right? You just want the answer, don't you? Space Cadet, there you are, best investment I made. The course. Do you think that there's a cup and handle formation? Batu, there's cup and handles everywhere. We talked at the start of the show about that, so if you want to have a look at the start, from the start onwards, or when the show ends, if you want to go back, you'll see it. 2 days ago, you laid out a risk management play with an entry 1/3 of capital at 23.90 with a limit order of the other 2/3 of capital at the gap at $18. Increase prices fall. Now that price has gone up, what would you think the risk management play to enter at the other 2/3 of capital? Hello, DC. DC in that lovely white headband. DC, did you get that membership, or were you gifted it with a white headband? I've already provided excellent value there. You mean, damn it, you got so many words and not one of them is a thanks. There's a hello, that's good. That's good. Do we have entry point for GME now? Yo, Raja. I got it. You got it, DC. Still the same. You're welcome. Don't worry, you're welcome. The same place, yo. The same place. Keep it at 18. Like, until such times as price breaks above this high at 33.50 and so on. Maybe even 34.50. Right? I would only move it up when price continues the uptrend. And there's this horizontal level of resistance currently in at around... What the fuck? It's way above that. What's going on? Why does price go back in time like that? It's dead annoying. I'd wait for price to break back above 35, 36 bucks. If I wanted to just add to a position, increase my entry, buy in, and at which point you could then take your stop up higher, right? You could then take your stop up to presumably you would be okay with taking it to around $24. You could definitely take it to your entry, right? You could easily take it to your entry at that point, and then you wouldn't be compromising your risk management by increasing your average buy-in too much, like the price of your buy. Wait a minute, if you're entering at 36 and you previously entered at don't stop streaming when I go live, Tracebot, and just stay on as long as you want. That's the way. No, I should be sending people to yourself. You do one show a week, and that's what it's about. Go and check out Rocky's show. I won't be on if you know, if I'm doing a show here and Rocky's only got like 40 or 50 folks watching. I'll be ending this stream so that people go and check out Rocky, because his show was teaching you, and it's an extension of the course. So if you're new to this show and you're wondering about how to manage positions or how to enter, the answer is like agnostic to the chart you're looking at. The levels of support and resistance might be relevant, but the strategic approach to price, that's best articulated by Rocky. And so you should be watching his show, which, put the link in, Rocky, to your show. Hey, I think maybe I can even... Maybe. There is it. I see it. I see the link there. I see it happening. BMG Shadow put it in. Awesome. I'll pin it. Pin message. Go and check that out. That's Rocky Outcrop Show. If I do that. And then I do this. I drop it there. And I also copy that. Jump over there. 11 waiting, and it starts supposed to start a minute ago. So Rocky, who started YouTube before me, built up the audience, created the community, and made my job here to help you possible. Without him, I couldn't be doing this right now. I would have been passed by and stepped over by the audience. So it's only through the grace of Rocky's generosity that I'm able to help you guys at all. So if I see that, not trying to be like shitty about it or whatever, but I need to see that his numbers are higher so that I'm okay doing a stream, because if it isn't, it feels like I'm betraying the guy who made what I do possible, and I can't do that, you know. I can't. It's just not possible. So I need that to be something you guys do, and I need you to benefit from it, because I know how good he is at doing what he does, and the effort he puts in is with a serious goal to create serious traders, and that's what you guys want to be, right? That's why you're watching me. Although a lot of it is you found me because I was passionate, or you saw my skills and you wanted to replicate them. You can be as passionate as me without watching me, and I'll be back on again tomorrow. But you can learn equally as much, if not more, and looking at it on extra assets. And Bitcoin's doing well. 2.96% up. So I would definitely recommend you check that out, especially if you're a member of the Discord and you're a big fan of what we're all doing together. Then, you know, bigger and greater than this single focus on one stock, then you should 100% definitely be watching Rocky's show, which would have started earlier, but he's being generous to me, allowing me to do this. When I say allowing, because it's like he read it in the chat box, he wanted us to. What do? Sandwich was too much, guys. One rate cut per year as per this decision. Did it just break out a resistance at $30? Not quite, not quite. Is it not still in the formation? Hey bud, I think we may be breaking out of that channel. Your take? Check it in a minute. Only one show, yo, even though I have 2 ears and I have 1 brain. Big Vince, the legend that he is.
Hyper-optic broadband helps you break free from
Hey, it's
unfair
starting.
pricing. Smash! Overpriced service.
Aha!
And inflexible contracts.
There he is.
Kaboom!
I must have it open
We've
somewhere else
got your
because
back
it shouldn't be
with
making
totally
this noise.
transparent pricing. Nice one. A price match guarantee. Nailed it. And
There it is.
See people.
Yay! All right, good to see people. He says
Is
8
the
people watching.
interest-
Hey, it was 11 when I asked people to go and watch it, and now it's 8. So, unfortunately, because people weren't able to click that and do that. I feel my blood sugar dropping quickly. I can feel it dropping quickly. Thanks very much, Breakthrough, for supporting the show today. Thank you very much, Bartleby Wonder Stuff. I appreciate you. That's really appreciated. Cheers. Didek, thank you too. Lisa, vis-a-vis, legend. Luke Spear, total absolute legend. Garrett's, who donated $1.99, and we looked at BIG, Big Lots. So there's that section on the show for you to enjoy and benefit from. Sunjo Kojak, 36 months a member, 3 years on the channel here. Appreciate you, buddy. Charles Darnell, $5 earlier. This is why that's the best channel on YouTube. So I appreciate you. Thanks very much for that support and for watching the show. It's really appreciated. Let me just check how many people have decided to check over in Rockies. $41 are watching now. That's a little bit better. Good stuff.
Not surprised to see.
Legend. Right. So you want me to check this channel? I can do that. I can do that when, now that people, it's like watching a Rocky and I don't feel terrible about what's happening. Breaking out the channel. No, we're not breaking out the channel. Still in it. My thoughts are we're still in the channel. If Bullish Divergence here, if it does hold that basis line, it'll probably be in around the previous low at 29.17, 29.15, something like that. And if it was to bounce there, then you could potentially break out that channel. Yo! You didn't really get a good, proper, real test of the basis line before going on up, and then you got this rejection here with this failure swing, with a higher high on price, lower high on the RSI, and it rejected at the bullish control zone, subsequently going through the basis line. And so you would expect that to play out as a failure swing, which means price swings back down to the previous oscillation. In this case, it's a low. If it catches it at 29.34, that's this previous low and higher than it could have been, which is at the back end of an inverted head and shoulders. And the inverted head and shoulders only gives you, like, when you're looking at that from the measured move, you can see that the right hand shoulder and the neckline stretches from the bottom side of the channel to the basis line. And that's the measure of liquidity, which is the same distance you get from the basis line to the top side. And as you got that touch of the top side, that was the full expression of the inverted head and shoulders, and why when the price being pushed up there was divergent at the second high, why you got the failure swing, and now you're getting an oscillation back down again towards this previous low here, which it now got a bounce at, and it's also at the basis line of the channel. And this is a proper test of a basis line having been broken, previously found support, which you would typically see ahead of a breakout to the top side of these channels, and vice versa if it was breaking down. So this is now when you get an opportunity to break up. I know that this sounds silly, right? Around 3.49%, it's just put in a lower high, it's double top that was divergent, it's a potential failure swing and continuation and that, but if you're looking to manage your risk, you've got a clear area, the basis line of this channel and that previous low. And so that's a good area to manage risk. You can get your entry right on that, and it gives you the opportunity to take that if you are looking to take it. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work out. Like I say, you have to manage your risk, but like that's a trade setup that would have a degree of success based on the way price usually behaves within this type of chart pattern. So that's my thoughts on that, Alejandro. Alejandro. It's not Alejandro, it's Alessandro. Alessandro, even more, better, more. Oh, bump. Here, come on in. Come on in. Hit it already. Oh, went through it straight on the first pass. It's true, it's not the first pass. Let's be honest, it's not the first pass, but it's gone through it. Oh no, dearie me. It's this downtrend continuing. And if it does come back up, find resistance at that basis line, then you'd be looking for the channel test again, the fib extension of this move. It's gone through the 886, not great. Though, you know, I wouldn't get too excited yet. It could easily just come back. And then we're in this for longer. So that's my take on things. 7:10. And we've been on since 3:05. Where are you guys at? Here. Hey bud, I think we're gonna chow caught up with that one. Have I missed anything? Let me just check here on the donation things. Breakthrough, Bartleby, wonderful stuff. Thanks. Breakthrough, thanks. Bartleby. Bartleby is a brilliant name. We'd love to buy a dip at 15 bucks. Yeah. Mr. Snazzy One, I like your voice. Is it my voice? It must be. Who else is talking? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. TA is TA Wealthy. I like your voice. I love my voice. I love it. It's great. 2 TA. So good. You got both of them on. We need that $80 retro music banging right now. I know. Personal preference didn't mean hurt feelings. Just saying. What was saying? What did you say, Wolfie? What's the drama? What's the drama? Sorry, don't do speculating shitcoins, only real life. Sorry, don't do speculating shitcoins. What are shitcoins? I speculate on shitcoins. I speculate on shitcoins all the time. I'm about to start speculating on this shitcoin. I'm already currently speculating on this shitcoin without even realizing it. I've been speculating on this shitcoin since 0.11. No, wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong freaking thing. I've been speculating on this shitcoin. I've been speculating on this shitcoin. And what do you mean real life? Eh? What do you mean real life? I didn't understand. I've been speculating on this thing. It's interesting because you can make your own stable coin with it. It's got a degree of privacy that seems to work well. The problem with any of these coins, especially privacy coins, is that the SEC is going to target their strikes on them, and so prevents like a serious danger to people who are looking to enter highly volatile assets such as this one. And you'll notice the other day Bitcoin took a hit of like 5 or 7% or something, and things like this, I don't know what happened at the time, took a hit of like 20, 30, 40%, some of them. So Wolfie's right in that there's extreme danger trading these things. That the actualization of the product isn't really there yet in a lot of them. And it's true to say that, like, you know, it's definitely very different from trading stocks and shares, definitely, especially when you're looking at alternative tokens like that. But I'm only joking when I call them shitcoins. I don't really give a flying shit what anyone calls them. Don't take it personally. I don't. I hope you don't, Wolfie. I appreciate you. Did it just broke out of the resistance? Yo, Ramses, no. Hey, I know, but it holds no value in the end. Yeah, but what does in the end, right? It's just going to be freaking... in the end, after the nuclear apocalypse, it's going to be Valerie coming out of her little hole in the ground and looking around and seeing everybody else is gone, and all of the tokens and coins and money and every system of power and process that you would have used to advance your own life is gone, and all you've really got is yourself and your impending death, which will be sad and lonely and tough and painful, and that's all there is to it. Doesn't matter if altcoins ever turn into something or not. And in the meantime, you can trade them up for massive gains because the volatility on them is huge. If the coins held goil or old and underlying, there would be value. Some of them do that. Ow. Some of them do that. You also know that the stock market as it stands at the minute is full of inefficiencies and blind spots where the cameras can't really see, and in those blind spots crime happens. It's certainly unethical behavior, and they're mostly eradicated by blockchain. So in future, when assets are tokenized and trading on the blockchain, as they are already with certain things, and when those various assets can be properly managed against each other and maintain proper value, comparative value, which you see with technology like Chainlink and so on, then, you know, and SNS, USDT, and other similar focused coins, then that tokenization process is probably quite positive. And, you know, instead of holding gold and oil. They're holding the stocks and shares of companies that themselves trade or own those assets. And so, you know, it's like we can't have ideological basis to our decisions, because then the facts update, you know, and the future arrives and the past becomes like, things become the past. Message retracted from Breakthrough. Breakthrough, anything you ever say, I'd be happy to read it. You don't need to retract any message in the world ever. Ever, ever, ever. Glacier edits, power hour in an hour. GME got it. GME got it. Glacier edits, price dropping, sad face. Yeah, 5% down today. It's this nature of Wednesdays that an option chain does do this sort of thing every so often. Ronaldinho, what's going on? Price tracking the basis line in this linear downtrend. We'll see when it changes. Limit buy went off for Gamestop. Congratulations, Breakthrough. He got his limit buy. He's in position. That position matches up with... let me get a minute time frame. Is that enough? Matches up with, looking left, in around the 886 retracement from this low to high, slipping out of this broadening rising wedge, dropping into this linear downtrend, putting in what is potentially a head and shoulders here. I mean, you could keep drawing this head and shoulders everywhere you wanted. You just keep drawing it. You could even have just previously said that was like here if you wanted. I think we did. That's why we got this right. Yeah. No. Why is that so long? Boom, 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 boom. There, it broke there. Anyway, it could come down to 27.80 or so on, of course. But that's congratulations, Breakthrough, getting that trade. That's interesting. That's cool to hear. That's awesome. Awesome. Not financial advice, obviously. You talking to me, so I'm just listening. You can give me... I don't think it's illegal for you guys to give me financial advice. Breakthrough. Limit buy went off for GME. Yo, 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 yo. Wat eating drama met GameStop. Wat eating drama met GameStop. Carlos G. Are you German? What are you saying? I think I'm gonna sell. Ronaldinho. I think I'm gonna. Oh my goodness gracious me! I think I'm gonna do it. Well, it's good to see it. It's good to see you. Strength of your conviction is important as a trader. I speculated on JAMZ at 0.0047. That worked out pretty well. Yeah, good work. Jamsy is awesome. You on Discord, no doubt. A couple of people on there. Rocky loves trading Jamsy. It's huge, huge volatility there. Huge volatility. Power hour, power hour. It's not power hour yet. It's the power hour at 8 till 9. Rocky's live and a great teacher, says Tube's true story. You're welcome, El Baker. Hope she's going to watch Rocky. I think that's why she's saying thanks. Thanks for answering my question, and thanks for helping us all learn and make money in the process. You're welcome, DC. Welcome, mate. Rocky's live? He is. Get over there. See you at Rocky's. Good freaking people. Alessandro, never mind. What are we never... Oh, the channel thing, because I didn't get to it on time. That's probably what you meant. I will get so fired up being trade spotting like my neighbours will be happy to call the police. Glazer rates, where do you see price reaching at the end of today? Well, this is a downtrend at the minute, 5% off price. It's at 886 there at 28.95. If you wanted to go to the daily prices, closing prices, turn off the drawings and say in around 26.97 if the downtrend continues but doesn't accelerate dramatically, and if it moves back to the top side, then $30. If it increases and maintains that now and starts creating an uptrend, then by the end of today I'd be surprised to see it finish much above 37.50, though it's possible. I think what happens on a stock like this is price goes down like that, slowly, and up quite quickly and sharp. As to whether or not it exceeds the beginning of that downtrend will depend on when it starts, because there's not all that much time left really compared to how much has gone before. So that's my thoughts on that. I think this is okay, you know, this is could easily have broken down much more than it did. And I'm actually quite positive about what it's doing here. This looks like it might break up. It's not quite strong enough yet. That's not great either. Oof, below center line's bad. Oof, sheepers creepers. I'm gonna have to fucking shut up. This is worse than Rowan Kitty stream. Every time I say anything positive, Price immediately reacts. I'm in the kitchen, Price. What you like? I'm in the kitchen. You forgot I'm like Jamie's in the kitchen or something. Yeah, Jamie's in the kitchen. Right, get back up there. What did we say the potential low was? 26 something. Where does that come in on that linear downtrend? Because if it's beyond close, we've got an important level here at 27.30 or so. Where's it ended today? There's Hmm. 26 might be a bit too much downturn, to be honest. We'll see. It hasn't got the volatility profile or the time remaining to make it to that area without an acceleration of this trend, and that would break its linear nature. So to get to 26 and change, so maybe that was too much of a downside target on downtrend today. It might not be quite so bad, or else it might mean the upside is valid because, you know, it is the horizontal, and I'm just trying to put an x-axis on things, which I hate doing anyway. So hey, I'm an aggressive optimist. I'm going to say it goes up when it finishes at 32, just because, who knows, right? Pick a number, say it, see what happens. More of that. Nah, technical analysis, that. Whatever I said in the first instance and when I was on the higher chart, that's what I believe. Because I don't have any belief. I just do what the artifact says. Right, what else did I miss here? Also, how's Rocky getting on?
Get projects in line in less time with
Get
Slack.
projects in line, less Slack.
Type it out.
Does everyone in America talk like that? Flippin' heck. How do you guys deal with it? How do you guys deal with it if everyone in America talks like that? I just kind of want to touch a blah blah blah. Oh my god, don't. You stay inside. I think you just stay inside, right? All Americans now are raging at me. They're raging angry. What do you mean about the way we talk? Listen to yourself, you bloody Scottish idiot. Bullish. If price bounces off the lower boundary, it may rise towards 30.31. Bearish. If price breaks below lower boundary, next support could be around 27 or lower. Jodie Fitzpatrick, that's pretty much spot on. Holler if you have any questions, you'll find plenty of help there. Just got on the Discord trying to figure it out. Yo, Nold out. Good to see you, yeah. And people will tag you in the all the places that are important. If you ask, there's a crypto room. They can tag your name in there. You'll get a notification. You'll be able to get in there. After a couple of posts, your level increases and more things become available to you. Stick it out. Get to level 5. It doesn't take long at all. You could do it in like one big, really good chat with someone. Every post adds to your level up, and then you'll get to see the past history. You'll be able to use the search bar and search any term you think of and possibly come across in trading, and you'll find expert feedback that somebody else has asked the same question or something similar and reveal lots of information to you. Definitely recommended. And you'll also be in the company of really serious traders who made the same decision you did for the same reason, and greater distillation of that goals and objectives, those places you're trying to reach. They are a destination shared by the other folks on there, so that's positive to see. Sky Tradespot, are we in the GME downtrend on the macro as well? No, the macro is an uptrend. Tomorrow is a share meeting. It's just getting nice and primed for that. Good entry point. Ready to load up. Dennis Perez. Long term, probably good. Good morning, Tracepoint, and everyone out there in the world. Jake Corrin the Cobb, you total frickin' legend, buddy. Great to see you. Birdie Hunter, as usual, during the last 3 years, everyone expects a huge green day, and then they show they're still in control, dipping into the red. Never mind, I'll just huddle. I'll just huddle. Were people expecting a huge update today? A huge update today? Wednesday, innit? And people like typically managing positions on Wednesday. So I'm not necessarily expecting a huge update. Hope for a good week still though. Still holding out hope for a good week. Discord affords you a library of technical analysis and detailed answers to questions most of us have asked ourselves at some point, says Lisa, who's a total legend. Yeah, damn darn tootin'. Everybody on Discord will tell you. Rocket Club Discord is a helpful place. I want to fill 19 something hole. It's like playing Snake again for the high score. Well, simpler times, huh? Simpler times. Didek, hello again. Hello again, Didek. Jake on the gob. Yo. Wilfie. So I'm just supposed to spam those message boards 5 times to open up more. A lot more than 5 times. And it doesn't have to be spam. You know, you can introduce yourself to people. You can talk about people. You can ask what other people are trading. You can talk about what you're trading. You can do the things that you would intend to do anyway. But like the past history of Discord will then be revealed with the more you talk. But yeah, pretty much, yeah. Bullish. If price bet ugly, read that from Jody. That was a good message too. Cheers, Jody. Carlos G. Who can tell? Who can tell? What in drama met GameStop? You certainly are German, aren't you? No personal preference didn't mean our feelings, just saying. No worries, my friend. Glazer edits, I know. It's sad. Is my chat box moving along there for you guys, or what's going on with that? No, it isn't. I cannot believe this crap news about short closing. Citron Research say they have like what 20 million under management. Lol, reminds me of news from 2021 that Melvin closed. Lol. This was right. Oh yeah, we closed, and then like 2 weeks later, guys, we're bankrupt from short and GME, and it was like, yeah, no, we closed. I remember that. It's a good point, eh? Yeah, they closed. There's no problem. Yeah, we closed, and you're like, nah. You don't exist anymore, mate. What are you talking about? Yeah. Is there a chance the stocks will go back to normal after Powell speaks, or do you think that that's uncontrollable now? Stocks going back to normal? What do you mean, Batu? SPY's up at 1%. Up 1%. Stocks go back to normal. I never know what anyone means when they say the word normal. Like, you know, look at Nvidia and that. What's normal on that? You know, it's a trend. It's continuing. It's already in motion. It continues to accelerate. A lot of people find it difficult to understand or explain it in different ways from I would, but I don't think anyone... I mean, what is normal nowadays? That's not trying to be like, what is love anyway? What does it even mean? You know, more... It's just hard to understand when you don't know other people's perspective on price and what stocks exactly you're thinking of and so on. But like, if you want to expound on the comment, I'll try and help with the conversation. Try and get the flow going. Citron gaslighters. Yeah, racket whacking around. I mean, fuck them and that guy. Like, some people do things just so that they can say like, I was different from everybody, and I was different from everybody that I think is stupid, and it's like, that's a real egotistical decision. It doesn't add anything to the credibility of your trade setup to think that the other market participants are stupid. You can think that they're wrong. What you need to believe in, and what he claims to believe in, Andrew Left, is that stocks trade at true value, and he thinks that with all knowledge being available to all people, that price will eventually return to that true value. But when he expresses his opinion of the other side of the trade, you can see that actually he doesn't completely commit to the efficient market hypothesis, but instead he has an impression of other people, which is, in my opinion, an expression of his own insecurity. And I'm not trying to give him a hard time, right? Citron Research, 20 million. Is that all they've got? Is that all they've got? Anyway, Citron Research. Whatever, Anytime, feel free to ask questions in Discord. Many jump in and help. Here's Jim Cramer with his GameStop chat. It's not a special acquisition. What the fuck, man? Even when he's trying to say something's decent, he's chucking it in there, right? SPACs are a piece of crap. GameStop's not turning into a SPAC. It's definitely not a pseudo SPAC. He did, like, that's a pseudo SPAC. He said that and he's got addicted to the term because he likes the alliteration. It's not a pseudo SPAC. It's turning it into a pseudo mutual fund with lower fees and greater potential and likely being able to pay out profits as dividend from operating costs based on their trading behavior, because it's going to evolve into a vehicle for wealth acceleration, and it's going to be completely different from a GameStop retailer, right? That's the truth. That's what's going to happen. You heard it here first. But you didn't. It's fucking obvious. And, pardon me, and I find it difficult to get through these articles, but usually I can at least read the title before I go off on one. It's not a fucking pseudo SPAC. That's an absolutely stupid thing to say. He himself is a dumbass. But back to the news. I'll try and make it all the way through without revealing my emotions. Jim Cramer has declared victory for GameStop Corp after the... That is fucking awful, though. You know, we really don't want him declaring victory, right? Is he figured out? Is he, like, trying to reverse Cramer himself? He is, he's trying to reverse Cramer himself. I don't want to get involved in the doublethink, but, you know, maybe he's aware of the fact that every time he says something, the opposite happens, and so he's trying to, like... Anyway, whatever, cool. But go back to the beginning. Jim Cramer has declared victory for GameStop Corp after the video game retailer announced the completion of its at-the-market equity offering. Cramer believes a transformation could be on the horizon. What to know? GameStop shares got a lift late Thursday after the company said it sold the maximum number of shares... Tuesday. After the company said it sold the maximum number of shares registered under its recently announced offer program for gross proceeds of approximately $2.137 billion. Well, I think actually we need to wait till Thursday to get confirmation that the company sold the maximum number of shares registered under that recently announced offering. But we'll wait till hear the full details of it. Wednesday on CNBC, Squawk on the Street, Cramer highlighted GameStop's cash position as a checkmate moment for those betting against the company. GameStop won here. The bears are going to be in retreat, Cramer said. GameStop trader Keith Gill, also known as Roaring Kitty, is largely responsible for much of the recent momentum in the GameStop stock. He laid out his bull thesis for GameStop in a live stream last week, focused on CEO Ryan Cohen's turnaround capabilities given the company's large cash position. Short seller Citron Research announced that it closed its short position in GameStop on Wednesday, citing the company's cash reserves of approximately $5 billion. Why it matters. Everyone seems to be eyeing GameStop's cash position. I don't really, but okay. Cramer argued that Cohen now has the funds to be able to write a check to any mall in the world in order to exit its leases and embark on a transformation plan. Why would he pay to get out of them? Some of them are making money, these stores. They do have 4,000 stores. They could get out of every lease, close every single GameStop, and by my take, for a couple of $1 billion and start over. And that's just unbelievable. So my hat is... His idea of the transformation is just the killing of the legacy business. We take all the billions of dollars we've raised and we spend it killing off the legacy business. Is that Stephen? Hey, Stephen! Get over here and bang on the window and knock price up a bit, Stephen. Come on over, Stephen. And that's just unbelievable, he says. It's not, I mean, it's not. So my hat is off to what they did. His hat is off to what they did. His hat is off to what they did. In terms of being, so is that, he nods his hat to Ryan Cohen. In terms of being able to take advantage of the, fuck's sake, it's not taking advantage of the memesters, is it? Price was moving to the top side, short positions were closing, there was plenty of short positions open that clearly closed as price went up. Some of that'll be dipping into the offering. They didn't take advantage of memesters. Memesters. Like, he's calling them memesters like roadsters, which is, again, like a class comment. It's a class comment, right? To make people feel small, even though he's not saying it explicitly. He's using, again, rhyme. And you know he is, because he uses alliteration in the title, which he's obsessed with, because he's... Anywho, whatever. where did I get to? Given the massive cash position, true story, Kramer argued that GameStop is no longer a public video game retailer. What do you mean a public video game retailer? Video game retailer? What do you mean public? Is there like a private one that only sells it to rich people? You need the black card to buy these private video games. Instead, it's acting as a Cohen SPAC, special purpose acquisition company. It isn't, right? This is like the facts of a SPAC. If you're setting up a SPAC, it has to be explicit about what it is you intend to do with that money, the industry and the sector, and quite highly specific what it is you're going to invest in if you create a SPAC. You can't just create a SPAC, raise money, and then later on pick any fucking company you want. That's actually against the rules. It's illegal and you get screwed for it. So like, it's not possible because it's against the rules. So to your initial proposition to be that's what's happening is just wrong. This will be his chance to really demonstrate that he's a great business person and do Chewy too. I'm starting to suspect that Kramer's trying to get the digs in here in his own special Kramer-like way. Read next. Nah, it's not expiring me to read any more there. You're close to this entry. Downtrend continues. That's a scallop. Doesn't pull up, you're looking at 27. Losing the channel, back inside again. Lost the channel, back inside again. Maybe you're looking at a test 2840. So it'd have to move up quickly. If it moves down much further, there'll be a scallop. If it keeps where it is, it's an inverted head and shoulders, and you're charged 2844. If it breaks down, you'll be looking at 27. Can't be doing Kramer's nonsense. Everyone's trying to manipulate everything all the time. It's so goddamn annoying. And they think that we're all too stupid to see it, or that our emotional reaction will blind us from the pragmatic response. Trace button, JPow's live. Oh, you got a link? I'll watch it. You got a link? I mean, I could try and look up one myself in the background here. It should be here somewhere, so look there.
Participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate, based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward.
So this is really
if the economy evolves as expected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 5.1% at the end of this year, 4.1% at the end of 2025, and 3.1% at the end of 2026. But these projections are not a committee plan or any kind of a decision. As the economy evolves, assessments of the appropriate policy path will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals.
Hey, he's got a mustache.
Solid and inflation persists, we're prepared to maintain the current target range
Bullish.
for the federal funds rate as long as appropriate. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly,
Look, it's
or if
doing that
inflation were to
topside
fall
move.
more quickly than anticipated,
This is doing a
we're
topside
prepared to
move.
respond. Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties
GDP
that
slowing
we face
over the next 2
in
years.
pursuing both sides of our dual mandate.
PC inflation
We'll
a bit
continue to make
lower,
our
wage
decisions
growth
meeting by
eased.
meeting,
That's positive
based on the
overall.
totality
Like,
of
don't
the
take
data
his
and its
GDP growth.
implications
Just
for the
fucking
outlook and the
shut
balance
up
of
for your
risks.
GDP growth crap. Nothing. Shut
The
up.
Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Here's the important bit. Well, I mean, that was important enough, and that was slightly bullish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve Leisman, CNBC. Just wondering if you could walk me through the committee's average inflation forecast. Core PCE is now forecast to be 2.8% by the year end. it's already 2.75, and after today's number, there were several forecasts on the street that it would be 2.6 at the end of this month. Does that tell you that the average official expects no further progress in inflation, and in fact that it's going to get worse? And if you have this wrong, doesn't it mean that you could have wrong the outlook for rates there?
Yeah, so what's going on there is that we had very low readings in the second half of last year, June through December, really. And we're now lapping those. So as you go through the 12-month window, a very low reading drops out and a new reading comes in. The new reading gets added to the 12-month window. So it's just a slight element of conservatism that we're assuming.
Just say moving average. Just fucking say it.
Of, you know, incoming monthly PCE and core PCE numbers. We're assuming, you know, a good but not great numbers. And if you put that on top of where we are now, you get a very slight increase in the 12-month, you know, reading. Now, do we have high confidence that that's right? No, it's just a kind of conservative way for forecasting things.
Yeah.
If we were to get more readings like today's reading, then of course that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah.
So it's just a forecasting device.
That's
I
a
think.
super bullish answer.
Let me say that we welcome today's reading and hope for more like that.
That's good.
But
That's
if it
going to
comes
push
in,
buy
just
up
to follow
again.
up, it comes in the way you forecast it, it would seem strange for you to be cutting rates at all in context of a rising.
No, he has to be conservative. He can't be a fucking dumbass like you,
Yeah, no, I
YouTube.
mean, I think we've what we said is that we.
It's his job. It's a very important job. He can't fuck around.
Rates and begin to loosen policy until we have more confidence that inflation is moving back down to 2% on a sustainable basis, and that's the test we've applied. I don't know that. I think I don't know that this rules that in or out. I mean, really, it's a forecast, a fairly conservative forecast, month by month, that would lead to slightly higher. 12 months rates by the end of the year. If we get, better ratings than that, then you will see that come down or remain the same. If you're at 2.6, 2.7, that's a really good place to be.
Nick Temeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, if I look at the rate projections, I see 15 of the 19 that are anticipating either one or two cuts this year, fairly evenly split between the two. And so I wonder if you could explain a little bit more the nuances or the differences there. Would 2 or 3 more inflation readings, like the one that we saw this morning, make a September interest rate cut possible?
Yes.
So as far as the SEP part of that is concerned, as you know, I talk to all of the other participants on the FOMC every cycle, and we talk about their summer of economic projections and the their dot plot and everything. And what I hear and see is that people are looking at a range of plausible outcomes, and in many cases they're thinking, I can't really distinguish between two of these. They're so close for me. These are very close calls. But we ask them to write down the most likely one, so they do. And I think as you've said, there's 15 of the 19 are kind of clustered around 1 or 2. So I think I would look at all. I look at all of them as plausible, but I'd look at I think that does tell you kind of what the committee thinks. But what everyone agrees on is it's going to be.
You take the mean of the fucking responses.
No one brings to this or
right, or do you
takes away
take the
from it
median?
that is on the committee.
Just answer them quick question
commitment
properly.
To a particular rate
Fuck's
path.
sake.
It's actually just their forecast and it's a combination of their forecast and their own reaction function.
How do you combine it? Median or mean?
Again, everyone would say that this is very data dependent, and I don't hold it with high confidence. And I think if you're looking for and don't really think that they're not trying to send a strong signal that this is what I think is the right thing. It's just what they think at a given moment in time, subject to data. In terms of future meetings, we haven't, we don't make decisions about future meetings until we get there. I think in terms of what we need to see, I mentioned it earlier, we want to gain further confidence. Certainly more good inflation readings will help with that. I'm not going to be specific about how many because, really it's going to be not just the inflation readings, it's going to be the totality of the data. What's happening in the labor market, what's happening with the balance of risks, what's happening with the forecast, what's happening with growth. You look at all of that and you ask, are we confident? Have we reached an appropriate level of confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably to 2%? Or alternatively, do we see really unexpected signs of weakness in the labor market that would call for a response? which is another thing that could happen. But again, we don't see that, and we see today's report as progress and as building confidence. But we don't see ourselves as having the confidence that would warrant beginning to loosen policy at this time.
And if I could quickly follow up, did you or any of your colleagues change your interest rate projections after 8:30 or whenever you got the inflation numbers today?
So this happens too often, but it does happen. It just is, data came, I think it happened a few meetings ago. So when that happens, when there's an important data print during the meeting, first day or second day, what we do is we make sure people remember that they have the ability to update. We tell them how to do that. And some people do, some people don't, most people don't. And I'm not going to get into the specifics, but you have the ability to do that. So that what's in the SEP actually does reflect the data that we got today, to the extent you can, reflect it in one day. I think we'll see PPI tomorrow. We'll know more about the PCE reading as the month goes on, but the initial CPI reading and its, kind of first level translation to PCE we did have this morning. We were briefed about it, and people were able to consider whether they should make changes. And as I said, some people generally do, but most people generally don't.
John Allen.
I'm getting the impression they don't know how to use a fucking computer.
Hi, Chair Powell, Janelle Marte from Bloomberg. As you noted, the labor market is now in many ways back to where it was before the pandemic. I wondered if you could comment on how officials are viewing that. So do you think that there still needs to be more cooling in the labor market to bring inflation all the way down to 2%?
It's not that the labor market reduces inflation. Inflation's in energy and housing. You work for Bloomberg. You're fucking hell, you're making J-Pow look good.
By so many measures, the labor market was kind of overheated 2 years ago, and we've seen it gradually move back into much better balance between supply and demand. So what have we seen? We've seen labor force supply come up quite a bit through immigration and through recovering participation. That's ongoing mostly now through the immigration channel, but still we've had some increases in prime age labor force. In terms of on the demand side, we've seen quits moving down. We've seen job openings moving down. We've seen wage increases moving from very, very high levels a couple of years ago back down to more sustainable levels. We have seen unemployment creep up now 0.6 over the course of a year or so, very, very gradually. So you put all that together, what you have is still low unemployment, still 4% unemployment, historically low. But it's moved up a little bit. It's softened a bit, and that's an important statistic. But more than that, you've got strong job creation. You have payroll jobs still coming in strong, even though there's an argument that they may be a bit overstated, but still they're strong. So that's what we see. We watch the labor market, of course, and the economy as a whole, but the labor market very carefully, and that's what we see. We see gradual cooling, gradual moving toward better balance. We're monitoring it carefully for signs of something more than that, but we really don't see that.
As a quick follow-up, the surveys that make up the jobs report are showing different tales. There's been some divergence, especially we saw in the last report that we got on Friday. So how do you interpret that, and how does it change your view on the labor market?
So sometimes you can't reconcile the differences. You just have to look at it and try to understand, and that's why it always makes sense to look at a series, in 3, 6, and 12 months of things rather than just one report.
Moving
but
average.
You're right to point to the last report where there were job losses in the household survey, job gains, big job gains in the establishment survey. So, we're left with ambiguous results, and we have to deal with that uncertainty around data. Nonetheless, the overall picture is one of a strong and gradually cooling, gradually rebalancing labor market. Job openings, while they've come way down, are still, greater than the number of unemployed people. The jobs workers gap is still a significantly positive number, greater than it was before the pandemic. So overall, we're looking at what is still a very strong labor market, but not the superheated labor market of 2 years ago, or even 1 year ago.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Back on the rates path, the SEP showed quite a large shift of rate cut expectations relative to March. That's a period in which the economic data flow hasn't been that dramatic a shift. Can you provide some color on what changed in attitudes on the committee over the last 3 months to see a much shallower path of rate cuts this year?
Yeah, the big thing that changed was the inflation forecast. So the inflation forecast moved up several tenths for the end of the year, and as I mentioned earlier in the, what did we take away from this? We had really good inflation data in the second half of last year, then kind of a pause in progress in the first quarter, and what we took away from that was that it's probably going to take longer to get the confidence that we need to begin to loosen policy. So the sense of that is that rate cuts that might have taken place this year, take place next year. You know, there are fewer rate cuts in the median this year, but there's one more next year. So you if you look at year-end 2025 and 26, you're almost exactly where you would have been. Just it's moved later because of that progress. Now you get different data today. So we'll have to see where the data light the way. You know, the economy has, repeatedly surprised forecasters in both directions, and today was certainly a better inflation report than almost anybody expected. And we'll just have to see what the incoming data flow brings and how that affects the outlook and the balance of risks.
Gina Smiley, New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions.
Nice one.
In the summary of economic
Gina
projections,
Smiley's got the
the
best name
long-run
so
interest
far today.
rate forecast moved up a bit.
Oh, it's Smilyak.
I wonder if we should read that as a sign that you think that policy is not sort of as restrictive as we previously expected. How should we interpret what that means about how the committee views its current policy setting?
So two things about that. One is this. You're right, it did move up, but I want to remember to point out that long-run neutral rate of interest is a long-run concept. It really is a theoretical concept, can't be directly observed, and what it is the interest rate that would hold the economy at equilibrium, maximum employment, and price stability, potentially years in the future where there are no shocks. So it's a little bit, it's not something we observe today. Today we've got a very specific economy with all kinds of shocks we're still getting over from the pandemic. So it's, I don't think that the concept of R-star, it's a very important concept in economics and in what we do, but honestly, it doesn't really get you where you need to be to think about what appropriate policy is.
If that's where you're going, you don't want to be starting here, is the phrase
back to
that
your
you should be
original
using.
People have been gradually writing it up because I just think people are coming to the view that rates are less likely to go down to their pre-pandemic levels, which were very low by recent history measures. Now we can't really know that. That's an interesting dispute and discussion to have now. But ultimately, we think that things like the neutral rate are driven by longer-run, slow-moving forces, and there's a really good question about whether those really have changed, or whether instead rates and the economy are experiencing a series of persistent but ultimately temporary shocks. That's been the debate, and we can't know. But in the meantime, we're making policy with the economy that we have, with the distortions that we have. And I also, to your other point, I think it is the case that as time has gone by, the question of how restrictive is policy has become one that everyone's asking, and we're asking it too. And my answer has been that policy is restrictive. The question of whether it's sufficiently restrictive is going to be one we know over time. But I think for the reasons I talked about at the last press conference and other places, I think the evidence is pretty clear that policy is restrictive and is having the effects that we would hope for.
Well, thanks, Chair Powell. Howard Stein with Reuters. Just to carry that a little further, should we read this as a conclusion, the combination of tipping to one cut this year and acknowledging further progress on inflation as kind of a mark to market on the level of restrictiveness that you need, that you in fact have concluded that you weren't quite there yet?
I'd be reluctant to try to draw that conclusion. I think this is about, looking at the incoming data and asking how much progress are we making on inflation and how is the rest of the economy doing? Is the labor market still strong? That's what we're thinking about. You can translate it into the language you're talking about, but to me the focus is more on we have a goal which is price stability, another goal which is maximum employment. How are we doing there? We think we've got a good, strong labor market still. We think we've been making progress toward the price stability goal, and then for a while there was a pause, and we look at today's thing and we think, well, that's a good reading, and we hope we get more like that. And in the meantime, we're asking, is our policy stance about right? And we think yes, it's about right. We're prepared to adjust it as appropriate, but we think we're getting the things that we would want to get, broadly speaking. And that's why we've been at this policy right now for almost a year.
So just to follow up on that, I think one curious thing here is you've got now this restrictive policy in place and virtually no change in any of the major things for all of this year. You've got growth that stays above long-run potential throughout the forecast period, unemployment that never goes above the long-run estimate, right, of 4.2. So this isn't a story of slack improving inflation. So where's the improvement in inflation coming from that it's going to pick up pace so much in 2020?
End of the wars, you dumbass.
It's been coming. Where's it been coming from? We'll start with that. Clearly, a lot of some of what we've been getting is just the reversal of the unwinding of the pandemic-related distortions to both supply and demand, and that is complemented by and amplified, supported by restrictive monetary policy. So those two things have been working together. We've also had a very positive supply shock on the labor side, and also you get a positive supply shock when the supply conditions unwind and return to normal. So you've had above trend potential growth and high growth, and yet you've had the benefit of inflation coming down really fast actually last year, and we'll see what the rest of this year brings. So these dynamics can continue as long as they continue. Ultimately, the question is are you down to demand? And we don't know that, though. We're look at today's report. If we see more like that, we can't know what the future holds. But in the meantime, we've made pretty good progress on inflation with our current stance.
Inflation is in housing. Housing is impacted by employment rate.
The base case of the committee seems
keep
to be
employment
that
as it
there
is,
is going to be at
they'll
least
keep
one
inflation
rate
in
cut
housing
this
as it
year,
is,
but
and
your
energy
growth
is the only place to
forecast
reduce
doesn't
inflation
see any
then.
slowdown
So the
in
only
the
place
rest
that
of the
can come
year, nor
from
does
is
the
if there's an
unemployment
end to the
forecast see
war.
any,
So you've got a burn to
significant
turn,
weakening
you've got to
of
deliver
the
more
labor
attack
market,
'em, and you've got to
your
fuck up Russia.
inflation forecasts
You also
basically
got to
average
solve the
out to
problem
no change.
in the
So if
Middle
at the
East
end of the year
so
there is
that
no change
oil
from
prices
conditions
drop
now,
considerably, and that will
why
reduce
would you
inflation, will
anticipate
protect
cutting
employment,
rates?
and will
what would be
keep
the
it
point
so that housing
for a rate
inflation
cut?
doesn't
We
accelerate.
think policy
That's what
is
you
restrictive.
need. The idea of
And we think
focusing on
ultimately,
labour market
that
is
if you just
because he
set
doesn't
policy
want
at a
to
restrictive
say
level, eventually you
housing,
will see
because the
real
only way
weakening
they
in
can
the economy.
affect
So
housing is
that's
very
always been
bluntly
the thought,
by
is
impacting
that,
employment.
Since we raised rates this far, we've always been pointing to cuts at a certain point, not to eliminate the possibility of hikes, but no one has that as their base case. So no one on the committee does. That's how we think about it, and that's what we've been getting. That's what we've been getting is good progress on inflation, with growth at a good level, and with a strong labor market. Now, ultimately, we think rates will have to come down to continue to support that, but so far they haven't had to, and that's why we're watching so carefully for signs of weakness. We don't really see that. We kind of see what we wanted to see, which was gradual cooling in demand, gradual rebalancing in the labor market while we're continuing to make progress on inflation.
Can't argue with that.
We're getting good results here.
Well, to follow up, is there any kind of concern for the housing industry or financial stability, banks, in leaving rates where they are
Good
for
man.
long at this point?
Good question. Fucking answer it
housing,
properly this time.
The housing situation is a complicated one, and you can see that's a place where rates are really having a significant effect. Ultimately, the best thing we can do for the housing market is to bring inflation down so that we can bring rates down so that the housing market can continue to normalize. There will still be a national housing shortage, as there was before the pandemic. There will still be one, but the distortions that we see now with
been a housing shortage for 40 years.
Low mortgages. In terms of
America.
banks, the banking system has been, solid, strong, well-capitalized, lending. We've seen good performance by the banks. We had the turmoil early last year, but banks have been focusing on bringing up their liquidity, bringing up their capital, and having risk management plans in place. So the banking system, seems to be in good shape.
Chris.
Thanks. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. I was wondering if we can, on inflation, if you can tell us a little more about where you see inflationary pressure in the economy.
In
You
housing and
mentioned,
in energy,
labor
for
markets
fuck's
coming into
sake,
better
mate.
balance, and inflation expectations appear to be well anchored. You're seeing, anecdotal stories of the large chains like Walmart and Target are announcing price cuts. McDonald's announcing a $5 meal deal. So, people may still be unhappy about prices at the grocery store, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of inflationary pressure left in this economy. I wonder if you could tell us more about
I
it.
think it's true that inflationary pressures have come down, but we're still getting high inflation readings. So, and I think you can see it in various places. In some parts of non-housing services, you see elevated inflation still, and that's probably it could be to do with wages. Goods prices have kind of fluctuated.
What did I tell you?
There's been a surprising increase in import prices on goods, which is kind of hard to understand, and we've taken some signal from that. But and of course, housing services, you're continuing to see high readings there. To some extent, that's catch-up inflation from earlier pressures. But overall,
Housing
you're right.
lags.
Inflationary pressures
People
have come
don't move
down.
that often.
As I mentioned, the labor market has come into better balance. Wages are still running, I would say, above a sustainable path, which would be that of trend inflation and trend productivity. You're still seeing wage increases moving above that. We haven't thought of wages as being the principal cause of inflation, but at the same time, getting back to 2% inflation is likely to require return to a more sustainable level, which is somewhat below the current level of increases in the aggregate.
Of employment.
Rachel.
Hi, Chair Powell, Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post.
Mr.
Thanks for taking
Siegel!
our questions.
Steve!
There's obviously a lot of focus on how many cuts could be expected this year, but can you give us a sense of what one cut by the end of the year would actually do to the economy? What you think would be a meaningful difference if
Oh
there
my
was a
God,
cut by
what
the end of the
stupid
year, or even
question.
two?
I think if you look back in 5 or 10 years and try to pull out the significance to the U.S. economy of one 25 basis point rate cut, you'd have quite a job on
Yeah,
your hands.
dumbass. Stupid question.
So that's not how we look at it. Really the whole rate path matters, and I do continue to think that when we do start to loosen policy, that will show up in a significant loosening in financial market conditions, and the market will price in what it prices in. I have no way of saying we're not at that stage, so I don't know what we'll be thinking about at that time. But it's a consequential decision.
Look at the
for
state
the
of her
economy,
face. Why are you
and,
looking like that for?
You want to get it right, and fortunately, we have a strong economy, and we have the ability to approach this question carefully. And we will approach it carefully.
It's a
while
total
we're
dumbass
very much
question.
keeping an eye on downside economic risks should they emerge.
And you've been talking about this clear sense that it's just going to take longer to have the confidence that's needed for rate cuts. Is there something about what happened in the first couple of months of the year that you're seeing differently now with more time or hindsight? Do you still characterize it as expected bumpiness or something more lasting that is affecting your policy for the rest of the year?
We you always want to avoid the tendency to dismiss the parts of inflation that we don't like and just make it go away. But we had a quarter where inflation was running higher, and yes, I could stand here and say it's stuff we shouldn't have taken signal from, but it is what it is. You have to, low inflation is low inflation, high inflation. So if you have
Until
a
it
quarter
is
where
what
it's
it
higher,
isn't.
we
Sorry,
tried not
Rocky
to take
Crop.
signal from the first couple of months, but we got a third month, and we said, okay, the signal we're taking is that we think it's going to take longer to get confidence that inflation is moving sustainably on 2%. That's what we said. I think that was the right thing to do. I still think that's the right thing to do. Now we have today's inflation reading, which is very different, very much more positive. we're going to have to see what the trend is, what's going to be the data going forward. We're looking for something that gives us confidence that inflation is moving sustainably
Man,
down
what's
to
this
2%.
problem with not saying
And
the
readings
words
like
moving
today's,
average?
That's a step in the right direction, but one reading isn't. It's only
It's
one.
not a
reading.
moving
You don't
average.
You don't
Say
want
it,
to
you
be too
dumbass.
motivated by any single data point.
Jolene.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thank you for taking our questions. I'm Jolene Kent with CBS News. What's your message to Americans who are seeing encouraging economic data but don't feel good about this economy?
I don't think anyone knows, has a definitive answer why
talk like that.
People are not as happy about the economy as they might be. And we don't tell people how they should think or feel about the economy. That's not our job. People experience what they experience. All I can tell you is what the data show, which is we've got an economy that's growing at a solid pace. We've got a very strong labor market with unemployment at 4%. It's been a long time since we've had a long stretch of time with unemployment at or below 4%, very long time. We had a period of high inflation. Inflation has come down really significantly, and we're doing everything we can to bring that inflationary episode fully to a halt and fully restore price stability. We're confident that we'll get there. And in the meantime, it's going to be painful for people, but the ultimate pain would be a period of long period of high inflation. It is people who, lower income people at the margins of the economy who have the worst experience, who experience the most pain from inflation. So, it's for those people, for all Americans, but particularly for those people that we're doing everything we can to bring inflation back down under control.
As just a quick follow-up here, you've indicated one interest rate cut sometime this year, and I know you don't have a crystal ball up there, but a lot of people are watching and see, borrowing money remains very expensive. For everybody who's out there waiting on a rate cut, about when can consumers expect some relief?
November!
I don't have a precise date for you, but what we said is that we want to make sure that we're confident that inflation is actually moving back down to 2%. And when we are, then we can look at loosening policy. So having that kind of confidence that inflation will be at 2%, it just pays benefits to the whole economy, to all Americans for a long period of time. We had that period for a very long time. We very much want to get back to a place where people can not think about inflation. It's just not a concern in the everyday economic decisions that they make. We were there for a long time, and our goal is to get back to that place. And we've made good progress. And we're in the phase now of just sticking with it until we get it done.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just drawing on the change in the statement on there being modest further progress on inflation. Halfway, through the year and after today's CPI release, what have you and other committee members found that has been particularly encouraging to you? And just in terms of the conservatism, how much of that is about stickiness in shelter inflation in particular?
Housing.
So encouraging has been that growth, the growth clearly
Price
that we
stabilization.
had last year, particularly the second half of last year, and we continue to see still strong growth, or solid growth this year. That's been very encouraging. If you go back a year, there was a real concern about, very much slowing growth and a recession. Many forecasters had that. And that's not what happened. Instead, the U.S. is, anyway, and it's in sharp distinction with many other advanced economies around the world. So that's been
Well, they
encouraging.
have to buy
I
their
would say
energy
that
in dollars,
today's
don't
inflation
they?
report is encouraging, but it comes after, several your reports that were not so encouraging. You ask about your second question was really about shelter inflation. So
the first question.
I think if you go back a couple of years, we know that there were renters, and then there are people who own their houses.
Genius.
And we have OER, which is owner's equivalent rent. And so when market-based rents go up sharply, as they did at the beginning when the economy reopened, they really went up sharply. Those play into rollover rents much more slowly for existing tenants than they do for new tenants. And so we found now that there are big lags. So there's sort of a bulge of high past increases in market rents that has to get worked off, and that may take several years. Nonetheless, as long as market rents are going up at relatively low levels, and they still are, this is just going to happen. It just is going to happen more slowly than we thought. We also do sort of this thing where we impute a rental value to owned homes, and that's many countries around the world do that. Some do it differently than us. It's something that the price experts have regularly looked at. It is not something that we're the only country that does, and it's not something we're looking at changing or would look at changing, anytime soon. But it's true. It's one of the very hardest things in inflation and in prices is how to think about, the services that someone is getting by living in a home that they could rent, but they're actually living in it. And some countries choose to just ignore that, but that's not how we do inflation here. We do it the way we do it, and we've been very transparent about it. And it's true that we're seeing delays in realizing what's happening economically, but we understand that. We understand.
Tell you what, I understand. Fucking price action. Yeah, baby.
Edward Lawrence
Keep
with
going.
Fox Business. Thank you for taking the question, Chair Powell. So I want to go back
Send
to
the
jobs
control zone is higher than the
consumer.
previous oscillation.
The last
Broken
jobs
out of the
report showed
channel.
that
It's
over the past
retested
year,
it on the break.
634,000
Previous to having a
more
test
people
of the
took
center
multiple
line.
jobs.
Rejection of the top
That's
side.
up
Recover,
8.2%.
retest, breakout.
Since January of 2021,
Momentum's
we've
with
seen
you. It
prices
could push
rise
up higher now. If not,
19%.
it's
So people are
vertically
using their
divergent.
credit cards
Come
to pay
back,
for their
test it
lifestyle.
again. At the top side
What
of that
pressure
breakout.
points
Potentially
will
get the
signal
break.
to you
So the choice
that the
is
slowing
go
economy
up
could
from
maybe
here,
break
which
companies in terms of hiring,
put in a higher
or break
high,
the
you can just
consumer
put in
in
a
terms
higher
of
low.
spending?
So, we monitor all the things you mentioned and more. What we're seeing is basically spending was going up faster than disposable income during big parts of last year rather. And so what you'd expect to see is people spending more on their credit cards. That has been happening. Credit card balances have been going up. Credit card defaults have been going up. They're not at high levels. Remember that after the pandemic, people were cooped up. They couldn't spend money. They couldn't go out to spend money. They could spend money from home. But households were in very, very strong, historically strong financial shape. They've now worked off a lot of that. So we're watching that carefully. And, what do we see? That's what we see. We see the same data that everybody else sees, but you've still got household sector that's in pretty good shape. But nonetheless, it's not in the kind of shape it was in a year or two ago. And we're carefully watching that.
So how close then are we to that point where the consumer can't continue to spend as it's spending, or companies can't hire like they're hiring?
Consumer spending is still growing. It's not growing at the pace it was growing at a year or so ago, but it's still growing solidly. And by the way, other parts of the economy are picking up. Spending on equipment and intangibles has picked up quite a bit in the wake of all the construction that we saw of new tech plants. So overall, the economy is exhibiting solid growth, and something around 2%, which is a good pace of growth for the U.S. economy. But you're right though. We do see the same thing other people see, which is increasing financial pressures on more lower income people, and the best thing we can do is to foster a very strong jobs economy, which we think we have done. Ultimately, to get inflation under control, because those people experience inflation, very directly, very painfully, and once we get inflation under control, rates can come down, which will also improve things.
Victoria.
That was also bullish what you just said.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. You've mentioned that an unexpected weakening in the labor market would bring rate cuts sooner, and I was just wondering, can you talk a little bit about what that would look like? Is it more of like a quicker pace of people losing jobs? Is it more the level of the unemployment rate if it were to start to go above 4.2 or something like that? How are you thinking about what you're looking for to see the job market unexpectedly weaken?
4.2.
When I say unexpectedly, the first thing is more than kind of is in our forecast or in common forecasts. So something more than that. But we'll be looking at everything. The labor market, has the ability, has the tendency sometimes to move and to weaken quickly. So waiting for that to happen is not what we're doing. You know, we're watching very carefully. We're looking at the balance of risks. I always point out the balance of risks. So, and also the fact that we look at all of the whole situation. So, you know, a decision to begin to, loosen policy could have several reasons associated with it at a given time. But I would just, we monitor all the labor market data, and if we saw troubling weakening more than expected, then that would be something we'd consider responding to. But we look at the broader context of what's going on too.
So something like negative payroll numbers would be.
I'm not going to. I mean, I can think of things that many things would make it on that list, but I don't think I'll utter them here.
He's afraid of saying it, but he did. Rapidly, people losing their jobs.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Simon Urbanovich with The Economist. May I ask, you mentioned with the slightly higher PCE readings earlier this year that it wasn't 1 or 2 months, but 3 months that tipped you to be a bit more cautious in the rate outlook. Should we take from that, it looks like May will be quite good for PCE as it was for CPI. Does that imply that kind of 2 more good months would reinstill the confidence that rate cuts could be coming sooner than you currently project?
I don't actually have that kind of mechanical thing in my thinking. I get that, as many good ones as we had bad ones, but no, it's not like that. It's the whole, it's going to be the totality of the data. The labor market data, the growth data, in terms of inflation, you'd want to see real progress that builds your confidence that we are on a path down to 2%. And I don't
below
want
the
to
moving average.
Give you specific numbers of things because that points to dates, and I just don't think we're not at a point of being able to do that.
It's the moving average. Go below the moving average.
Thank you for doing this. I'm Kosuke Takami with Nikkei. I would like to know about the impact of stronger dollar on U.S. economic growth and prices. And I have no doubt that the market should determine the exchange rate, but Japan and some emerging markets are suffering from the strong dollar. So I want to know if it is having a positive impact on U.S. economy in total. Thank you.
So we don't, actually it's our finance ministry, the Treasury Department, that has a responsibility for thinking about and if it sees fit, doing things about the level of the dollar. So for us, it's just another financial variable. And you're right, the dollar has been, has exhibited some strength over the course of the last year or so because the U.S. economy is very strong. We don't think of it as benefiting or hurting the U.S. We don't manage the level of the dollar. That's not our job. It's not, and for our economy, what we're trying to foster is maximum employment and price stability, and we feel like we've made good progress on both of those goals over the course of the past year.
Jennifer. Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance.
Berger.
You said you would cut rates before inflation falls to 2%.
Schonberger.
You're forecasting inflation to end the year at 2.8% on core PCE, or at 2.8%, of course, on core PCE. Right now, you said the inflation forecast is conservative and that if you got 2.6 to 2.7 on PCE, that would be a good place to be. You also indicated the job market has mostly normalized. So why not cut rates this summer just once, you're well above neutral, to try to preserve the soft landing rather than risking waiting too long in the quest for confidence for inflation?
So we're well aware of the two-sided risks here. Let me just say, we understand that if we wait too long, that could come at the cost
as bad as
of
cutting
economic
too soon.
activity, of employment, of the expansion. We understand that if we move too quickly, we could end up undoing a lot of the good that we've done and have to then start
Secondary
over,
inflation.
and it could be very disruptive. So
Fucking awful.
We're extremely aware of both of those risks and just basically trying to manage them. And what we said is that we don't think it'll be appropriate to begin to loosen policy until we're more confident that inflation is moving down to 2% over time on a sustainable basis. That's kind of been our test. Or there's another test, which is an unexpected deterioration in labor market conditions. So
everyone losing their job really quickly.
That's the right way for us to think about it. That's our dual mandate there, and we have a strong economy. We've got growth all forecasts are very commonly around 2%. That's a strong growth rate for our economy. The labor market continues to print jobs at a pretty high rate. Unemployment's still low, so we have the ability now to approach this question carefully, and that's what we're doing.
Just to follow Chair Powell, do you need to be ahead of a weakening in the labor market? Otherwise, is it too late, given that the labor market is a lagging indicator, right, when you look at the monthly jobs data?
Yeah, we completely understand that that's the risk, and that's not our plan, is to wait for things to break and then try to fix them. We're trying to balance these two goals in a way that is consistent with our framework, and we think we're doing that.
Evan.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Evan Reiser with Market News International. You have mentioned before the framework review process will start in the latter half of the year. At this point, do you have any specific time frame for the start of that? Who will lead it? Will it be you or a committee group of your peers? What will be the parameters? Do you anticipate the review will consider changes to communications going forward?
So what we've been thinking is that we would announce and commence the review later or late in the year. In the meantime, as that time approaches, we will be devoting a lot of careful thought and planning to the contours of it. Within scope would certainly be communications generally. I'm not going to say that we'll look at this or that particular thing, and all the other details. We don't want to get prematurely into a conversation.
They're going to look at negative payroll data.
So,
they're going to hope that
I'm going to leave pretty much
the labour force drops below the moving average. They're going to hope that that negative payroll data doesn't accelerate ahead of any of the next meetings, September and November.
Hi, Chair
And
Powell,
if
Nancy
things continue as they
Marshall-Genser
have done,
with
they're going to give
Marketplace. Just one more
guidance at the
question on
next meeting
housing.
that are cutting at the following meeting, which would be a
Can we
cut in
still
November.
cut rates with shelter prices high, or will you wait until they start to moderate a bit?
You can't moderate them without moderating employment. Is she
There
been
isn't
listening?
any one thing, one variable like housing prices moderating that would really decide against what we're doing. We've got an overall test, which is
moving average,
greater confidence that inflation is moving down to 2% on a sustainable basis. That's our overall test. Or alternatively, we see unexpected weakening in the labor market. So those are two different tests. I would say,
at this point, you said
we're not looking at
unexpected
any
weakening in the
one
labor
price
market.
in any one
At
second
least
saying
10
that's the
times.
one. We don't target housing prices, for example, and we don't target wages. We target aggregate prices and overall employment. So,
But if housing prices remain sticky, could that slow down the pace of rate cuts?
I think you look at we'd be looking at the aggregate numbers and asking ourselves what's going on here with inflation at the aggregate level. And of course, if any price that contributed to ongoing inflation would matter.
Oil.
Any price that contributed to ongoing disinflation would matter too.
Oil.
But I wouldn't single out housing as having a special
Housing and
role there.
oil.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Ciao. Rocky Show, Rocky. Right, I shall be. Well, I suppose I should stay until 9. What with it being the end of the day and whatnot. 2882. What are we expecting here? How many folks are watching the show at the moment? 334. Thanks very much. If you hit the like button, that's appreciated. So we're looking at GameStop. We were watching Jay Powell's speech. He's talking about how there's still stickiness to inflation. The two problematic areas are energy and housing. The Fed's tools to impact oil is extremely limited. Its ability to change the stickiness with regards to housing also limited to specific factors with regards to renters and the cost of living in your home instead of renting it out. And these are two important factors. The second, specific to America. They can't specifically hit the cost of housing and the cost of shelter full stop, because a big chunk of that is in the price increase in the house assets themselves, or the change in how often people leave one house and get into a new one, which happens far less frequently than, for example, you buy a car, and then further still than you go on holiday. Unless you're trace spotting and you're committed to full-time work until the end of the frickin' ice age. And so what he can do though is he can impact that labour market so that it has a knock-on effect on housing. And they don't want to hit the labour market too hard because there's an election in November. So what they're going to try and do instead is target a deflationary process in energy so that saves people's jobs, it leads to a soft landing, and it means that the Fed can start to cut interest rates and loosen those financial conditions. Historically, the Fed have cut too soon. They've done it because they're worried about the price of oil getting too high, but in this particular situation, they're focused on the political implications of people losing their jobs ahead of an election. So 2 more meetings, September, November. He's looking for an improvement in the data so that it drops below the moving average, and then they can rely on it as a trend. They can't look for a lower low yet, but they can look for that indication. And when they get it, they'll then signal rate cuts are coming at the subsequent meeting, because J. Powell is always conservative. And so when he signals, it won't be happening. Unless, and of course, there's a cratering impact on the labour market itself. That could happen if oil goes desperately high. So there is a concern there, and it'll be more to do with how things are managed at the State Department than it will be at the Fed with regards to the price of oil. We'll see how that situation develops. And check in with Spy. After his questions, didn't do too well. Mein Führer, he's not too happy, though there was that nice move off the back of his positive statements. But when it was put to him that the probability of there being a rate cut ahead of the election, and he talked about how the biggest impact on that would be wages and he couldn't directly impact housing, he was more reticent to give you a clear answer, and so that itself speaks volumes. And Spy taking a little bit of a knock there, but still doing better than it was. Gamestop retraced back inside the channel, being part of that overall index. Well, not the S&P 500, but it's a stock, it's traded. Also following the market there, not getting a retest in the top side of the channel. You got this divergence between these two peaks where you had a very strong move on price, but unfortunately lower high in the end here. If not, it's equal, and that's class B. So price action then having a negative reaction, taking its way all the way back to the channel and then inside again. It could obviously touch that basis line. There's important horizontal levels across this area on price. There are 34 minutes left in the day. And if you're to put it in context on these higher time frames and shut off that, we can see had one strong bullish engulfing day. The crucial part to this positive candle you saw, this bullish engulfing candle, which encompasses the top and the bottom of that which came before. To get follow on and continuation, you would like to see the next day finish at least above the midpoint of that bullish engulfing candle, which comes in at around $27, 26.80, that sort of level. So if GameStop finishes above 26.80, you haven't undone the positive work of the day before, and some people would take it as confirmation that that's a good place to enter. And if you were trading candlestick patterns on the daily time frame, that would be a clear entry signal after a bullish engulfing candle, which itself is one of the most obvious candlestick formations with regards to starting up your execution. You've also got holding the basis line of the RSI, still maintaining that bullish profile on momentum, and looking to Spy and talking about how today went. You opened with a gap because the CPE data was particularly encouraging with regards to a drop in inflation in some ways. And then you look to the PCA data coming out tomorrow, and that gap might fill if that is really counter to what we just saw on CPE. If it's CPI, if it's negative here on producer inflation, then you'll probably see that gap filled. If the data comes out and supports what we just saw, that weakening in inflation with regards to consumer data, then you could see this continue to the top side and test towards the wick high you got here. It could even be really good data and you'll see it open up towards the top side inside that sort of area and push higher for the rest of the day. Wednesday itself is a little bit ambiguous as to overall flow of money because there's time value in all of these options and derivatives, which is experiencing theta decay, which accelerates on the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's intensifying towards close. And so commonly traders will use Wednesday to hedge or manage positions. If they're also experience a risk off event, such as J-Pow speaking, inflation data coming out, and that bookending either side of the day, it means that it's very much a cautious day for new money entering the market and a readjustment period for that which is already deployed. So often you see this flux and the range in prices, which is what we've seen on SPY, and this reaction we've seen towards the end of the day on GameStop is also a little bit of a reflection of that nature of a Wednesday. Was that helpful? Hiya, Jacketeer. Jackie Tyler. Jackie Tyler! Good to hear, Lisa. Anybody else getting anything out of this? Anybody else getting anything out of this? Why is my mouse not working? What is that all about? All about? What is this? Stop it! Hi, Brandon. Thanks very much. Behind the scenes. Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. Cheers, TJ. Good to hear it. My mouse is being ridiculous. Like, what's the cursor up like that for? I'm not writing anything. It's not even a word. It's a trading view. Oh my god. It works on everything else.
I need a volunteer.
It's just trading view. So maybe
Come at me with
Chrome's
an
cracked.
imaginary knife. That's how it's done. Who's next? That's me!
Cheers, Brandon. Appreciate that. Good to hear that it's helpful. Thanks very much for that potential fix there on the control button. I would scroll up there on the chat box to see who said it, but I can't. Good to hear it, B. Can we give an entry in GME now? Is this looking like Spooter? Spooter, good old Spooter. I can't even click on the old Spooter. I'd love to check out how Spooter's doing. Can't move anything around. Great TA for a Scottish BA bag. Ah, frickin' how'd I got a click? I got a click! A like and a heart. Davy boy. Great technical analysis for a Scottish BA bag. Scottish BA? A Scottish BA bag? Oh my god, my clicks have disappeared again. What the fuck is that like? No, no, no. I got to like your message, and it's your first super chat. Thank you very much, Davey boy. If it was that you wanted me to look at BA, I can't do it. None of my clicks work. Yep. That's the new trick, right? They took away the buy button, but we defeated them. So now they've taken away every button. They've figured out how to infect your mouse and take away every possible button so that you can never buy. And they'll just keep the button there, but you won't be able to actually click it. Can I not even scroll up and down the chat messages now? Come on, come on. The fucking... What is this, man? It's not fair at all. That clicked work. Does this work? Oh, fuck off. What? Is it this? This frickin' tab and everything.
I need a volunteer.
I'll do it.
Come at me with an imaginary knife. Ouch! Ouch! That's how it's done.
That's it. Just like that.
Dash me! I love it.
Gamestop 26 spot 80. Bacon pancakes. I'll read your message when these silly things move. No, I can't because it can't move. Oh my god, how annoying. How do I get to it? Can I get in here? This way. This is different. This works, but I can't click on this thing here. Ball bag. Oh, David Smith! A ball bag? Nice. I appreciate it. Cheers. Davey. Why is Jamie B slammed so hard today? Zazo. Zazo. I hope the moon aftermarket, guys. Aftermarket. Rick, Steve. Rick and Steve. Steve and Rick. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I didn't know you were still going. I am Diana Stevens. I am. Bienvenido. Looks like it's bleeding day today. It is a little bit like, isn't it? Oh no, my voice is going. I can hear it. I can hear my voice going. The fug. Maybe unplug the mouse and plug it back in. It's the laptop. It's the touchpad. It's working on other things. Interactive brokers have managed to like figure out how to do it. Robinhood is a phone app, so they weren't really involved in this undercover project. It was IBKR, Fidelity, and others who decided like we can't turn off the buy button. We could never get away with that. So what we'll do is we'll infect their mouse. We'll make it so no click actually works, and that's why GameStop's going down. If you've got a GameStop chart open, your mouse will also somehow have been infected. It's a 0-day hack into the buy button. We're defenseless against these insidious tactics. Draw your arrows, it'll follow. I can't draw nothing, LTH. I can't draw nothing. They've taken away my powers. It's like kryptonite. Hope tomorrow a better day. Tomorrow, shareholder meeting tomorrow could bring some volatility. Calling with a sensible conversation. Godburger, it's just one day. Yeah, it's just one day. Don't worry, guys. Chill out. It's all good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm flying under the radar. We want to hold above 27. That would be good. We don't like it below that. So with 20 minutes left on the day, we'll get a push up now. That'd be positive. That'd be positive. DFV's looking at 25 and change for his profitable and in the money execution, which would keep his entry close to an in profit ultimately, which would make sense then to be executing come the end of the week. Execute the trade. Draw up arrows, it'll follow. Did someone say touchpad? I did, yes, it's touchpad. Touch the pad. It works on every other app, and it also works on Chrome, just not on that tab. So the tab's crashed. Oh yes, I've got my other chat back. This is good. If your tea guy isn't Scottish, handsome, or both, you're doing it wrong. Jesse Herman, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I knew I should TP at 10%. It was a trap. It's always a trap. GME always dumps after 10% gains. Brandon, you might be onto something. Something's going on with case calls. 51,000 volume. Interesting. 51,000 is not all that much. Oh, okay. Then indeed it is the tab. Yeah, Derek, it's the stupid tab. I'm ready to deploy the second mortgage. Matt. Oh, it was trying to force its way down there. 2 times Spidey hands. I could never have paper handed right before after market anyways. How does someone sleep after doing that? But mate, there's all that's a question as old as the hills. Haha, I bet you switched off your touchpad with your function key and one of the F keys. That'd be good, but it still works on other. Yeah, so but we updated that. Yeah, that chat is passed. Lisa vis-a-vis flying under the radar and blocking all of their signals and evasive action should anything come near, never even spotted on the horizon. Has she been flying any lower? She would need the sleigh bells. I wasn't going to buy GME today, now it has me thinking. Just making prices attractive for buyers, no need to panic sale. No need. Can I get a squeeze on the chart here? Can I get this to work? No, I think what I'll do is I'll try and get a new tab or a new window even entirely. Right? New window entirely and try it with that. Does this let me click? It does. That lets me click. And I'll just go to training view. And then I solved everything. I solved everything. I'm a genius and I'm solving the everything. No? You don't want to give me the... I did all the solving. You don't want to... I did it, everybody. I did it. I saved the day. But price action has... Oh, this whole... Oh, it shrunk his ownership, FUD. Oh my god, have you just broken my mouse over here? You better not. No, it hasn't. Yesterday, RC Ventures, 16 minutes to go in the day, guys. And we've got a news story just out from Investor Place. That's the place where investors are. Yesterday, that was the day before today, RC Ventures, the holding company of Ryan Cohen, filed a scheduled 13D documenting its position in Gamestop as of the 10th of June. The investment firm managed and owned by Gamestop CEO Ryan Cohen. As of the 10th of June, which is 2 days ago, okay, right, I'm not going to start coming up with stories, but that was 2 days ago. Cohen and RC owned 36.84 million shares of GameStop, which remained unchanged from his last update on May the 22nd. The update before that, accurate as of the June 9th, 2023, also showed that. However, GameStop shares outstanding have increased, which significantly adds to the overall shares outstanding. The float's larger too. The past few weeks, as a result of the two at-the-market offerings totaling 120 million shares, 45 and 75 million, has resulted in Cohen's ownership percentage of GME declining compared to that total amount, despite the remaining position being the same. So if he adds to his position and brings it back above 10%, that'd be super positive. Last June there were 304 million GME shares outstanding. In May it increased to 351 and then later on 426 million. The ownership percentage dropping isn't a negative signal but rather a result of the corporate action. GameStop's recent at-the-money offerings haven't had much of an effect on the stock. First offering, blah, GME stock strength attributable to the return of Rowan Kitty, if you say so. On the date of publication, Eddie Pan did not hold. Okay, good for you. Right, so overall, it's talking about how Cohen's position has reduced. Elvis is left? No, Elvis is here. How is that a news story? It's just math. Well, it's probably ultimately good to comment on these bits of data because, you know, Ryan Cohen's aware of the fact that there will be a reaction to that data release. And now he's filing a 13D because his ownership of the float has dropped below 10% and his ownership of the overall company based on shares outstanding has dropped all the way down to 5.6 or whatever it was, 6.5 or whatever. What was it? Let's just go and check. Oh, the article's gone. Well, I don't really want it anyway. Chicken news. Where is the news? Is it on here? Is that where it is? There it is. Ryan Cohen. Yeah. So we'll get it exactly. What was it? His ownership percentage. 8.6%. So down from 10%, which means he needs to file a 13G. So having filed that 13G, because it's below 10%, isn't a stipulation, isn't as strict a stipulation as, say, for example, the exchange rules with regards to dilutions, which is you could be doing outside market hours. If that had taken place, this at the market offering had reduced Ryan Cohen's shareholding to less than 5%, then he wouldn't have been allowed to do the share offering pre-market. And so the fact that it was done that way and that there were 75 million shares rather than 150 million shares or 300 million is definitely not to be taken as a negative signal, but it is something that on reflection and in future we might look back as positive if it comes in a sequence, and if that later sequence includes Ryan Cohen's ownership increasing because he files a subsequent 13D or a 13G, then his ownership going back up above 10% or to 10% would signal strong bullish ambition for Ryan Cohen and his belief in the company. So it's possible that happens, but at this stage you're talking about hypotheticals in order to create a positive scenario so that something that itself is neither positive or negative doesn't look bad. And so because I'm bullish on GameStop, it could be, and you perhaps too, would suffer from a bias which would impact our ability to filter these data points which run counter to our own thesis. And so we should investigate the counter thesis more thoroughly than we should speculate on those positive aspects that might align with our objectives. And so we can't put faith in a hypothetical like that. We can only say that he's currently releasing a 13G and filing it knowing it'll be public when there isn't as strict a requirement to do it as there would be with regards to other potential maneuverings he's taken in the recent past, and specifically referencing the fact that the at-the-market offering was announced pre-market. And so if it's true to say that all of these actions are aligned for the greatest impact about bullish news, and bullish news best delivered in a bullish trend has the biggest impact, it could be said that should he want to increase his ownership stake, he now has a good point to do it, price at an area where it would be positive for him to do so, if he was to do it via markets with a stock operator acquiring that position on his behalf, or he was to act as a stock operator in order to do that, then it may well be that it would be advantageous for the price to arrive where it is right now. And so should we later find out that he's increased his position, it could be said to be extremely bullish news. But it's also true to say that what we've just read isn't anything positive in and of itself, and it will be taken to have an impact on sentiment, which, as we've seen now with price dropping down, I don't think we can attribute that to that detail, that news story. But I imagine that's what the news will be doing at close today. Those will be the headlines. In truth, GameStop's just come back to test this trend line that we've got drawn on the chart here, and the reason it did that was because there was bearish divergence between these peaks, and price action has still been in this broadening wedge to the top side. So having come down to these areas, it's not incredibly terrible. It did it previously there on Tuesday and recovered towards here, and you know, that's what happened. We can go on at regular hours, put it in this context. You know, you've got this Fibonacci, you've got these previous lows, you had a reversal formation. This was an impulse move, and GameStop was going to come back and fill this fair value gap at some stage. So to do it now is perhaps positive. It does lead that previous negative impact on the gravity of price action has now been alleviated, and it could now go back up again. So the technicals speak to why price got here, because it was always going to, and the sooner it did it the better, so the sentiment there shouldn't be too drastically impacted later on. And there's also like other things to look to. Go higher through the time frames, you can see it's still higher low. This reaction isn't the be all and end all because it's within a formation. And that when you're going up again 15 minutes, you can see that RSI back at previous lows, price action not so much. If you're to class this as an uptrend, then you say that that speaks to continuation in momentum. That those critical lines with regards to overall macro trend, and I'm only on the 15 minutes, so still not desperately important with regards to macro, you're still holding important levels. Now, we'd scoped that out for a number of different reasons as if it would be a channel, but why does it keep moving like annoying ways? There. You know, you catch it from this low, you had a third touch here, and that would be the sort of area you would expect to meet price as it found some sort of support. So we'll see how price acts at this area. A lot of people would then say on reflection, if the news was positive and price moved up quickly in very volatile fashion, volatility being the dispersal of price over a range, so in a quick period of time, a great increase, that increase being greater than the rate of change we've seen on the way down, then that might be confirmation that it's a really strong bullish trend with a lot of volatility. If it breaks below support on the diagonal in a 15 minute, I'd be clearly looking for this previous gap and its most recent low here being tested and a potential bounce. If that doesn't hold, then there's the other gap that closes in at around 19.50, 19.60, at which point price does potentially come and fill that gap anyway. So
Come at me with an imaginary knife.
while it doesn't necessarily benefit people's options,
That's how it's done. Who's next?
That's me!
to see price go to those sort of levels, especially ahead of a close this week, which could be important for liquidity to the long side of the trade on a medium term, then yeah, it's definitely not a positive aspect to see price break below those important levels. Those two gaps in particular, we would rather see price action hold this trend line. We're on lower term time frames and see the reaction at this stage not incredibly enthusiastic, and 6 minutes left on the day, down 15%. That's a big reaction from the big moves we saw yesterday. But in the context of the formation, like I said at the top of this little synopsis, it's only really back to this lower support level, which is in this formation, which represents price action going sideways on a Wednesday. Isn't like the greatest surprise in the history of the stock market. So that being true, J-Pow's meeting coming out, SPY itself opening with a gap, a reaction at the end of his news conference when he was conversations alluded to the need to impact housing via the labour market. This taking a big bit of a hit meant that GameStop, which itself correlated with SPY in that move and taking a much bigger one because of the nature of its move yesterday being such a high percentage, means that it's not all that surprising to see those moving in tandem. But it's all about the support and resistance levels, and they've not significantly changed, not significantly changed. The highs that we were excited about yesterday and also Friday last week, you were looking at back above 30 there before you slipped down and got that positive reaction, and having come up and tested 32, we spoke about that potentially happening, and then it did, and you've got this overall formation continues, so nothing drastic has changed today. So there's still time for stuff to change. A whole 4 minutes. That's the chat box, yes it is. Incredible knowledge dished out here on the daily for everybody. Scoop it up like that ice cream, that fluoride ice cream. Thanks, Lisa. And please support the channel. Yes, please support the channel. Become a member. Join the Discord. It's good for you. Become a member here. It's great for everybody. Support the channel. I appreciate it. Trade Spotting, thank you for the level-headed analysis and the reality checks today. Really appreciate it on days like these. You're welcome, Sky. Wish I wasn't out of money. I'm an average of 36. Shit sucks. Woofskis. 36 shit sucks. That's nearly enough for a house. Thanks for the advice. The issue is time. Wife, daughter, and housekeeping. I have taken that first lesson about FOMO. Now did my exam with bibbida-bibbida-y. Should I sell my GME and play it safe or hold? Says Andrew Van Lonian. See, that's very much a personal decision. How you approach risk, what you think is going to happen in the future of price action. If you've got a question about how you manage your position, it's good to know when answering what your plan was when you initially opened it, and even if that was like vague or hard to define now, or you're not completely sure and you try to remember, what do you think it was, and then I can give you some advice on how you would manage your expectations and your position from based on your own goals, which I would take from your plan when you bought the stuff in the first place. Which, if it's simply just that you thought the price would go up, then other questions arise, like, well, the opportunity cost, not just the price it could go down to, but how long could you be prepared to absorb that situation? All of these things in relation to your own life, how would you handle them? And hopefully the answer would be so serious and you would be so well considered in your responses, Andrew, that in future when you're trading you would always have a plan, a clear one for entering and a clear one for exiting. 419, 354 likes. Boom! Could get some more likes in there. We definitely could. Hit like. Next week is crucial, Didic. Well, the end of this week's important. Never buy unless you know what you're going to close at. Learned that from you, Bossman. Yo, Adam Pierce. Appreciate shout it there. Thanks and the respect. Hit the like each time you enter. Subscribe and enter your ticker request via streamlabs.com/tradespotting/tip. Yes, do. Enter your ticker request via the link in the description below, and I'll definitely be more able to do them. Frozen Fears, calm, it'll get back. I paid 40 before the 1-to-4 split, like 60, so you're good. Well, I mean, previous price action is no guarantee of the future, and your own experience, Godburger, while testament to your resilience with this respect to this investment, doesn't speak at all to the probabilities of somebody else's decision. And if the opportunity cost now, should they sell, isn't to lose any money, and then if it would be to hold on to it, quite heavy opportunity cost, then whether they would be able to withstand that or not is a different question from whether they should or shouldn't do that. Of course, it's all relative to their own life. White, you guys have more money. Mr. Bracey, give us that green. Yes, use those ticket requests. 90k open interest on the $20 calls for next week in the last hour. So rolling some positions there. Kitty's rolling his Roaring Kitty rolling his positions till next week. That wouldn't be very far out to roll a position to today, but Wednesday is a good day for managing those positions. It's a way of managing your risk of doing that, and at certain prices like we see now, it wouldn't be all that bad. Okay, so Gamestop there, not bad. Not great, probably a little bit bad. Eh? Roaring Kitty's options are actually possibly changing. We've been looking at little details here on the channel, and it could be that he's rolling some to next week, or it could be that other market participants are doing the same. That's common on a Wednesday. It's the sweet spot during the week when that time value in those option contracts can start to decay as the rest of the week is mostly gone. You've got Thursday and Friday coming up, and at that point theta decay intensifies. We also got news about Ryan Cohen's proportional ownership having now decreased relative to the available shares, which anybody who can do the simplest of maths would have been able to anticipate. The fact then that he released a 13D 2 days ago, showing his position at that level now, 8.6%, reduced from 10, isn't necessarily indicative of what's happening right now, because these forms are submitted retrospectively, and it could well be that potentially Ryan Cohen is going to reclaim more of that percentage and buy back in with even more shares in GameStop. He'd still be extremely profitable on the investment. His last entry was 22. This isn't a distinctly different price compared to the range we've been through recently. So top quality, potential future bullish news coming during a bullish trend. If you're alongside GameStop investor, which if you're watching me, you likely are for this clip in particular, then you'll be suffering from a potential bias. So we can't speculate on these positive news stories in order to compare our strength of our thesis. They're quite useless to us in terms of our investment decisions. They're only speculation, and our own ability to assess their validity is compromised because we would do it in a comparative way to bearish news. And when you've got a bias, you're not able to filter that bias. It prevents you from properly comparing bearish and bullish scenarios and data. And it's true to say that it's definitely not bullish data reading that his overall ownership percentage has dropped. With the time decay element to the option contracts, there will be a concern with regards to how GameStop's going to perform at the end of this week. And that's perhaps a combination of those two factors has led to a depressing impact on price towards the end of the day, and we see it close down approximately 16% at 25.46 post-market. There's a couple of dollars there to play with, a little bit of a bump, and that might be that more news is on the horizon. But again, we cannot filter our positive and negative stories, and we have to instead focus on facts and try to disprove our own thesis, which is why we focus on technical analysis. I've got a course, www, and you have to enter that, .technicalanalysis.school, and you can take it and join people here in the community who've done the same and are consistently profitable traders now. Technical analysis on the chart shows that while price action did make strong moves, in the context of the overall Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday we've seen, this is all sideways price action conforming to this pattern, with support where we now find price and resistance at the high earlier today. This is Wednesday being that sweet spot. We also got early in the morning the CPI data, and that consumer price inflation data comes out in the morning, and we had the Fed meeting and J-Pow speaking at the end of the day there. And the initial data release was really positive. So SPY opened to the top side with a gap at the sort of area we might have anticipated, found resistance in line with that trend that we've got measured out and drawn on the charts there. And then at the end of the day, J-Pow started speaking and talked about how the only way that the Fed will reduce rates is if the inflation data starts trending below the moving average and we see an acceleration in this decrease in inflation. And if that persists, then it'll be good news, and you'll potentially see a rate cut before the election, which would be in November and signaled in guidance in September. But it could well be that there's a rapidly increasing impact on rates changes because of the nature of employment. And so if there's an impact on the labor market and that unemployment rises rapidly, then the Fed would respond by cutting interest rates twice before the election. it's an election year. So the current sitting president, he wants to see unemployment levels, keep them low. He also wants to see price stabilization, which he currently has. And you don't want to cause any harm in the market. So do no harm is Jay Powell's at heart philosophy when it comes to his economic policies. And so he's a conservative with regards to rate changes until he gets a change in the data. So his discussion at the end of his speech was about how these two impacts on inflation could lead to changes in rates. One of them being housing. What he didn't mention, but which is very important, is the price of energy and oil and the situation getting a little bit easier in the Middle East or in Ukraine. Now, we didn't touch on them much, but we did talk about it during that. If you want to watch the live show, you'll get an update on it. GameStop's reaction to that news was to go in the same direction as SPY at the end of the day and essentially drop off a cliff, and it'll be described in the media in a way that is designed to impact your emotions so that you'll read the article, but it doesn't speak to the validity of the data. You have to put it in context, and that's why you have this visualization of price here on the chart. GameStop down a big percentage, but in the context of the range, it's only come back to where it started, and it could then go back on again and put in another high, which would be higher than the previous, and this closed currently above that previous low. So it's not drastically terrible with regards to trend or the chart patterns, and it may well be that should you see positive news, it would be released into a positive market, and that bullish news in a bullish market, that leads to extremely bullish moves and price action. Here the weekly time frame defining the macro trend, clear as day, you've got a higher high than the previous high. That again is breaking out of a downward sloping trend. The support is maintaining that upward sloping trend line, and because the trend is to the top side, that support level is what's dictating those moves in price. And so if the buying power continues, which it managed to do very well with the addition of 75 million shares to the float, so it's unlikely to say that that simple obvious maths of Ryan Cohen's proportional ownership dropping would have this impact of 15%, though I expect to read that shortly. It's actually to do with the technicals on the chart.
I need a volunteer.
Thanks very much for tuning in.
Come at me with an
If you'd like to know
imaginary
more about where GameStop's going, I'll be
That's how
here
it's done.
tomorrow on Trade Spotting, talking all about GameStop's price action and the best ways to manage your trades, entries, exits, or how to handle those option contracts. It won't be specifically financial advice. You'll have to add your own value of decision making in the context of your trades. You'll know that living your own life. Hit that like button, and I'll be back tomorrow with more of the same. Thanks very much for watching this little clip on GameStop. I appreciate you. That's the update for GameStop. Dickie, just tuning in. What do we think the reason for the dip today? Dickie, you just tuned in. Dickie, we're just 2 minutes late. Lovestar, somebody unloaded a ton of the $20 calls. And somebody else bought a ton of next week's. I think we covered that in that clip, didn't we? Yes, TradeSpotter, we did. If you've any other questions, get them stuck in there. Get them stuck in there. I'll happily try and answer them for you. There's a GameStop update, so if you're interested in what happened in price action today or what I think is coming tomorrow, if you go back in this video by about 5 or 7 minutes, then you'll get a really good synopsis of what I think and how I think I might be able to add value to your own thinking. Lots of thinking, which I'm sure you're doing yourself. So let me know what you think of that clip if you were watching it, and if it would be helpful. If it would be useful to talk more about it. This'll do this one here. A lot of people will be feeling emotional about their trades, and that's partly to do with the way they entered them as opposed to how price action has behaved, because your emotions are obviously couched in your perspective and so on. If your perspective included this potential outcome and you'd managed it with your risk, then you wouldn't be surprised by the news or the moves. You would instead have had a plan, anticipated this happening, and your reaction would be that you managed your risk well and that was a positive experience. It also would leave you able to fight another day. So if you want to talk more about that, we can. And if you want to see what I think, just go back to that little clip, like 10 minutes ago max now, I would imagine. And people here probably able to help with that. If they've got some actual timestamp for you, they could send you there. Get yourself on that clip. It'll take 35 minutes to process it. Get out of town. It will not, you big fibber. And I can update the technical analysis in the meantime. Over here. Close 26.01, and that news that those option contracts potentially being rolled will be interesting, I'm sure. I'm going to ask again. Do you believe the calls for the 21st of June will have an actual effect on the stock price? Pax1Z, do I believe the calls for the 21st of June, which are being rolled, a lot of them right now, were rolled there. Do you believe the calls for 21st of June will have an actual effect on the stock price? They've had, like, the fact that they've had a huge impact on the stock price, you know, a huge impact. Roaring Kitty's got those calls, so that's what you're talking about, Roaring Kitty's position. And do I believe they'll have an impact on price? They've had a huge impact. You mean expiring or being exercised? Being exercised, it would, yes. I've explained that in the show. There's a good point there. But you should definitely check that out, that part of the show that we talked about that. But because it's a long answer, you know, and I did get a very similar question. I don't think it was yourself at the time, but it was that same question. Will those contracts being exercised have an impact on price? And yes, it would. Also, so would sharing that data. Not necessarily the mechanical action itself, because that'll depend on a variety of factors, supply, demand. But when it comes to sharing that information, would obviously have a positive impact on market sentiment. Same way that if Ryan Cohen was to up his ownership stake now from 8.6% to 10%, because it's been overall, the proportion went down because the outstanding shares went up. So both of those things equally in their communication or potentially in their mechanics could have an impact on price. Don't usually get to watch the markets. I stayed home from work yesterday and today. My 2-day conclusion is wigs equals green, no wigs equals red. Okay, tomorrow we'll look and we'll check what the weather's like. If the weather's looking really good, a lot of energy in the air, we'll have the curly wig on. If instead the energy in the air is still positive, is less so, then maybe we'll have the mullet. Do you think it's possible that these 12 million shares at $20 serve to keep Ryan Cohen's percentage? If he's to swap, if Roaring Kitty's to swap his contracts, deliver them to Ryan Cohen, then that would add to his ownership level and push it up a little bit. Do I think that those two things are connected in that way? No. I think they're two separate events that I would like both to see happen. Roaring Kitty exercises options, a certain chunk of them. I think I'd like to see the rest of that money, maybe 25% of his contracts executed, would be excellent to watch and see. Not necessarily have it oversight of, but to have that communicated to the investor base would be a very positive sign. Then with the rest of that money, he would sell those contracts and do the same thing again. Put a lot of it into shares and some of it into the options for the 21st of August. And if we were to see that kind of a move, maybe even September, you would be looking at it coinciding with more economic data releases. It would be halfway between now and the election, so you would anticipate positive moves on the market overall, and it would lead to more confidence, greater hype, and then a further outlook with an extended horizon, which would give this idea of GameStop moving to the top side more of a sustainable culture and more of a positive communication around the stock, as opposed to people who are on the outside describing it as a pump and dump. And so that extra length, that extra distance on the horizon would improve our focus as an investor base. I think it would be a positive move. I think it would be extremely beneficial from a trading perspective to set it up in that nature. And that would lead to a greater longevity in our own approach to price, I expect, though we all do act as individuals, and this shows very much about the power of individuals. So I hope that answer helps, and I see that thank you for a fulfilling answer, says Pax, was the previous one. So you're welcome, buddy. I hope both of you got good answers there. And everybody else benefited from it too. And if you want to make a little clip, I've asked that a number of times over the last week there. Somebody make a clip, somebody make a clip, somebody make a clip. I got one clip, and it was a funny one, but I deliver lots of little valuable answers to questions, and if they were made into clips, then so people say the clip button isn't there, but I made a clip and somebody else made a clip. Anyway, I think you can also download the video and make clips out of there. Plus, you could just screen record, and that's possible on most computers pretty easily. You would be able to make one. And if I had answered your question and you didn't pay me anything, and I didn't ask you to, other than hit that like button, and if you can support the show, it's appreciated, then making a clip wouldn't be that hard to do. It would help you learn about the information, and I'd really appreciate it, and I'd remember you for it. So if you do that sort of thing, you would be well rewarded, I promise. It can gap fill around 19 and change, something which is realistic. Don't know. Yeah, it's definitely one of the things you would look to price doing is fulfilling certain patterns, behaviors, conforming to certain statistical likelihoods, and gaps are one of those points to look to. Jamie, do you think big can fill the gap to 350? It certainly can, but there's a great risk that it'll go to 138, and it would be a better trade from there anyway. So when it gets there, I'll happily look at it again and compare this opportunity to that. If you want more data on that or to look at that chart, I've got a couple of takes on big during this show. So if you scroll back using the progress bar underneath the video and see the chart behind you change to big, and the ticker in the bottom right, this green there, go to big lots, then you'll get a technical analysis that should answer that question. C Spill 99. Are you saying multiple partial executes and sell off his shares for cash? I'm saying execute and exercise. Exercise 25% of that position. It doesn't have to be done in one block. It doesn't have to be done in little bits. It can be as he chooses. It could be in a pattern, in a regular way that makes it obvious to people looking at the option chain, or it could be done in such as a way to obfuscate the fact that it's him doing it. It's totally up to him. The impact wouldn't be as much in the mechanics. That's very much potential and depends on supply and demand. The greatest impact would be on the communication of his new position, which, like I'm saying, creates this extension on the horizon. It would mean that there's a greater longevity in his thesis with regards to how he's going to manage trading it. It would lead to a greater focus for us as an investor base on the value and rather than the hype. And overall, all of those things would be really positive. Plus, it would be a really sensible decision for him to make as a trader. And it would accelerate the same process that we've been through in this iteration. So I'm not saying that he should do these things or that that's the way in which he should do them. I'm simply pointing to one way of interpreting the activity we're seeing with calls for this Friday roll into the expiry next Friday, And to put all of that in context, today is Wednesday. It's the sweet spot during the week for that type of option contract management, because towards the end of the week, now that Wednesday is closed and the majority of the week has passed, the theta machines spill up, the time decay in those contracts intensifies, and then it loses value on the Thursday, the Friday, and it has a negative impact to execute that plan that I detailed previously. Cookie Stella, everyone is scared after today. He will post his YOLO and everyone will come back. Today was a cause of FOMOC sell-off. Yes, at the end of today, as JPOW was speaking, SPY took a little bit of a knock and GME went in a similar direction. Okay, so think about becoming a member, you guys. I'll give you good answers there, unless you're planning on making a clip. I have answered a couple of you a couple of times now, so thanks very much for being here and watching the show and contributing with great questions. You got good answers, so think about being a part of what we're doing. Why was it so high earlier? So high relative to your expectations, I take it, Paul? It was merely inside that same formation that we saw a touch on the top side of yesterday, so it didn't cause dramatic changes. You know, it didn't have a great impact on the overall chart formation, and certainly didn't break through any important support levels. You know, so if you were to focus on technical analysis, Paul, and you were to manage your expectations based on previous price behavior, then you wouldn't have described it as having got so high today. You would merely think that it was an expression of a trend already in motion. And if you were to then look at the reaction subsequently, you would think that a test to the top side is followed by a test to the bottom. And it did well to get to that area at the top, being a higher high. And it's not done too bad to come back to this low, being it's a higher low. And putting that in the context of previous highs and lows, it's a continuation of that trend, and therefore it's not itself negative. That's a very tough sentence to deliver in a coherent manner when you're facing a 16% decline in a day. And so it's also true to say that that's a significant price move with regard to your normal typical stock. But here we are trading what's called a meme stock. It's called that because of the volatility, not because the memes with it are any good, or we'd all be trading live person. LPSN is the ticker, and it's the funniest thing in the world. It's a hilarious, that stock is hilarious. The memes around it are literally the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Shout out to Spooderman and everybody on the Rockout Discord. It's absolutely brilliant. If we were talking about having a laugh, enjoying ourselves, sticking it to the man while not being worried, stressed or caring, it might everyone be looking at that. And a lot of people are. But if it comes to trying to do something serious to change the overall stock market, to pursue you guys, you successful traders among you, for you to be the new guard, for you to be taking over and creating these new institutions which currently have a death grip on the way the markets work, then it wouldn't be that you would look to this Friday before you shit a brick and piss your pants, would it? Right? Seriously. And if you can't handle that, then you won't be one of these people who are running these institutions which are going to lead the markets in future. And trust me, somebody out there is going to be, because the people that are currently doing it are 158 billion years old. They're all about to keel over. And it'll be you guys left carrying the can or kicking the bucket if you're JPOW at the minute. And so you're going to have to, you know, understand the context of your own actions and know what it is we're doing here. 15-16% after a 30-40% isn't the end of the world. Looking at JPOW talk about nonsense and say how, well, we need to affect people's jobs to impact housing to bring down inflation unless the State Department sort out what's going on in the Middle East and Russia. That's significant conversations happening. One thing he's ignoring, which is extremely important, energy, and is a serious conversation, would make most of the audience cry because, you know, the same way we're talking to price action earlier on today, it's always out holding open the door, and it's like, you know, picks up the shopping and does these other things. Instead of it actually getting back to business and doing what it's supposed to be doing. So people will be worried, they'll be sensitive, they'll be upset about news that doesn't align with their bias. But if you put it in the context of price action, you manage your trades using technical analysis, and you have an expectation and a framing of your own perspective that conforms with what's just happened, that acknowledges the truth of what you're doing, then you'll see it's a big challenge. You would think that this extension on the horizon is a positive, and it makes it more likely that you'll achieve your goals. If you're also managing risk around that idea, then you would do as Roaring Kitty's doing, potentially, and roll in those contracts to next week. And you would manage your risk with stop losses if you're a tiny or small individual trader getting into things as they move at pace. Or you'd be managing your risk by introducing more and more capital over time and waiting for price to come to you so that you were managing your risk with regards to capital exposure, in which case you'd be more patient, more calm, and you certainly wouldn't be reacting emotionally at this level because you'd have loaded up at 10, you'd have recognized that TradeSpot and shared that perspective with you, and you'd be in it with me pushing price fucking higher and higher and higher. And it's often you'll see things like me describe what I would like to most ideally see from Roaring Kitty. And it wouldn't take an absolute genius, a polyglot of the criminal underworld, to factor in what I might be doing on some level then. And if you see me as a good trader, and you see what I talk about to be effective, then that shall also deliver some confidence to you. Don't clip that. Nobody should know these things. Oh, really? Well, that's a compliment. HV Dressing Musical Freestyle Creations. What a name. What's the best? Is his personality is kick-ass too, not just a pretty face? Is this J-Pow again? Are we all into J-Pow? We are, aren't we? Did Kitty post memes today? He did, a couple, at least one. I saw it and I thought, that's interesting. There's a meme. He's a beast as well. Good investment. He is. J-Pow again, making the headlines. Hey bud, new subscriber here. What's your outlook for later today and tomorrow for GameStop? Later today, post-market, the exchanges will all love people trading between each other on that exchange, not subject to nibble pricing. It won't have any impact on where price goes to and behaves tomorrow. The traders that use that and avail of those services are addicted to trading and should instead act with more consideration and wait for price to come to them as lit markets and during market hours, instead of trading on Robinhood with Dave round the corner. So that wouldn't be a serious way of looking at price. And my analysis with regards to what happens later today wouldn't be worth shit. So I'm not even going to fucking bother. What do I think happens tomorrow? Continuation of the trend already in motion. If there's news released into a bullish trend, and it's a weekly time frame, it very much is, then people will be looking at a positive close on Friday. If we've seen yesterday's daily candle be bullish engulfing and today's slip below that midway point, then most likely tomorrow is a day of flux and Friday's the day you see big moves. I am a new sub. I hope you appreciated that there. Both of you. Hit the like button. Did Kitty sell his call? No, he rolled them, maybe. I am a new sub. Great. He's not rolling his contracts. He had to sell 36,000 options to exercise and 40,000 was sold and more were bought. He had to sell 36,000 options and to exercise 40,000. That would make sense with regards to the mass, the money he'd get and the amount that would allow him to exercise, and that would have an impact in that he'd get that many shares. So if he shared his position and that's what you've backward engineered from it, I would go with it. Have you seen 22,400,000 worth of options bought? I've been doing this stream, mate, all day from market open or 3 till now. And the only time I've been able to do anything is when I've sneaked off camera and started using my phone. So I haven't been looking at the option chain. I've been managing my own position in the 7 minutes or something with which I had to do it. He is not rolling them? Well, if he was, he would be copying me. I miss you, dude. It's been a while. So much fun lately. Yo, Ryan. Good to have you back. X-Reptune. Does this graph... It's not a graph, it's a chart. Jesus fucking Christ. No, thank you so much for watching the show today. Hit the like and subscribe button. If you're a new viewer, I desperately appreciate you. If I respond with what seems like an overly strict or overbearing or emotional and really driven answer, it's cause I care about you and I'm passionate about what we're trying to do. If you're a returning viewer, you know how much I appreciate you and I hope you stick around. The longer you've been here, the more I would expect you to become a member and join the Discord and really get involved in the team and what we're trying to do. I put a lot of effort into these shows. I get great chat in the chat box, which is thanks to you. I really appreciate all the watch time and how I get to do this job, the best job in the world. And I really, really appreciate those people who support me doing this job, because it isn't easy. I could be doing other things, and knowing that I'm investing in capable people and that they invest in their own future is part of it, but also you guys investing in the success of what we're trying to do does involve a little bit of feedback. So if that all works in a brilliant feedback loop, instead of you feeling like this is an attack from a vicious circle, which is what JPOW seems to think is going on in the markets, then we'll get along better and we'll go from strength to strength, which is what I anticipate happening with GameStop. I anticipate positive news coming soon from both Roaring Kitty and from Ryan Cohen. So thank you very much for watching. Hit that like button. There's a clip out that explains what price is up to, and it's on the channel, so check